I mean, really? There's like one of me and a whole lot of you. Let me get some energy this morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. As you know, it's been a while since we've had a chance to kind of gather, right? Isn't this exciting to be out? I know, yes. I got dressed this morning, I know, right? Did my little makeup. I'm usually in sweats on the bottom. You know this, right? Because you're on Zoom, and a top. So this was like full dress. It was kind of exciting. I am so excited to see all of you here today. Welcome to the 2021 United Diversity Business Summit. Yes, give it some energy. Yes, thank you. The summit is brought to you by ThinkZilla Consulting Group. And, if you've got a chance to meet her, the mastermind, the dynamic, right, Dr. Velma Traham, if you don't know her, you should, right? She's bringing some amazing, yes, thank you. Give her some love. She's bringing some amazing things to us. My name is Joanna Deshay, and I am the Executive Director of Diversity Leadership Alliance. If you're not familiar with DLA, it is a 20-year-old social justice organization that is all about diversity, equity, and inclusion. We are an education nonprofit that is on a mission to really change the landscape. We want to ensure that everybody's voice is heard and people feel empowered. I also have the great pleasure of serving as your MC for the day. So I look forward to guiding you through all of the workshops and panels and speakers that you'll get a chance to hear. This United Business Summit is designed for you. It is designed to empower entrepreneurs, to help you learn, to help you build, and to help you scale. It intends to unite and ignite local, small, and medium businesses, our entrepreneurs and corporations, by providing innovative opportunities for growth through diversification and inclusion initiatives. We are so happy to be here in Scottsdale. And I was just telling Dr. Traham earlier, this is such a monumental occasion to be able to use this beautiful space. Let me tell you a little bit about Dr. Traham and ThinkZilla, who is the ones that is behind this amazing event. ThinkZilla is a culturally aware brand engagement firm with a mission to deliver positive economic impact through cultural diversity. And they just recently expanded to Sky Song. So right here in Scottsdale, we're really excited for that. And we're really proud to have them as a part of the Arizona business ecosystem. This is really what we've been looking for to help us grow. We have quite a robust agenda for you and some really amazing workshops, some dynamic panels. And we really hope that you kind of stick around for the entire day so you can really get a chance to learn, to meet individuals, and to really grow as an entrepreneur here in Arizona. So without further delay, let's get the program started. What say you? Yeah, let's get the program started. Very good. Before we begin, I would love to bring up to the podium this morning's wonderful guest, our first guest, who will be giving the invocation. If you don't know her, you really should. And if you don't know her church, you really should also. Please help me welcome the wonderful Dr. Pastor Karen Stewart from First Institutional Baptist Church. Dr. Stewart.
A Baptist preacher, a podium, and a mic. Are we not supposed to have church right now? Oh, it looks like some of you would go with me. All right. So if you have your Bibles, no, not here. Okay. Before I pray, I just want to say this to you. All of you are standing flat-footed at the same space, and that space is opportunity. Every one of you today have the same opportunity to learn from some of the best business minds that are going to take the stage and lead workshops, and to learn from one another. The question is, what are you going to do with the opportunity that you are given today? That's why we start with prayer, to empower you to step into the opportunity. The door is going to open for you today, and you've got to have the tenacity, the grit, the courage to walk in. So let's pray. God, we thank you for the opportunity that you have given us today. I pray for not only every presenter, that you would bring out of them all of the knowledge and information that can help move someone further along in their entrepreneurial journey. And I also pray for every person who will be listening, hearing, gleaning, and getting. God, someone here is on the precipice of a great decision that can impact not only their lives, but their family, their community, this country, and even the world. We thank you in advance for them walking through the door of opportunity to make this world a better place. We thank you for Dr. who put this all together. We wouldn't have this opportunity if it wasn't for all the sponsors. So we thank you, God, for all of the work, all of the zeal, and all of the knowledge that you're allowing us to get today. So I pray this prayer, God, as you empower your people in the name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. God bless you and walk through the door of opportunity today.
Yes, and the church said amen, amen, and amen. Thank you so much, Dr. Stewart. We are going to begin with some opening comments this morning from someone that I have known for quite some time from my APS days, and he is really a dynamic individual, Mr. Art Hamilton, who is the founder of the Art Hamilton Group. He has served for over 26 years. Yeah, I'm going to embarrass you a little bit, Art, so it's okay. For over 26 years in the Arizona House of Representatives, with 18 consecutive years as the Democratic House leader. He was the first African-American and only Arizonan to be elected president of the National Conference of State Legislators. He is a dedicated and superior service leader and has been making history in Arizona for decades. We are grateful for all of the trails he has blazed for individuals such as myself, Art, so thank you for that. And I would just love for you to help me welcome him. So please, a humble and gracious welcome to Mr. Art Hamilton.
Thank you very, very much. I wanted to let Dr. Traham know that giving an aging politician a microphone and a 5-minute limit is clearly a victory of hope over experience. But I hope to be able to pull it off. I was absolutely excited about the opportunity to be here. And I was reminded of an old judge who was once asked, when he was questioned about why he was a judge, what was the toughest kind of issues he faced from the bench? And he said, well, probably pornography. And they said, well, Judge, how do you define pornography? He said, well, I don't really know how to define it, but I know it when I see it. When I was, sorry about that, asked about diversity, equity, and inclusion by Dr. Traham, I said, I'm not quite sure I can really define it for you, but I know if I come this morning, I'll get that answer. What I really thought about, however, was John Kennedy's comments. You all were too young to remember that. But when he was first elected president, he said that we should either rid this country of all of its differences or make it a safe place for diversity. 30, 40, 50 years later, we have done neither. In part of today's program is a real opportunity to address ourselves to doing something about those issues. There is a dynamic list of folks who we're going to listen to, present company excluded. And you're going to get a chance, I think, to really get a grasp on what it is we can accomplish. I've heard people say that this whole idea of diversity, inclusion, equity, really is unnecessary. And yet when I look at this place that I call my home and see fires burning in California the size of the state of New Jersey, storms and floods drowning folks in the most populous cities we have, and a disease that now is ravaging more than 600,000 people dead, For people to believe that we haven't got plenty of work to do is amazing. I think we face challenges every day. And for a world to believe that we, in fact, can face those challenges with an unacceptable resistance to diversity or an incomprehensible denial of the value of equity and inclusion is beyond me. In my old age, I know that Dr. King said it best, that we shall either learn to live together as brothers and sisters or die apart as fools. This is, in fact, our hour. This is the right time for this discussion. And frankly, you are the right persons to have it. As difficult as these issues may be, as an old soldier, I can tell you with great certainty that I was told that every generation must be willing to face the challenges of their time. This generation will be no different. But the strength, the energy, and the zeal that you all bring to meeting the challenges of today can spark your very lives and the lives of people you touch. And those sparks pressed together as you are doing today can become a flame. And the glow from that fire can one day light the world. Despite the fact that our former president believed that Frederick Douglass is still alive, his words are, and he said, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never has, it never will. We are here not only to demand change, but to make it possible because we are willing to be that change. When I was young and thin, and you can tell that's been a very long time ago, asked about what we could expect from all the work we were required to do, John Kennedy responded this way, as I would respond with you. History will be the final judge of our deeds, and a clear conscience, our only sure reward. But let us go forth and lead this land we love. Let us ask for God's help. Let us seek his blessing. But know this, here on earth, God's work must truly be our own. And it is about that work that we invest ourselves today. God bless you and keep you.
All right, me and that light. Thank you so much. If you don't know Art and you see him throughout the day, make sure you introduce yourself to him. He is a dynamic leader, and I have been just grateful for the leadership and the guidance. So if you don't know Art, make sure you introduce yourself to him. Aren't we in a beautiful space, right? This is a gorgeous space in an absolutely gorgeous city. I spent a lot of dollars here. I do. I love dining. I'm a little bit of a foodie. So I am just grateful that we have the opportunity to be in this amazing space and grateful to the beautiful city of Scottsdale for hosting us and the Scottsdale Center for the Performing Arts for allowing us to have this amazing United Diversity Summit here. Here to welcome you to his great city is the new Scottsdale Mayor, the Honorable Mayor David D. Ortega. Give him some love, please. Thank you. Mayor.
Good morning. Welcome to Scottsdale, Arizona. Thank you, Thankzilla, Millionaire Academy, and of course, the United Diversity Conference we have today. You know, for too long, there's been a separation between economic development and what a diversified workforce and an accepting employer base are. And they should not be separate. Corporations, educators, businesses, cities, we are all looking at inclusion of everyone because we are each other's customers, and we look to one another. As you look at Scottsdale, we're known for four things. We're a beautiful city, a very clean city, we're a very safe city, and we're very health conscious. or wellness conscious, I say. Wellness, good attitude, good business health for businesses to thrive and for families to thrive. I hope that today, as we gather here, there are two things we'll be doing. One is giving and one is taking. We always talk about the takeaway, right? But I think we also want to hear and share with one another however we can. I'll mention how I entered the business world and how I became more aware of it. I remember at the dinner table, Dad, there were 7 children in our family, and Dad, right after dinner, said, "Well, David and Dominic, I want you to know I spent your college fund today." We said, "Oh, great, Dad." And he said, "Yeah, there was he went to the steps of the courthouse and he used our college savings to purchase a bankrupt business." And he reached in his pocket and he said, "Here's the keys. We're going to check it out tomorrow." And in a mining town, payrolls could go up and down. And at that time they were down, and there was a big opportunity there. And so we were excited. And Dad said, "Well, there's one rule. There's 2 rules, actually." We said, "Oh, great, whatever." And at the time, I was 14 years old and my brother Dominic was 12. And the next day we went into a store that was loaded with merchandise. And rule number 1 was we couldn't take any money out. And rule number 2 was we were hiring our sister Val. Valerie, our older sister, was our first employee. And I think she kind of shrugged and said, "Gee, you know," well, the deal was she got the paychecks. So the paychecks would take her into college and we had to wait. Well, the store was purchased in April and we had a big sale and wholesalers came back to us. It was in a 1911 bank on Broad Street. I had a 3-bedroom apartment upstairs. It had all the safety deposit boxes and a big vault in the bottom. So it was quite an experience. And by the end of the summer, our business had returned almost 8 times what our college fund was. And at that point, the decision, of course, was made because all the lines of credit were open, and that we could hire a manager. And through high school, I ended up writing a term paper, you know, on it. And my brother used one of the offices for photography. And I'm an artist, so I had a painting studio. And we continued with sports and academics until we got to college. I will say that all 6 of us graduated from college. My family had a store in Globe, Arizona, and that payrolled everything. And our older sister ended up staying in the business world, owning 3 franchises in 3 states, and very successful. When we finally got to a point in college, it was time. We were by then selling electronics and financing and different things. And by the time we cashed out, you know, everything was paid for, and we went on. But, you know, part of that story is about a double standard, right? On one hand, Dad said, "Hey, Val's closer to college. I don't want to put her money at risk." And on the other hand, it was a little bit of favoritism to the boys, right? And that's part of the thinking that, you know, we can deal with for businesses, women in business, and how we end up navigating in life. You may have heard that upon taking office, and one of the things I intended to do was work with the council and get a anti-discrimination ordinance, which we did. We did that in 2 months. We also moved forward with the educators and formalizing an agreement with the school district and with the Scottsdale Community College to say, hey, these are our kids and our family, and education is part of the overall health of our community. So we formalized that agreement, and we had our first meeting last week, the first time again ever that we had been able to speak directly in subcommittees and look at some actionable items. So many things happened, of course, last year. There was a census that's showing how the population had shifted and what's going on in Scottsdale and Arizona and the world and the country. And I know as people, census takers came to people's houses and they would answer the questions or do it on online as it was possible. There are 51 questions, and one of them was, are you employed? And one of them was, or do you have a business? Or one of them was, do you know, how many people do you support? Or how many dependents do you have in your family? And it was probably difficult for a lot of business people and others to say, wow, you know, we're shut down. We're dealing with this worldwide pandemic. When people ask me, you know, what's it like to become mayor when 11,000 people a day have COVID and 700 die a day, that's where we were in January when I took office. So in many ways, we have a restart. We have a restart, and we, of course, worked through that. We had some, you know, federal funds and other and perseverance that got us to where we are today. And with the positive expectations and the which I believe we have here, and the enthusiasm to move forward. At the same time, I think that we should always look at huge improvements in how we do business and opening up opportunity to everyone. I do have a proclamation for this event. That's one of my duties, and I do want to commend everyone for being here. I suspect they may be online or viewing as well. And I want you to know that Scottsdale, our doors are open. We have an economic department, economic development department, including 6 people. And one of the kind of neat things I get to do as mayor is I'm the closer for the city, right? So whatever business we're in, I get the calls from through our people prospecting in Scottsdale, searching for some opportunities. They know what our market is. And in many cases, they can't wait to leave Seattle, Chicago, and so forth. So I'll get a call, and I'll give you an example, and then I'm hoping someone will bring me the proclamation, because I do want to read that. But good. But so anyway, just to give you an example of how exciting this job is, I end up speaking, you know, on Zoom with a CFO. She's in San Francisco. The company is in Seattle, and she is a woman of color. And she says, gee, we did our due diligence. We're bringing 200 people in our headquarters to Scottsdale. Not everyone's coming. We're moving them if they need that. And she said, well, I have one question for you. And of course, I said, well, sure, whatever. What is it? And her name's Felicia. Anyway, so she said to me, well, I've got 3 kids, and I'd really like some good advice on which school and where they should go. Now, that's one of the easiest questions I have, because our kids were born here and grew up here, to answer. And so I helped her out, and she was smiling. Everything else was complete. It ends up being about education and a personable manner. So then I asked her, I said, well, I have one question for you. And I sometimes have it for a speech, but I reached into my drawer and I had a baseball. And I said, well, this is a baseball I threw out at spring training because San Francisco, of course, trains here. And I said to her, do you want me to mail this or do you want to pick it up at the mayor's office? And of course, she said, I'm there. We'll pick it up. We're moving. So that's the kind of enthusiasm that's gravitating to our beautiful city and really to the whole valley. I commend every other mayor and their business plan. So with that, I just want to read this quickly. I can't use her glasses. I have to use my glasses. But I know I have them in here somewhere. Anyway, well, maybe I can use your glass. Oh, I can. Hey, wait, that's all right. No, when you have a suit and you got so many pockets, oh, well, here we go. I got it. Okay, here's my proclamation. Please come up here. So happy to have you. Thank you. Okay, whereas the United Diversity Business Summit promotes the entrepreneurial ecosystem through diversity and inclusion to unite and ignite local businesses through innovative opportunities for growth, and whereas diversity and inclusion efforts support entrepreneurship, procurement, and post-pandemic recovery for small and medium-sized businesses, and whereas networking is one of the best tools that businesses can use to exchange information, advice, and assist each other in working towards goals that achieve the greatest benefits for their business and customers, and whereas improved economic diversity outcomes support individuals, businesses, and the Scottsdale community as a whole. Therefore, I, David D. Ortega, Mayor of Scottsdale, do hereby proclaim September 15th as United Diversity Business Summit Day as mayor here in Scottsdale. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sure.
And right there.
I want to make sure we get.
I'll hold that for you, sir. Do we need to come a little? Yeah.
You need a little more light on you.
Away from the podium, yeah.
Oh, we'll go.
Yeah,
let's go.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I love that you are going to go for it. You would have been able to see a thing, sir. I appreciate that. And we are so grateful. Thank you so much, Dr. Traham. That was amazing. Mayor Ortega, we're so happy to be in your beautiful city. And we're even more just excited about the vision that you have for diversity, equity, and inclusion. And with the bill that you have passed, I think that is absolutely tremendous. Well, we've got some other wonderful things. So I want to make sure we get kind of back on track, if you would, with the program. Now, as you know, and you've been seeing the sponsor logos here, none of this programming is possible without the support of our amazing sponsors, none of it, nor is it possible without our devoted community partners. So I would love if you would just allow me a few minutes to thank them, shout them out. And if you're here and you want to kind of give a little shout out for your company, we're here for it. So we're going to start off with Millionaire Mastermind Academy, Blaylock Van LLC, Country Financial, our friends at Salt River Project, and my alma mater and the school I teach at, Arizona State University. Go Sun Devils. Yes. Thank you. And those are our sponsors. And you've been seeing the logos throughout the morning here. And a heartfelt thank you to our community partners, GPEC, the Black Chamber of Arizona, Arizona Commerce Authority,
Experience Scottsdale, the city of Scottsdale, Hero Zona Foundation, who was really integral in helping us secure some of the speakers that you're hearing today. So thank you so much to Hero Zona Foundation, the Arizona Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Maricopa Community Colleges, Maricopa Corporate College, ABC 15 Arizona. You heard her earlier, Dr. Pastor Karen Stewart and First Institutional Baptist Church, Arizona Small Business Association, and last but certainly not least, the Scottsdale Center for the Performing Arts. Please give them all a round of applause. As I mentioned earlier, we have a wonderful content-rich agenda for you, and I invite you to please refer to your program booklet for details on all of the various workshops and keynotes that are happening here on the main stage and in our breakout rooms in center space and also stage 2. So those are the other 2 breakout areas, so you know exactly where you're going. I don't want you to miss any information. Now, let's go ahead and get started. We've got her here, and I want to make sure she has as much time as possible with you. So we're going to start off this morning's session entitled Using Disruption to Form a New Reality. And you'll see the program description there. Let me introduce you to Ms. Ty Hayes. Hopefully I said that correct. Ms. Hayes is the CEO of Innovate Solutions and is the former CIO of the City of Atlanta. She has over 20 years of experience in delivering efficiency, reliability, and information technology industry innovation. She is the founder and CEO of the Atlanta-based tech firm Innovate Solutions and has provided comprehensive solutions for companies and organizations within the technology, education, and government sectors. Ms. Hayes has made long-lasting contributions to our nation as a former United States Navy officer. Thank you so much for your service. We are grateful for that. Her session is called Reboot, Reinvent, and Reimagine, and will help address the use of technology to help prepare us for the challenges facing industry today. A warm and Arizona welcome to Ty Hayes.
All right, good morning. When I got this call, I was like, oh, I hate speaking in front of people, but I would do it anything for Miss Velma. So I wanted to, make sure that what I'm delivering today is not a lecture, but it is something that is rich and you can take back and you can apply it to yourself. And I think the best way for me to do that is to talk about just my journey, right? And just some of the things that I've had to do to adjust to the paradigm shift. I'll start by saying, did you guys see how when the mayor was looking for his glasses and he was like, I know I have them, but I don't know, maybe I'll use these, right? That adjustment, that flexibility, that being able to respond on the fly and figure out what needs to happen. The other thing I would say is one of the biggest challenges with small business is how do you brand or what are you selling? What are you delivering? And often we find ourselves in a box where we are pitching our functional trait instead of what our service offerings are and making sure that it applies. And so one of the things that I talk to Dr. Traham a lot about is it a hobby or is it a real company? And that's where sometimes small businesses struggle. So I'll talk a little bit about kind of my journey into this. And even as I listened to the announcer talk about Innovate and in my past, just over the last, I guess 6 weeks has been, Velma, that I've determined that I probably am not a technology company, right? And that's why the name of the company is Innovate Business Solutions, because we provide business solutions. But how do you market that? And how do you sell that service? And how do you promote that as a trait? I struggled with that. I struggled with the identification of my company and what I do. I just know I get things done. I like to execute and I like to get things done. But I also know that I probably don't always fit in the box of IT. And I find that without defining who I am and what my company does, people will make that up for you, right? So then I found myself being a IT leader, a cybersecurity company. And while we deliver those services, that's not what we do. We are change transition architects. That's what we do. And it is because of that flexibility of being a small business that we can adjust rapidly to what's happening in the industry today. So I'll talk about my journey to the city of Atlanta. So I started Innovate Solutions about 7 years ago. I was actually transitioning from a role as the CIO for Atlanta Public Schools. And I knew that in that role, I went into that role right after this Atlanta Public Schools had gone through a major cheating scandal. Some of you may be aware of that. And I started that job, and probably 30 days later, the cheating scandal happened, right? So now we have thousands of kids that have been disserviced by adults that have been pushed along for, to get the ratings of a top school district. It was very unfortunate. But in that role, I was like, where do I play in this picture? Because it's more than just being providing technology services to schools. I found myself in a consultative role. While I had a CIO title, I worked with our curriculum department to figure out how do we provide flexible recovery services. We are now graduating kids that can't read. We've pushed them along. How do we fix that? How do we do that in the constraints of a school day, class sizes? And I was coming from defense, air defense, from Lockheed Martin was where I was before then. So I knew nothing about education other than my kids and what I would expect in those types of things. So I had to be attentive in learning and listening and figuring out how I could help. And one of the things that I told the superintendent at the time was, I'm just fortunate enough to have not gone to college and learned about pedagogy and how kids learn. Let's figure it out. Let's use the same R&D type of process that I was so accustomed to in engineering to figure out how do we help and how do we solve problems. Through that journey, we launched the first Atlanta Virtual Academy. It was done as a reading recovery program to help kids graduate, catch up. But then we didn't want to label it as a support group. There was really an opportunity to launch that virtual academy to solve other problems, class sizes, being able to offer magnet and AP courses to disadvantaged kids on the South Side where you didn't have enough students to warrant a teacher, but now you could have a flexible option that allowed that child to be in their class, be in their school building, but attending a course at a North school. We were able to figure out how to adjust on demand and solve those problems. Then it was, how do we put, tracking devices on the buses, and how do you know where your kids are? And then it was, helping the finance department reimagine their ERP system. But all of those things were all business problems, but we were just wrapping technology around it. So I knew when I left that job, I was passionate about helping solve real problems, but not leading with technology, but really leading with what matters to the person that I'm supporting. So that's how Innovate launched. I got a call from a friend that was like, I know you're in between assignments. Can you come over and help me with this strategy program that I'm trying to build? I was like, sure. Didn't have a company, didn't know how to do it, but formed a company in 2 days to be able to go in and provide services and help another school system that has saw the results that we got at Atlanta Public Schools. Did that for a few years. And, of course, cybersecurity is my background coming from Navy. I've worked for Lockheed Martin Aeronautics as the chief privacy officer. So while I don't like to label myself as a security expert, I guess I kind of have played in the space enough to be able to speak to it, right? And so the city of Atlanta was hit with a major cyber breach. It just crippled the city. And being a native Atlantan, it was hard to watch. It was painful to watch the city struggle the way that they were struggling. I had a relationship with Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, but again, she had just taken office and I was like, they just need to try to figure this out. but they were struggling. And guess what? The Super Bowl was coming. It was coming fast. And I got a call and said, hey, can you come over and help us? We need to rebuild the city. I mean, the city was coupled. You couldn't write tickets, you couldn't have courts, you couldn't do anything. Every system was crippled. The only thing that was not impacted was the water system and the Atlanta airport. And that was under my purview as well. So of course I said, you know what? Yeah, you can hire, innovate. You know, it's a great opportunity for the business. She was like, no, Ty, we really need a face. We really need someone to come in and do this. So I knew I did not want the CIO spot because I felt like the CIO spot sometimes become very political and we really needed to make radical change. So I said, okay, what am I going to do? Chief privacy, chief strategy, what is it? So they said chief technology officer. All right. We stepped into that job. And because of the cyber breach and the fact that the entire organization was experiencing the pains in that, this was kind of like a carrot where we could actually go in and make some change. We didn't have to worry about all of the emotional pull and the resistance that comes with transformation. It was really, we don't ever want to go through this again. But I knew I had a small window to get things done because then people would go back into their regular ways of doing things. So in 2 years, I'm proud to say that we completely rebuilt the city's infrastructure. We implemented segmentation. We migrated, our active director, we put best in class technology around that city. All right. But then I was like, I want to get into the business side of things. So through my partnerships with the commissioners over the different agencies, we were able to launch just world record types of things. We reimagined the city smart cities program, where we really wanted to focus on operational efficiencies, how to improve, how do we redeliver services? Because the city had some making up to do. The residents were frustrated with how long it took for things to recover. So when we recovered, it had to be done very well. So not only were we reimagining processes, we were also marketing and branding the work that we were doing. We were really wanting folks to know that the city of Atlanta is resilient. So that is a resiliency program. But while we're bringing in all this technology, we also had to focus on digital literacy, senior literacy, so that we don't leave people behind. Then COVID, so then we had COVID, the pandemic. Then we had the riots that happened after the shooting that happened. And one of the things that you have to be is aware of what's going on around you and figuring out how you can help. And I think the blessing in all of this was that because of my role, I was in the room. I was able to hear some of the struggles that we were figuring out. No one was looking at me, the technology person, to help solve these problems, but I was able to go to the chief of police and say, I know you have a staffing problem. Let's figure out how to do something different. We implemented a video integration center that allowed us to have access to cameras all over the city of Atlanta, not things that the city purchased, but partnerships that we formed with Georgia Tech, Georgia State, Coca-Cola, Cox. These are major corporations that were within the city of Atlanta, but my meetings with them was, I need you to help me solve these problems. And they were willing to provide that access to the city of Atlanta because they wanted their property secure as well. But we were able to do cutting edge things for the police department. We were able to do just phenomenal work around delivering smart water, delivering virtual courts, the airport. How do we, reimagine delivering safe and secure flight and transportation in the middle of a pandemic? This was all great work. This is where I feel like I thrived as a person, and everything was going fine. But guess what? The city of Atlanta was okay. We had built a brilliant team. I felt like they could get it done. We did all of this in the middle of a Super Bowl, crippled infrastructure, and we were okay. All right. So for me, I had to step back and say, while I love this, this was not my calling. I really, really wanted to be able to do this on a bigger scale and really be able to help people. And at the end of the day, that's really what I wanted to do, just to be able to solve problems. I'm a problem architect, I guess, right? So, Velma, I can't see your face, but I know you're laughing because we've had endless conversations. She's a personal friend. just to talk through just some of the roadblocks I had to say, how do I do this? What do I need to do? How do I put, some shape around it? And then how do I build a company that doesn't just have me, trying to provide solutions? How do I create something that's repeatable, right? I think it's around being nimble, right? Being flexible, being able to reimagine and help the people that I'm helping reimagine themselves, really focusing on what's the outcome you want, but then do you want to keep your same branding, or what do you want to do? And not leading with the conversation around technology, because that scares people, especially if you don't like technology, right? And people don't like technology, but they figured out they like technology when they couldn't go meet in a building, right? So even as we think through the pandemic and what has happened, it has allowed organizations to really reimagine how they work. You see companies now reducing their real estate footprint and saying, okay, we'll never have as many folks back in the office. But they're also having to make sure that because of cyber and ransomware, and now we're extending our networks to people's homes, how are we implementing flexible, secure solutions, right? Call me, right? We've done it. We've proven that we can do it, right? But what was the thing that made me shift out of that role with the city of Atlanta, which was an awesome role, is something that I'm very gracious that I was placed in that position to be able to do that work. Oh, and by the way, I ended up being the CIO for the city of Atlanta through that transition. But anyway, I had a conversation with the mayor and I says, hey, I love what I'm doing, but I think I have a bigger calling. And I think I may be looking to move back into my business. Now, my business continued to thrive while I was at the city of Atlanta. I had a couple of long-term contracts where I had staff out on. It was something that was disclosed when I took the job because I had people's livelihood riding on my business. I couldn't just close my business to take this role. But I got a call one morning, working out. This is probably February, March. I got a call from the superintendent of Buffalo City Schools. We've been ransomed. We lost everything. Backups, data centers, everything. Can you help us? This is what I'm supposed to be doing, right? Now, while I can go in there and advise you around cybersecurity and cyber recovery, I partner with a cyber recovery and company and said, come in and help me get this work done. And I partner with the network implementation vendor and said, I need you to come in and build this flexible infrastructure. And I partnered with Microsoft and AWS to how do we get these kids back in school while we figure out this mess? I'm pleased to say we resumed school in 7 days. And that was through partnerships, relationships, networking, favors that I was able to call in to get Schoology in the cloud, figuring out how to get the kids connected. They were already home because of COVID, but we were able to get it done. We're still rebuilding. But my conversation with that organization is not about the cyber breach. It is about how do you recover from this? How do you rebrand, reimagine, rethink how you deliver schools? Well, guess what? You have a blank slate right now. Everything's gone. Don't put it back together the way that it was. Let's figure out how to deliver best in class, flexible learning for students. And guess what? We've done that with Atlanta Virtual Academy, right? And we can model that. So that's how you figure out where you fit. I'll give you one more story. So I went on a vacation a couple of months ago. My birthday, I turned 50 in COVID. And I'm like, I need to do something. So some of my friends, we said, let's go out of the country, but let's be safe. Let's go somewhere that we know will be nice enough, but they've invested in the security and we'll be safe and we'll just look at water all day, right? So we go to Dominican Republic. We picked the Hilton. It was a brand new Hilton, so it hadn't been, COVID yet, right? And we get there, right? And, we check in, beautiful resort, but the service was horrible. I was like, what is happening? I'm asking for things and people can't speak to you. It was just a mess. And I finally found one little kid. He was young kid. He spoke fluent in English. I could ask him questions like, why is it this way? Well, I learned that this property was built in the middle of COVID. They opened, but they were trying to figure out how to survive. They didn't have the volume that they were anticipating. They didn't know how to adjust. And I was like, let me talk to your manager. So the manager came, sat out at the pool with me, and I was asking questions. And I said, well, I'm just observing. I have some opinions about some things. He says to me, well, you can go to Hilton.com and put in a complaint and tell them about it. And I said, well, is that what you really want me to do? Because this is your place. So let's have a conversation. So for the rest of my 5 days in the DR, I worked for free. All right, for free. But what it was, it opened an opportunity for me to work with the Hilton brand, which I am now. And we sat and we reimagined how do they readjust from what they were intending to do with their opening to how do you provide specialized, customizable experiences for people that just need to get out of their houses right now. And over those days, and we created it. I mean, we almost created a story. We start taking pictures. We were putting stuff out at the pool. You can have lobster at the pool and all kinds of things. And slowly people start to get into it. And I says, people need to speak English around the pool. So pull those folks. Those are your nuggets, right? Those are your superstars right now because you can deliver great service, but you have to be able to communicate, right? And we took pictures the entire weekend and they branded it. It was all over their website and all the things that they're doing. And that's how we were able to adjust. But it was during that time that I realized what we do isn't just technology. We focus on change, radical change, especially in the middle of a storm. How do you read? Now, I'm not a branding person. I'm not a marketing person. I don't even know how to I don't do great. Dr. Traham, coaches me on networking and that kind of stuff, right? But what I can do is solve problems. Now, how do I kind of repeat that? What does my resource pool look like? I really believe to be able to do this type of work, you need to have gone through some things. You've had to solve some problems. You need to be able to identify with the leadership that you're working with. So I think we should focus on hiring retired C-suite leaders that still have something left in their tank. And we create a methodology that's repeatable and we bring in a support team up under them and we go into organizations and we help them reimagine change. That's anything from smart cities to medical, healthcare. Everybody's using technology. Everyone is trying to figure out, how do I change my processes? A lot of what I do is process reengineering. Thank you, Georgia Tech, for that industrial engineering degree. I never went to school for technology, by the way, but it's about taking all of those experiences that you have and make them apply to the now. So I want to say a special thank you to the city of Scottsdale for your commitment to being open to economic development, providing opportunities for small businesses, being committed to diversity. Thank you, Thinkzilla, for your vision. And even though she left me in Atlanta and came to Arizona, it's okay. I was personally hurt by that. But anyway, but it's a vision. It was the vision that you could come here to Scottsdale, which is a hub in itself, and make this type of radical change to say, what are you doing about diversity? What are you doing about women and veteran-owned businesses? What are you doing? And getting all of these sponsors and all of these leaders coordinated to be committed to that change. So I'll ask you, what are you doing about your business? How are you looking at where we are in the now and figuring out how do you reimagine, reboot, add a new capability to what you deliver to be able to capitalize on where we are right now? I will tell you, organizations are trying to figure it out. They're trying to figure out what the next 5 years look like. Find your spot in that. There's so much funding that's out right now, all of the different opportunities. Now is when you strike. So make sure you take everything that you have and wrap it around your model and what you deliver. And I'm gonna take some of my own advice too. So, but make sure you do that. And I'll be here the rest of the day. I look forward to meeting each of you. And thank you for having me. Thank you. I was back there taking notes. I was like, let me just write that down. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. How many of you, just by show of hands, how many of you in the room are entrepreneurs, own your own business? Let me see those hands. Okay, very good. And you know what? Ty said something that was very profound to me, which is something that I think as entrepreneurs we forget, which is the idea of what problem, right, are you in the marketplace to solve? What problem are you in the marketplace to solve? I mentor a lot of small business owners, and you know, they cannot answer that question, which if you've ever heard Simon Sinek speak, he talks about many of us know what to do. Many of us even know how to do it, but very few of us know why we do it, right? And so for you, as you're thinking about my business and how my business will grow, you really need to be able to answer the question of why. What is your why? Because I got to tell you, as a small business owner, and I own a small business myself, if you don't know the why, when it gets tough, and it will get tough, welcome to small, business ownership, you won't be able to pivot in the space. You won't be able to get over that hurdle. You won't be able to sustain yourself because you don't know why you were in business. So as you go throughout the day, I really invite you guys to answer that for yourself. What's my why? What problem in the marketplace am I trying to solve? Right? And that may change as we're looking at COVID kind of did a little, right? We thought we were going this way and COVID said, no, you're going that way. So I really want you guys to kind of just have that like ruminate with you as we go through. And what we'd like to do now, you've been so patient and gracious and kind of sitting with us. We're going to take a very quick break if we could. Yes, okay. And for many of you, look at your programs and a lot of you are going to different rooms. So do you know where you're headed? Do you know which breakout room you're headed to, or if you're staying here in the main stage? Okay, so we've got 2 other breakout rooms, so make sure you take a look. And it's really about what do you want to learn? What resources do you want to ensure that you have? So if you would just take a few minutes, and if you've got the program book, I've got one up here too. If you want to, I'll put on my mask if you want to come up and we can chat about it. But 15 minutes, because your next session is going to start at 10:15. Is that correct? 10:15 is when the next session will start. So if you don't know where you're headed, we've got volunteers all over the room. I'm here. And thank you so much for your time and attention. More content to come. And please, round of applause, United Diversity Business Summit. Thank you. We'll be back.
have a conversation. Yeah. Glad to see a few of you joining us here or remaining with us in the main stage here. We've got quite a few wonderful speakers lined up for you. And I would let you know that I am open to you asking questions if that's okay with you, if we could ask a few questions, because a lot of these individuals that you're going to hear from, you may not have, access to, or, be able to just spend this time with them. So this is your time. So if you've got questions, I'll be looking out for you. You want to raise your hands. I can repeat, ask the questions while we have our next series of speakers coming up. And come on down, ladies. I see you up there. Come on down. Join us. We got some room for you. We can spread out. Yes. Thank you so much. I teach at the university. I do the exact same thing to my students. They're like all in the back of the lecture hall. And I'm like, oh, I'll wait till you come on down. So I don't know what it is about sitting close to that back door. But as you make your way down, like I said, hopefully you've had a chance to kind of stretch your legs, look over the program, meet a few people, maybe say hello to old friends, and then you're ready for our next kind of portion of the program. So joining us next is Andy Lombard. I can call you Andy. Yes, very good. I saw Andrew here and I went, oh, I just gave him a nickname. Who is the Executive Vice President of Innovation and Venture Development and also small business at the Arizona Commerce Authority. Mr. Lombard created the Tech Startup Mentoring Program at the ACA, and he spent prior to that 14 years at Motorola, leading its Asia wireless business. He is also a 3-time founder of Tech Company. And with the Arizona Commerce Authority, they have worked diligently with over 1,000 companies, 1,000 companies. And really, those companies have committed to creating over 160,000 jobs and investing more than $45 billion, with a B, $45 billion in capital in the state of Arizona. So here to share kind of Arizona's exciting economic vitality, please help me welcome to the stage, Andy Lombard. Andy, come on up.
Thank you so much. And talking about flexibility, like Ty just talked about, I am so proud and happy to share the Arizona story and fill in for Sandra Watson, who got called out to some very urgent matters. So flexibility and change is all part of our credo. And also, just as a former entrepreneur, I'll say that the change process and flexibility is so important. When we were starting up our first startup almost 20 years ago here in Scottsdale, we dubbed it running and chewing gum at the same time. You have to be flexible and able to move quickly. So that's awesome. Thank you so much to the Mastermind, or the Millionaire Mastermind Academy. And we're really proud to be part of this first ever United Diversity Business Summit. It's fantastic. And again, my role here is so wonderfully easy to share some of the incredible explosion that's going on in Arizona. So this is really, really cool. Arizona really has put entrepreneurs first as the lifeblood of our economy. And I'm proud to be with you right now during the Small Business Week and share a lot of that story with you. Under the leadership of Governor Doug Ducey, Arizona is one of the best states in the nation for starting and expanding your business. His approach to government has been possibly a little bit different. He believes that government does not create jobs. Jobs are created by the businesses, and they need an environment to create that job. So our role at the ACA is to help create that environment throughout the state. And that's for small businesses and large companies alike. And I'll share a little bit about some of those statistics that were just shared. There are some updates to that, but also try to weave in what diversity programming and metrics that we have along those lines, which I think are really good, but we're still intently focusing on that. So we are ACA, the Arizona's statewide economic development agency. And again, our number one job is for job growth and making this a place for startups as well as giant corporations to flourish. We were created out of the state by the Department of Commerce 10 years ago. And our mission has been very, very clear: to attract high wage jobs and high value industries. That purposeful vision 10 years ago was so critical. And if you look back 10 years ago, Arizona was literally floundering under the weight of the great economic recession. And our economy was not diversified at that point. We only really had major emphasis on construction, real estate, and tourism. So we know we needed to diversify that. So the industries that we built into that program 10 years ago were programs forward-looking, like advances in autonomous and electric vehicles, semiconductor, renewable energy, high-tech battery manufacturing, lithium-ion batteries, leading tech companies and others, and many, many more. In total, and some of the numbers for you really quick, since 2011, ACA successfully won 980 competitive projects. These are companies that really go out and do RFPs throughout every state in the United States, and we have won those projects. That accounts for 204,000 projected Arizona jobs and an investment of $57 billion in our state. It's unprecedented, and we're very excited about that. That positive momentum was really, I think, one of the catalysts for our activities in the past decade, but also it helped us really weather the incredible storm from COVID-19 pandemic. And it's catapulted us now to greater and greater acceleration, which is just amazing. We are busy. It is amazing to see how many companies are coming in to visit and moving here and breakthrough ground openings. So we're excited. We just closed out our fiscal year. We're June to July, so this is our first quarter. So last year, which is fiscal 2021, truly challenging year for everybody. We continued to drive momentum and achieve really great results. We exceeded our projected goals for job creation by 146% in the state. We also exceeded our wage growth, so the level of salaries per employee of those jobs, by 122%. And our CapEx goal by truly amazing 1,772%. It's absolutely incredible, and it's just a wonderful thing to see. Contributing significantly to that was the results from Intel announcing a $20 billion investment for 2 new semiconductor fabs that was announced in March. And another company called Core Power announced in July a $943 million investment in a 1 million square foot lithium ion battery manufacturing plant. These batteries are used in EV everything. So this could be automotives, they could be bicycles, they could be all the products that we are coming to be very, very comfortable with. In addition, we had a very major announcement from a large semiconductor firm that you might have heard, Taiwan Semiconductor as well. So with that comes both volume of projects and closed jobs for the past year. All of that really, not all of it, but most of it was stimulated by technology and innovation. And those sectors definitely led the way. We experienced explosive economic growth in the past year, credit to a lot of the smart policies led by Governor Ducey, which administered a light touch and considered industries like construction and manufacturing essential businesses during the pandemic. We're seeing that approach reflecting positively in the data we're seeing now and some of the stimulation that we're seeing right now. Arizona right now has the 3rd fastest jobs recovery in the nation. So we're really proud of that. That's the 3rd largest job recovery. It's fantastic. And within the last 16 months, we've celebrated the groundbreaking of 3 different EV automotive manufacturing facilities. That's also some of our major goals. One of those, called Lucid, is just a fantastic Arizona success story I'd like to share with you a little bit today. So in 2016, we were proud to announce that Lucid selected Casa Grande in rural Arizona as their home for its new electric vehicle manufacturing facility. In that process, Lucid considered 13 states and chose Arizona as the winning state for that. They mentioned to us in that our business climate, the climate that we've created in the environment, as well as the workforce, was the critical factor for that. So it's super important for us to keep focusing on those elements. Fast forward 4 years later, the factory was completed and opened, and we're expecting to see the first vehicles roll out of that factory this year. So we're very, very excited about that. But they didn't stop there. They went public this summer. We're awfully excited about that. They actually went public and took $4 billion of that capital that they raised through that public offering to significantly scale their manufacturing here in the state. So that's a very, very significant win as well. With wins like that, we have focused, and particularly my team is focused on the entrepreneurial community and the ecosystem, and we work hard at developing processes, programs, identification of the next Lucid, the next Core Powers, the next Intels. And that's where I get to do this job. It's a get-to job. It's a very fun thing to do for me. I'm quite addicted to the startup world, and identifying those companies, supporting them and helping them has been a passion of mine forever. So established industry players now, venture capital firms really globally, and entrepreneurs alike have recognized what Arizona has to offer, in particular a business environment, a low cost of doing business and less regulatory hurdles, access to a talented and diverse workforce, and my favorite, a vibrant entrepreneurial community. Arizona also enjoys the 6th lowest corporate tax rate at 4.9%, and we just implemented will be implementing a 2.5% flat personal income tax. As flat income tax goes in the United States, that'll be the lowest in the United States. Also, we've been recognized for this entrepreneurial activity. I'm proud to say this on Small Business Week that we are #1 for small business growth in Arizona. We're #2 for the best performing labor markets, top 5 in economic growth, and a top 10 state for business friendliness, which again is that open environment. This growth, again, is powered by our tech sector. Arizona also ranked 8th nationally for tech job growth last year, which is fantastic. But even more important, we're ranked 5th in the next decade projected out for tech job growth. Not only is a thriving tech sector strong, it's increasingly becoming more diverse, where 1/3 of our tech workforce right now is led by women and minorities. And we're really working hard to continue the intent on that pipeline. Also, Forbes has recognized University of Arizona, Microchip Technologies, Magellan Health Services, Best Western, among the 500 best employers for diversity in the United States. So we're proud of those home companies as well. Additionally, our schools are amazing. The University of Arizona recently celebrated its most diverse class in its history, while the Arizona State University's law school also welcomed its most diverse class in its history. So we want to continue that incredible success. With those quality schools and other initiatives driving a talented and diverse workforce, Arizona has become, we believe, the best state to launch and scale new ideas and new business models. ACA programs like the Arizona Innovation Challenge have led the way in driving our vibrant startup ecosystem. As one of the largest business plan competitions in the country, we've designed it to advance innovation by assisting early stage ventures to scale to that next level. It's been very, very successful with more than 2,400 companies applying for that since 2011. We've awarded 110 companies, we call them our portfolio companies, which we support with resources and capital to advance from the startup stage to exceptional market performance. Of the Arizona Innovation Challenge companies, we have a couple of really great current ones that are women-owned AIC awardees, including NPower, a lithium-ion battery company, Botco, an AI chatbot platform, Imagine Solutions, a mobile imaging solution for pregnant women, and Rivia, a health payments platform. Since 2011, over 30% of AIC entrepreneurs were women and or minority-led companies, and women and or minority-led applications make up over 41% of our current AIC cohort, which we believe is a critical aspect of driving the pipeline and continuing that process to increase that. AIC awardees go into a mentoring program called Venture Ready Accelerator, which is a world-class accelerator by all standards. We were just admitted to GAN, which is the Global Accelerator Network. And essentially what this does is it coaches companies and founders to get to the next level. One of the major aspects of that is follow-on funding. I'm super proud of this team and really excited to let you know that 96% of all the companies that have participated in our accelerator have gone on to get follow-on funding, which is absolutely an incredible figure, and we hope to keep it up that way, but it's been going for almost 10 years now, so we think we will. So we wanted to take that and scale that to the next level. How do we support more entrepreneurs? How do we continue to build that vast pipeline? So we created a number of virtual accelerators on a new platform. We started that pre-COVID. Obviously, it became super important for COVID as well. We're proud to announce that nearly 60% of all participants in the virtual accelerator are women and or minority-led businesses to further diversify our pipeline. Other startup competitions that we have run and led and continue to do so include Venture Madness, very cool business plan and business competition where it basically has 25 companies selected out of usually 75 to 100 applicants. that present against each other like March Madness, one-on-one, and we have competitions with judges and a public audience. It serves as a phenomenal networking and ecosystem event, and it's also home to $1.4 billion raised of the winners of that competition. So we're awfully excited about that as well. Some of our best companies. We do that in partnership with Invest Southwest, and we will continue to do that in October. So we're very excited about that. You cannot do this without capital. Capital attraction has been a significant initiative for the ACA, for myself as well, for many, many years. Last year, we partnered with a leading venture capital firm to bring a new conference, Unmet Arizona VC Conference, to the state, which has become one of the largest venture capital conferences in the country. Again, we're awfully proud about that. We had over 150 venture capital firms participate last year and meet with top tech companies that we've curated, both from Arizona and outside Arizona. We believe in bringing all companies here. Those companies went on to raise so far $120 million from that event. So we're excited about that, and we're going to run another Unmet. It'll be our first in-person Unmet October 8th, so come join us. It's going to be fun. One other program I'd really like to shout out is our Small Business Boot Camp and Resource Collective. We spun that up very quickly in April of 2020 for the pandemic to interface with small businesses. We ran it every single day during the week for about 3 months. And then we went to 2 days a month, and we continue to run that program because it's so successful. The boot camp's topics range from business leadership, fine-tuning business plans, timely subjects such as grants and small business credits, and of course, announcing techniques and skill sets around the Paycheck Protection Program, the PPP. That's been very, very helpful. We continue to run that program. So if you're a first-time entrepreneur or a serial entrepreneur, you will still get a lot out of that because it really matches top quality industry and legal experts from our community free of charge. The ACA has led this again since October, and a whopping 10,000 plus businesses have participated in that. We're going to continue that as well. We then took a very good look at that and said, okay, let's build on that. So we created the Arizona Small Business Digital Academy, teaching companies and small businesses to digitize, get their websites, digital marketing, online services, e-commerce, and so forth. If you looked at Google's report from the pandemic, 85% of small businesses that were not digitally prepared failed during COVID. So we wanted to take that emphasis, and it's been an incredibly successful program. We went from 3 participants in our first run in February. We have over 100 participant companies in less than 9 months. And I'm also to say that those participants is 60+% women and or minority-led companies. We want to keep that going strong and increase that as well. We've come to believe that Arizona is only as strong as our entrepreneurial ecosystem. It is so important to us. A vibrant business ecosystem brings jobs, which means economic activity, which we can then put back into public sector activities like education, public safety, quality schools, safe neighborhoods. We recognize this. And under the leadership of Governor Ducey, this has been an enormous priority for all of us. When Governor Ducey took office in 2015, he made it very clear his mission was to make Arizona the best state in the country to live, work, and recreate. Quality of life becomes important to that. Thanks to our approach at the ACA and the support from our statewide partners, Arizona is experiencing tremendous growth, making historic investments in schools and communities. And Arizona offers companies the complete package. And we recognize, and the companies recognize, that our state is the best place for workers and their families, no matter who they are or where they come from. Under Governor Ducey's leadership, Arizona is open to all and provides the perfect balance that truly makes life better. It all starts with our small businesses and the entrepreneurs who lead them. They are the backbone of our economy, the key to a vibrant and healthy state, And because of them, our future is bright and limitless. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I am just, wow. That's tremendous. I'm very proud. That was great. That was spot on. Do we have any questions? I'll take maybe one question and I'll get out of the light so I can see you. Do we have any questions or comments or observations? Any questions or observations? Not bad, right? Over 200,000 jobs?
204. We like to count the 4,000 as well. That's a lot of jobs for us.
Yeah. I just want you all to understand the impact of that number. 200, and then did you say 165? What did you say on the number? Did you say 65 billion?
It's 57
billion
dollars.
With a B.
Since our inception, which was from the state of Arizona, we were the Department of Commerce. 10 years ago, we created what was viewed as an experiment to make a public-private entity. And our board is led by Governor Ducey as chairman, Sandra Watson, who is just incredible as a leader and CEO, has done a phenomenal job from that time frame. Also, the board members are business leaders and also legislators. So it's a very unique structure that allows us to, I think, do the right things for all of the community.
Right. And as you said, one important thing, you know this, you cannot start, scale, or grow a business without capital. It is just impossible, right? And so as we're looking at, small businesses, medium-sized businesses, we're just really proud of that partnership because it's really helping to grow the state and its ecosystem. And we are grateful that you are here. And we're also grateful that you have a focus on diversity, that you have a focus on small business, right? And that you all are really kind of walking the talk, which is very important.
Yeah, I want to give a little bit of an example of that. I'm a tech founder. I've done 4 companies. 3 of those I founded, the other I ran. And I always had the tech mindset and small business from a mainstream perspective, Main Street, United States. I knew it was there, but it wasn't my focus. It wasn't my thing at that time until February of 2020 or 2020. And the reason around that was the pandemic. We had devastation on the small businesses. So when we started to look at that, we had addressed small businesses, but not in a cohesive manner and not collectively. So when we started to look at it, we said, wait a second, entrepreneurship is entrepreneurship. The values, the needs, the problem statement, the solution, how you go about building that business is generally the same. How you get capitalized is a little different. Tech companies want to go for venture capital usually, or other sources of funds. Small business has to go to usually loans or other small banks and community banks. So I want to make sure we are very focused on CDFIs, community banks, loans, small business issues like that. The growth of that is so important. That's 43% of our employment in the state. It's very, very critical that we cover that. So
wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Applause, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And did Chris make it? I thought I saw Chris Camacho. Okay. I was trying to, I've got some light shining at me, so pardon me. As he makes his way down to the stage, I want to introduce you to our next speaker, who will really kind of talk about the current economy and really dive a little bit into the road to economic recovery, Mr. Chris Camacho. He is the president and CEO of the Greater Phoenix Economic Council and leads the development and execution of the region's economic strategy. He oversees domestic and international business development and ensures that the market position remains competitive. During his tenure with the Greater Phoenix Economic Council, he led the attraction of more than 460 companies, creating nearly 85,000 jobs, and those numbers have probably gone up, I'm assuming, just a little bit, and contributed to $24 billion in capital investment. Please welcome Mr. Camacho up to talk about Phoenix's current economy. Mr. Chris Camacho. Hi there.
Well, good morning. It's great to see everyone today. I almost feel like we should grab some chairs and do a roundtable discussion today. I'll make this very informal. As as I was introduced, I've been in Arizona for 17 years and have been at the helm here at GPEC for the last 7. And I can tell you this market is under supreme change. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about where we're going as an economy. But as Andy referenced, the small business climate continues to evolve, and the importance of diversity and diversity leaders within that small business segment is going to be critically important to the long-term efficacy and vitality of this regional economy. So let me first introduce GPEC. So we're an organization that is representing 22 cities and Maricopa County, so about 4.8, 4.9 million people, and also about 190 private sector companies. And I think what's important to note is that our demography shifts that are occurring here are representative of the Metro Phoenix region, are representative of what's going to happen in our state over the next 25 years, and ultimately the West Coast over the next 50. So I think how we embrace, as Andy described, small business entrepreneurship, change in our demography, creating access to capital, creating that small business support mechanism to launch more enterprises is going to lead to long-term success. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. I also want to thank Dr. Velma Traham for inviting us today to not only speak, but be important, I hope, important partners of this conference. So first, I'm not going to hit on all the points that Andy made, but I will reference that the Metro Phoenix market is the #1 job growth market in the country. We're not only the fastest growing for the 4th year in a row, but arguably more important, the dynamic of this economy is shifting. And for those of you, how many are entrepreneurs, just by a show of hands? Quite a few? Okay. So I'd be curious, when I say the shift is underway, what's important to me is as we forecast our future. I'm a tax guy and economic modeler by training. And what I can tell you is as we shift this economy, big business is going to be really important, but small business is maintained as the lifeblood or backbone of this regional and state economy. So we learned a hard lesson. Probably some of you in this room learned also a hard lesson when COVID hit, and we saw pretty notorious impacts to our small business community, to retail, to our service sector, tourism, hospitality. All of those sectors were pretty dramatically influenced and impacted. How many of you were able to participate in the first round of the PPP, just out of curiosity? Okay, I'm not seeing too many hands. So what we analyze, and again, GPEX historically, if you Google us, you will see, we've worked with Microsoft and Apple and Amazon and all these big business companies. But as we looked at the health and wellness of the COVID-induced economy, we found that much like 2008, when we were hit by the housing boom and then bust, we found we had a significant over-reliance in that time on housing and construction. When we saw the impacts of COVID to our service sector, our supply chains, our small business, we found lack of liquidity and really lack of capital access were leading to very impactful, not only small business outcomes, but then ultimately neighborhood outcomes. And so what we did at the time, which again, many partners were involved and probably several in the room, we found that we had to band together with CDFIs, with other organizations in our community, because of the disparity in access to capital during that time frame was graphic. And it wasn't just the US, or it wasn't just the Arizona economy, it was the US economy. In that the first round of PPP were largely given to big businesses that just fell under the threshold of that 500 employees. And what we found was we needed to stand up more resources to help small business, ultra micro businesses, as well as minority-owned businesses that don't have some of the historical ties to our legacy banks that existed with some of our other businesses in our community. And so with that intervention moment, we saw a pretty dramatic change in the second round where we went from a bottom 5. So Arizona was a bottom 5 state at the time in terms of loans and total volume of those loans to a top 10 state in the second round. And I would argue, what's led us to this kind of economic resurgence that Andy mentioned was in large part our small businesses getting back on their feet more quickly. And the challenge still persists because we're only 80% of the way back in terms of the jobs impacts. So of those 242,000 jobs that were lost since the beginning of the pandemic in the second quarter of last year, we're 80% of the way back. So that's kind of the high level of what we're seeing now. Again, I want to touch on the positives, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about the constructive side of where I believe as an economic leader that we need to go. So what's really unique was talked about earlier, This market is experiencing a super cycle in semiconductors, advanced electronics, data centers, cloud computing, these big notorious trends that are influencing US decision-making for companies. We're one of those hot markets right now, which is really exciting. And so all of this critical modern infrastructure we have in transportation, water and wastewater, the energy grid that's very resilient and redundant, we're one of those top 5 markets across the US where 275 companies, global companies, are looking at this region. So we should all feel very optimistic and very excited about the job creation projections. Now, with that said, we're going to continue to transact against those opportunities. But what I also think is very important is we need to ensure that our entrepreneurial ecosystem, as it has organically shifted with some intentionality, shifts from small business seed capital access to ultimately that next stage of A and B rounds, and ensuring that we're funneling or fueling the growth capital access. So these companies not only are born here and launch here, and we should be focused on making this the easiest place to start a business and making sure those resource network access points are available to all businesses. But to follow on from that, growth capital and access to growth capital is critically important. Now, what I will tell you from 10 years ago, that's dramatically changed in a favorable way. But the challenge still persists as we dig into a lot of the minority business leadership and entrepreneurship. The access to capital isn't always so easy. And so we do a lot of work with Datos, the Datos report with the Hispanic Chamber. And I understand you're going to hear from Monica this afternoon. But what that shed historical light on is the fact that the growth in the entrepreneurial sector, predominantly in Latino women, off the charts in terms of a double-digit percentage growth. And the expectation of consumer buying power is going to continue to increase at a clip that's faster than any other demographic in our state. At the same time, as we work with Taniqua in her work, we found that there's a pretty strong opportunity to improve the business ownership position for the Black community. And so when we look at households, I'll give you a couple data points here, just because I have them in front of me. But if you look at nationally, the Black entrepreneurship segment is about 1/3 of 1% in our region. And we see tremendous opportunities, as I'm sure you'll hear from Robin Reed, one of my partners in crime for a lot of years, as we're working together to ensure that we're shining a light on the opportunities that exist to help fuel the funding and capital access with our banks. The CRAs that not only support community investment strategies, but making sure they have a focus on diverse entrepreneurs in our community. And if you look at the disparity of earnings, which again, at the end of the day, this is about building intergenerational wealth. Our focus should be that. We're seeing that there's tremendous opportunity to close the income gap between Black and Latino households against their counterparts. And again, the challenge is this is not a silver bullet solution. There's no one fix. But what I wanted to leave you with, because again, we see these opportunities ahead. And my view as a regional leader here, where we work with all these cities, I saw Tempe and Scottsdale and a few other economic development leaders here, is that no longer can we just rely on macro level data points, things like GDP growth, personal income growth, total job growth, to tell the story of the market. And this is going to be unsettling for some people, but I think it's really important that we hit this head on and build an inclusive economic growth strategy. So you may say, well, what do I mean by that? Macro level, historically, economists love measuring GDP as a true measurement of economic growth because it's easy to compare. This market should be one of the fastest growing GDP markets in the country. Why? Because we're growing population, which leads to new service infrastructure, which leads to new job growth. You couple that with the base industry jobs that we're trying to bring in and cultivate. It's a good recipe for massive economic growth. But I'm also looking at GDP per capita. So GDP per capita is the total GDP against the number of residents we have, and then looking at the particular impact against GDP that our individuals are having in our community. Those metrics, historically for the last 20 years had been actually contracting, not booming. It's beginning to flatten out, and we do believe we see some light for positivity there, which means prosperity, access, and mobility movement across the economic, socioeconomic paradigm is around the corner. And so I'm very optimistic about where we stand, but I also believe we have to tackle these issues head on. Issues like social equity, racial equity, equity, economic equity, education equity. These are important ingredients to building a sustainable economy and insulating against not only a boom and bust cycle, but a future region of have and have-nots. So again, these are tough issues to tackle that are going to take, I believe, decades ultimately for us to get there. But what I wanted to leave you with, and I hope we have a few moments for comments or levels of feedback. So when I talk about this inclusive economic growth plan, which is a pretty stark change from where GPEC has historically been. GPEC historically has been measured by our ability to bring that next exciting tech company to Arizona or to Metro Phoenix. And every year we'll have about 45 or 50 of these new companies. And in our pipeline today is about $65 billion worth of potential capital investment. The semiconductor sector alone is projected to create, if these deals land, about another 12,000 base industry jobs. So I'm not worried about that side of the economy. I'm worried about activating the opportunity that's before us and really driving outcomes for all residents. And so I'm going to leave you with 6 thoughts. And I scratched them down as I was sitting there waiting to be introduced today, but I think these are important. So first, we need to be a place that addresses the opportunity to launch enterprises and scale enterprises, and being a place that's unapologetic about supporting an ecosystem to launch enterprises across the entire community. And I do believe that in the future, our diversity in that entrepreneurial segment is going to be critically important to the economic vitality of our community. Second, as I mentioned, is the financial and capital access. I think no longer are we just going to be able to celebrate the venture-backed companies out of Silicon Valley, for example. We're going to have to celebrate the homegrown Arizona-based companies and spend extra time with them to ensure that CDFI resources, I understand at a meeting probably a month ago now about a specific organization launched with Black CDFI leadership to put capital in specifically into Black entrepreneurial enterprises. And different from where I grew up in St. Louis and these other areas in the South and in the East, these programs are traditionally way more mature than what we have here as a young growth state. So I think we've got to hit that head on as well. Third, which is I think a precursor to the ability to launch an enterprise, is equity in education. As we uncover the disparity of sheer funding and resources available for schools, public, district, charter, et cetera, we need to ensure that equity in education is a focal point of our civic leaders and policymakers. And if we do that well, we're unlocking an entire generation of the next generation of workforce that'll really, I think, pre-position us for economic success. The fifth is monitor research. So these partnerships that we've had with the Black business coalitions and leaders statewide, along with the Hispanic community and others, were one, I guess, initial facet that we've got to embrace as well, that most people aren't talking about, is we're going to have 300 families from Taiwan enter the Arizona marketplace next year. Now, you may say 300 APAC families. Well, over the next 3 to 5 years, we're probably going to have more like 3,000 new families coming to the market. We want to ensure that Arizona maintains itself as one of the most welcoming places for new people and a multicultural mindset. I do think that's another critical ingredient to growing up as a community, maturing as a community. And then lastly, this is really tied in part to the education equity conversation I just mentioned, is we're digging into areas like social determinants of health. And you can't have a healthy economic picture without referencing all of the areas relating to healthcare access, healthcare equity, and looking at and evaluating social determinants of health and the tools that are necessary for a growing minority segment of our population, and virtually for all of our population as we see healthcare dynamics shift. So I'm really, again, it may sound a bit trite that I'm hitting these areas head on, but I believe as a community, we need to come to grips with the future community that we're building and leverage all of these assets in this world of opportunity that we all live in, and making sure that we're putting strategic resources and placements and being intentional about the economy that we want to build over the next 20 years. So you're going to see GPEC and many of our partners that are going to be speaking here today and tomorrow, or today, this afternoon, talking about the willingness and interest to work together and address these areas in a coalition form to ensure that we're placing strategic prioritization in these areas that we feel are most needed to build a world-class economy of tomorrow. So thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words today, and onward we go here in Arizona. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Please, thank you.
I am impressed because you said two things that really struck me at the core, which is this idea of intentionality, but also the idea of being unapologetic. You know, that is sometimes, you know, we go, well, I don't know if we can do diversity. Maybe, you know, we kind of apologize for it, where you all are really hitting it in a way that I think will shift the pendulum and affect change. And you're clear about where the gaps exist, which I think is tremendous, right? So if we've got any questions, any comments, any observations before we move on to our next segment, I would love to entertain those now. Any questions? Yes, please. I've got one and then I'll come back. Yeah.
But like on all the social media platforms, kind of hard to find this type of information. Most of the younger people don't watch news nowadays, so this stuff is hard to find.
Yes.
So what is like a platform that get this information to them?
Yeah, maybe I'll just make a comment on that. So did everybody hear the question? Make sure everybody, okay. So, you know, how do we find the information that we're talking about and get plugged into this entrepreneurial spirit in the community? There's a number of resources, and I would just recommend if you're interested in kind of, we serve as a clearinghouse with a number of partner organizations, albeit again, Monica's group at Hispanic Chamber or Robin's group at the Black Chamber. There's a lot of organizations out there doing great work. If you want to send me a note, if you go to our website, which is gpec.org, gpec.org, you can find my information, or Colleen and Josh are also in the crowd today. And we can get you routed to the right partner to help you and whatever business support you need. And along with ACA, the Commerce Authority, if you go to their website, they have a number of grant funds, as well as you mentioned the Business Boot Camp and other resources available to help entrepreneurs as well.
So what he's talking about is something I want to remind all of you as entrepreneurs of, okay? Oftentimes we get these tremendous speakers that give you their information. How many of you actually email them? How many of you follow up? See, that's the part about owning, right? How you get information that I really want us to be better at. I do it all the time. I give people my card. I say, email me, call me. And then I see them a year later at something and they go, I meant to email you. I meant to call you. So it's really important that you've got access now. Krista said, hey, email me. Let me get you to the right person. I may not be the right one, but I can definitely usher you to the right person. So now your job, it's incumbent upon you to send that email. Yes.
Yeah. So what I meant by that, if you didn't understand, I meant to say, like, how could I help? Because I do a lot of social media marketing. So I meant, like, how can I also help, like, everybody else get the information, like, around my age range?
Absolutely.
We're bad at that, like you said, but I still want to get to those people.
Right. So I'll tell you what, if you would do me a favor and come see me afterwards, there are so many ways that you can get connected. So the one thing I will say to all of you as entrepreneurs, right, is, you know, you have to give a little before you get a little. So oftentimes I get entrepreneurs that say, well, how much are you going to pay me? And I'm like, well, what is your time worth, right? What have you invested? So definitely come see me afterwards. There's so many organizations that we can kind of align you with that are not that great oftentimes at social media and just this TikTok world and this, you know, clubhouse world and all the things that your age entrepreneurs are on, right, where they get their information. So I think there's a way that we can benefit each other and streamline that. So
one campaign, to the gentleman's point, I think it's a really valid one, that we created probably a year ago now, is AZ Free to Be hashtag. And the whole intent was to help align and bring connectivity to the various attributes and positive kind of pride of being in Arizona, and have everybody kind of sell and tell their story, and different entrepreneurs from different places around the world. I mean, the challenge is people don't know that 70% of our adult population's from somewhere else. And you mentioned Chicago, you know, and I'm from Illinois, downstate Illinois. So we're trying to create this kind of melting pot of newness and tell that story through this communication, the social communication medium. So I agree. I mean, if we can find ways to better connect and tell the story of who we are and what we want to become with a simple hashtag AZ Free to Be, I mean, those kind of things are what I'd love to see more of.
Absolutely. Wonderful. We've got a question down here.
Sure. So first, it is almost kind of the same spirit of the previous question, but first of all, thank you for just being so transparent about where you see the gaps and where the opportunities are. And my question is going to be, how can we help?
Yeah.
Right? Because I do think, and so I'm offering, how can we help? Because it is a huge gap in learning and understanding, and it's so much rich content that we're just probably touching a fraction of where it could be. And I wanted to say, how can we help to expand that exposure and look at it a little bit? I think we have to look at it differently.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? We have to look at how do we promote these things differently, because I don't think people really know that I know they don't.
Now you're going to get me wound up.
So
I'm really excited.
That's
the comment was about how to get involved. I know we're running short on time here, but I'll leave you with this: is I had a call this week about the coalitions that need to be built across this community, and from a standpoint of, again, economic equity, social equity, political equity, racial equity. To me, it's like we need to find an ability to connect with one another. We're sharing common language, sharing common ambition. And to me, I don't feel like we fully have that yet. And that's why I love coming to be part of these kind of events. I get to connect to people that otherwise I may not be able to connect to. At GPEC, again, yes, we have an entrepreneurial arm of what we do, but that doesn't mean I get to reach, and our team doesn't get to reach out to all of the entrepreneurs in our community. So that's what I would ask is, reach out to me, reach out to the team here. Our goal is to build that coalition so that, we're dreaming together, but then we're executing together. I think that's a very important, you'll hear from Robin, because Robin, we've had a lot of talk about this, about, there's a lot of rhetoric, there needs, we have a need for action, but I also believe we need an authentic, trusted relationship built across the entire community that would give us that ability to go out and address some of the hard things that I'm talking about head on. So that's what I would hope is, reach out to us. GPEC's going to be a partner on this topic, and let's do it together and be an example for the rest of the country to model.
Wonderful. Another round of applause, please. Chris Camacho. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Excellent. Well, let's keep this going. Wonderful questions, by the way. Thank you so much for that. It's all about building. And he also mentioned the state of Black Arizona, the book that he was, I don't know, is Kenja in? I didn't know if I saw Kenja Hassan earlier. Very instrumental in her work with that book. And so I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that. Let's move on now to our diversity panel. If I could have our panelists join us on stage. We are going to move now into our VIP panel that really has some of our top leaders discussing diversity, equity, and inclusion within their organizations. So please help me as they're taking their seats. We've got Erin Ellison. That's the first one that I saw, VP of Business Development. I'm sorry, Senior Director, ASU Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. My fellow Sun Devil. Joining us at the far end there, we've got Eric Standifer, who is the president of Blaylock Van. And then we have got Michael Fisher, Vice President of Business Development, Country Financial. And last but certainly not least, we've got Jackie Starks, Manager of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Engagement at Maricopa Community Colleges. Would you give them a nice round of applause, please? Thank you. And I will actually be moderating this panel, so I will take my seat and I will take my glasses. So I will definitely need that. Okay. So do we have my mic on? Make sure we're all safe. Thank you so much. Aren't these guys doing an amazing job? Scottsdale Center for the Performing Arts. You guys are tremendous. Thank you so much. Okay. So what I would love is if I could just have each of you just introduce yourselves. And we'll start with Jackie at the far end and tell us a little bit about the work that you do.
So I am the grandchild of Clyde and Marie. I am the child of the chief and Diola. My pronouns are she, her, a, boo, and queen. I can answer to anything. I am a transformation evangelist. So in addition to the work that I do with the colleges, I have for 35 years, Jackie of all trades. And when you talk about the why, you all talked about the why earlier. When I got involved with diversity, social justice, I didn't start by saying, let me have a business. I started with that problem to solve. is that how do we operationalize, people talk about diversity, talk about social justice, they're talking about equity, all these things are going around, but I didn't see people operationalizing. I saw what was the Photoshop diversity, right? We look a certain way, but we're not walking our talk. So it's how do I work with organizations to operationalize diversity, equity, inclusion. So when somebody asks you how it looks and feels in your organization, you can say that and you can show that. So it's a little bit about what I do, in addition to Maricopa Community Colleges for diversity, equity, inclusion, and engagement.
Wonderful. Welcome, Jackie. Excellent.
Michael. Mike, I'm sorry.
Mike is
so
fine.
Formal. I'm so sorry.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Mike Fisher, and I'm head of community business development for Country Financial. We're a 90-plus-year-old financial services company based in Bloomington, Illinois. I've been in financial services for about 40 years now, 25 in banking, in the last 15 with Country Financial. And my role has kind of evolved a little bit, but initially it was really to take a company who had primarily grown up in mostly rural and smaller metro markets and help them figure out how to expand in larger urban markets. And over time, the role has changed a little bit to get more involved with our sales process and with our marketing team, but really just trying to create key partnerships in the communities that we serve and help more people become aware of our brand and our career opportunity. So delighted to be here in Arizona, and I wish it were January. I'd always be happy to be here versus Chicago in January, but I'm a little early.
We're happy to have you.
Thank you.
Please, round of applause, Mike Fisher. And then to my left, we've got the lovely Erin Ellison, the Senior Director of the ASU Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Welcome, Erin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. As she mentioned, I'm the Senior Director of DEI at ASU within the Office of Human Resources. I have to say that because there are a lot of DEI initiatives happening around the campus. So my role really focuses on DEI initiatives as it relates to employees, to include staff, faculty, student workers. And in many cases, we get a lot of requests to do trainings for student orientations and other student groups that interface with each other or with the public. I've got a 20-year background in this work of DEI, equal opportunity, affirmative action, workplace investigations. I'm also a licensed attorney. Started my career in this EO line of work, and it led me to law school. And so I'm a licensed attorney, licensed to practice in the states of Minnesota as well as California. In addition to that, I also serve in the U.S. Army JAG Corps Reserve Component. So I'm a military lawyer. I just completed a 13-month deployment, came home in March of this year, so good to be home. A lot of my role at ASU, in addition to working with other units and employees on DEI initiatives throughout the university, we focus heavily on training. So we manage all of the required trainings as it relates to DEI and EO that all employees are required to take. We're in the process of finalizing a To Be Welcoming type training, which our university actually created for Starbucks. So we are in the final stages of creating one that is ASU specific to our campus. And that will hopefully roll out in October. In addition to that, we do a lot of facilitated trainings on implicit bias, microaggressions, diversity in the workplace, the ADA. We also manage the ADA interactive process anytime an employee has a request for an accommodation under the ADA. And as you can imagine right now with COVID, we have a lot of people requesting accommodations. And then finally, we manage the affirmative action plan for the university. We identify areas of underutilization, set goals, and then work with academic units and other units to create action-oriented programs centered around DEI initiatives to attain those goals. So that's me, and that's my career, my life.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your service, Erin. Thank you. And last but certainly not least, joining us is Eric Standifer, the president of Blaylock Van LLC. Eric, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Eric Van Standifer. My firm in November will celebrate 30 years of being in business. We happen to be the oldest African-American owned investment bank in the country.
Give that a round of applause, please. Can I, I'm sorry, just like 30 years, that's tremendous.
I will take it, thank you. I started in the business, well, I started in business as a CPA coming out of what was then one of the public accounting firms, Deloitte Haskins and Sells, which has morphed into Deloitte Touche over the years. I started in this business at what was then Merrill Lynch as a wealth advisor in 1981. At the time, there were 10,000 brokers that Merrill Lynch had. 55 of them were African-American. Now, Merrill Lynch didn't count those. We just knew we all knew one another. That's how we knew there were 55. So again, worked there, worked for a firm, regional firm in California called Sutro, and then opened my firm in 1991. And I think it's an understatement to say that I've seen a sea change in what's going on in the investment banking space for women and minority owned, and more recently, veteran owned firms. So.
Wonderful. Please round of applause for Eric. So let's get started on the DEI conversation. And I'm actually going to have Aaron tee us up. And the first question, and this is for all of the panelists, and if you have other thoughts as you hear Aaron speaking to this question, please feel free to interject. As we look at diversity, equity, and inclusion, Aaron, why is it imperative for our workforce environment to be reflective of the community it serves?
So I'll start by saying this. ASU, we consider ourselves a global community. We have a vast number of international students. We have locations that are worldwide and nationwide. And so it is our standpoint that our community, our student body, our workforce should look like the community that we serve. And the reasons behind that is because it builds credibility, it leads to a positive reputation to those outside of our organization, encourages those to come to ASU as a student, as an employee, to do business with the institution, as well as really giving us a sense of community and belonging. When people see people that look like them at an organization, they're more inclined to want to go. And then we know that studies show that when you have a diverse workforce, it leads to better outcomes, faster decisions, better decisions, your productivity is high, your morale is high, and that means your retention is high. So that is my best response to that question.
Wonderful.
Mike, what about you?
You know, with our organization, you know, it's really kind of baked into our model. And so part of our model has been always to try to get financial reps to serve the communities that they grew up in, that they live in. And so to the extent that you've got this happening and you're supporting issues, you're supporting organizations, you're supporting all the things that are important to people about where they live and work, it creates a lot greater employee engagement. And so people are a lot, you know, happier to be there. And hopefully, if you're, you know, top of class or a company that's best in class in terms of attracting, hopefully you'll be best in class in attracting people who want to do business with you as well.
Okay. Now, Jackie, I would love to hear from you, and I'm sure that probably it's similar to what Aaron is talking about in terms of the idea of building credibility and, you know, folks coming to Maricopa Community Colleges, you know, to feel a sense of community, both from, you know, the employee perspective and student perspective. And Mike mentioned building morale and retention also. So what about you? What are you seeing in that space?
So I want to take it a little bit different because most people, even when you are a college or university public, you don't go into business to lose money. You go into business to make money. So I will say to you, hot Cheetos, right? you don't get to hot Cheetos with people who are not thinking hot Cheetos, right? So you need to have these other perspectives in order to be viable in the long run. And so that's the other part. And even when we're college or universities, we're public, we still need money, we need resources, we need those students to come into function. And word of mouth is big. If you don't have in Maricopa Community College other students saying to other parents out there, this is a place for your student, this is a place where you can succeed, they won't come there. We don't survive, right? We become the Montgomery Wards of education, and nobody wants to do that. So that's why it is so important to be able to keep up with the trends and things that are happening out there. And you need to have not just a representation. And one thing that I will say about that is there's something about representation. Yes, you want representation, but you want effective representation. You don't bring me in just because I'm a Black face, but I have no connection to the Black community and what African-American people and students need to be successful. So you really need to do both of those. So representation, or again, that Photoshop, you have to really go beyond that when you're talking about representation.
Wonderful. And Eric, if I could have you just close out on this question, you know, representation that Jackie's talking about is critical. Oftentimes we see organizations that are diverse, that are inclusive, but their employees don't feel like they belong at the table. And I think that notion of belonging, and I'm seeing a few heads nodding, is something that is really tremendous. So as you think about it, why is it imperative for the workforce environment to be reflective of the community?
Well, I think there's even a more basic reason in that if we're just talking about, let's say, the corporate space, and that's revenue generation. I mean, if you think about what America looks like, you know, from going back to the Great Migration between 1880 and 1920, it was primarily European, whereas in the 1960s and 1970s, it was Asian and Latin America. Yes. So if you look across, you know, any community, I mean, not just in the South, but in the Southwest and all parts in between, you know, America is diverse. And if you want to have the best opportunity to have those folks be customers and respect your brand, you need to go after them. And the best way to go after them is to have a company that looks like America. I think it's really self-preservation to be diverse.
Can I add one thing is that I know that customers are even asking, now they are not afraid to ask, you know, what are your demographics? Who works there? Who do you have? Do you have Latinx? Do you have Indigenous? Customers are asking those questions. And I've actually had medical organizations who I've consulted with it. Do you believe they're asking these questions? They're asking for a Black dentist. I'm going, and what's wrong with that, right? And don't they just want a good one? Yes, they want a good one. And they're asking for a specific race or gender. And so that is even happening more and more in business and industry from consumers.
And I think that organizations really get it now in terms of, we don't buy the same. You know, our cultural experiences, our growing up experiences, you know, that's what leads us to certain brand affinities and why we like this brand versus that particular brand, or here's how I process how I'm going to buy life insurance. And so within some, you know, communities of color, we only think of life insurance in terms of final expenses, whereas in others, we're starting to have a little bit more dialogue about wealth accumulation and leaving something for that next generation. But I think people really understand, they have to understand how these consumers are making their buying decisions.
Absolutely. And we talked about it, and I heard you say that. It's so interesting to hear you say that in terms of it being tied to revenue generation. And yet I see a bit of resistance when I talk to large companies about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I'm not talking about the low-hanging, you know, diversity of thought one. They go, well, we've got people that think really differently. And I'm like, that's great. But what about, you know, the women and the women of color and the BIPOC community? I mean, like the community is much broader than you're really looking at. So with that in mind, what do leaders need to do in order to create alignment and really kind of generate commitment around DEI initiatives? Because that is the one resistance I'm finding with a lot of organizations. Eric, we'll start with you.
Well, listen, again, in business, everybody thinks from their pocketbook. And so if you're talking about those spheres of influence inside of a company, those people who are responsible for setting policy and driving initiatives and developing strategy, if part of their compensation is tied to what their workforce looks like, you will see some creative thought applied. And you will see some more greater vision in terms of finding folks of color or folks that are not in the normal mainstream to bring them on board. And I think the other thing is when you shared with us that you said you still bumping up against companies that have that old way of thinking. And again, maybe it's just dating myself, okay? But when I'm watching TV and I think about the millions of dollars that are spent on ads now, okay? And to this day, whenever I see Black people in ads, I notice right away. And when I see Hispanic people, when I see Asian people, now I don't think the money they're paying for those ads are just to hire those actors. I think they are going after a certain market. You know, these large companies are competing worldwide. And so for them to ignore some segment or not maximize the potential of a group, they're not fulfilling what their opportunity is.
Okay, thank you. So Aaron, let me ask you this question. So within an organization, you know, you happen to work in a DEI office in a DEI space. Whose responsibility is DEI within an organization? Is it one individual? Is it a team of individuals? Is it a department? Whose responsibility is it?
It's everyone's responsibility. But really it has to start with leadership and the messaging, the mission, vision that you establish for your organization. ASU, we have our charter where we basically outline or illustrate equity throughout it, where we measure our success not by who we exclude, but by who we include and how well they succeed. And that really is the heart of equity, because if everyone can attend the same school, that's equality. But if everyone has the tools and resources to be successful, that is really going to make a huge impact. And those tools and resources will look different for different individuals based on how they work, how they learn, and so forth. But yeah, so it's everyone's responsibility to really be involved in DEI work and initiatives, but the messaging has to come down from the top.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I didn't know if Jackie, Mike, if you guys wanted to add anything to that, but
I agree. And that's part of the reason why I think I chose, not just because I work there, but I chose ASU. I have a son who's a freshman in college because of that statement, that mantra about who they include, because my son has a disability. And for me, equity, right? It needed to be equal because it's not, but equity was important to know that he had tools and resources that could level the playing field. And so for me, that rang true to why I selected ASU. But Mike, Jackie, I'd love to hear your perspective.
Especially for business leaders who are out here, when we say that it's everybody's responsibility, it has to come from leadership. Don't get that confused with, you don't need an Aaron or a Jackie or somebody that's in a space with the resources to make sure that it's implemented in the strategic plan, that there's an alignment in the priorities, to be able to hold accountability, right? To be able to take a look at how we're putting our hiring practice together. Because if we say it's everybody's business and we don't have that things are going to get missed. So you still want to have somebody in that role with the resources and the information, but we're not the end all be all, so that when something happens, you're going to turn to us and say, this is on you, right? But to be there in that support space. So that is also important as well, is to have that, again, that's that visual representation, and you're putting your money where your mouth is when you have a person or a department with responsibility and authority that can really help keep us in alignment and accountable to those priorities that we set for diversity, equity, inclusion.
You know, I just would say that I think that's an important point. And I think that how organizations talk about their DEI initiatives, I think it tells a lot about their commitment to it. So if it's a conversation that makes you feel like it's something they do versus perhaps the lens and how they do all things, or this is an initiative of HR, this belongs to the diversity office, then, you know, I think you can detect that there are some challenges within that environment, that there is no clear-cut personal accountability for my ownership of advancing, this within the organization.
Wonderful. I can add
Yeah,
something
please.
too. I think it's also critical before you even start your DEI initiatives to identify your problem areas, right? Whether that's using a climate survey, anonymous hotline, or wherever your employees, your teams can vocalize their concerns, their questions in a safe space. And so once you identify those areas of improvement, you can then set goals, establish your strategic plan, and then start to implement those goals, starting with just 2 or 3 at a time, or, set time frames, whether it's 90 days to 6 months. But it's got to be a slow process because this work doesn't happen overnight. And if you focus on too many goals all at once, things will fall by the wayside and may be done, not up to par.
Right. Eric, I love what you said, and I actually took notes and I thought, wow, that's profound. So think about this from a business perspective. What Eric mentioned is this idea of tying DEI and its initiative and strategy to things like compensation, bonuses, and metric. Have you done that within your organization? I'm just curious, or even more than that, how can an organization do that? What's your suggestion on how they move forward with something like that? Because I think it's tremendous. And I'm going to actually recommend it to a few CEOs from now on.
Well, in terms of diversity within our firm, that's what we are.
Right.
So, I mean, it would really be, look, I'm on top of my people for a lot of different stuff. That's one thing I don't need to beat them up on.
Right.
Okay, because that's what we are.
Wonderful.
So, but I think if I look in 30 years, what's happened in 30 years, I think there's been a lot of success and certainly a lot of change. I think back for, let's say, the first 8 or 10 years I had my firm, and what we would always get from the treasurers or the CFOs or the elected officials who were making the decisions on what muni banking teams to put together, they would always say, well, Eric, there's not a lot of firms out there like yours, okay? Or there's not a lot of qualified investment banks, women or minority owned. And I'm gonna say now, okay, that's a bald-faced lie. I would love to sit up here and tell you I'm the only firm that can do what we do. And again, that would be a lie. There are some tremendous women-owned firms out there, Hispanic-owned firms, African-American-owned firms, and more recently, veteran-owned firms. And, again, some of my people give me a bad time saying, well, you're always talking about the folks in our space. And I say it because I believe a rising tide lifts all boats. And the better some of, quote unquote, I don't call them competitors, because if you take all of the firms in our space and put them together, you're not talking about 5 minutes worth of cash flow for Goldman Sachs. So, but it is a change. And when I look around now and I look at, again, the $1 Million Mastermind has a goal of empowering women. When I look around Wall Street and I look at Carla Harris, who's a vice chairman at Morgan Stanley, and I look at Jane Fraser, who's the CEO at Citibank, and I look at Kim Passett, who's a CEO at Goldman Sachs. I mean, the list of women at these major banks it's a sea change from what I saw 10, 15 years ago. And I think that there's going to be a sea change of thought and opportunity. And I think it's a step in the right direction.
Wonderful.
And these are smart, qualified women that are where they should be.
Right, absolutely. And as we talk about DEI, the one thing I oftentimes hear is, I hear a lot of, especially executives, say that it's a difficult conversation to have. It's an awkward conversation to have. I'm not comfortable because it's not my narrative. It's not, and they oftentimes find it very hard to have these conversations in a genuine and authentic way. So for leaders that are having trouble in that space where the conversations are difficult, how can they break down those silos, those communication barriers to have those awkward and difficult, but very necessary conversation? How, Mike, I would love to hear your perspective on that.
Well, I think, I think we say it a lot, but I think part of it is that they have to understand that sometimes being a leader, that means you have to be able to put yourself in situations that are uncomfortable and say the words that nobody else wants to say, or receive the words that nobody else really wants to hear. I think it just kind of comes with the territory. We have in our organization, one of the things that has helped with some of those courageous conversations is we've seen business resource groups grow up in the organization. And so they create this safe space for conversations that they can move in with a collective voice and get the attention of leadership around the organization on different topics.
Okay, wonderful. Jackie, what about you?
Yeah, so one thing when you're thinking about with the leader or anybody having the conversation, Joanna, we have to think about how we use words and language. When we talk about a safe space or courageous conversation, what do we mean by that? Yep. Is a safe space really a space where I can say anything, put anything out there, and it's not going to come back to haunt me? So really that's one thing. And then for leaders, as you mentioned, like, being able to have the conversation, most people aren't really trained to have difficult conversations. Let's think about, if you all go back to kindergarten even, and there's a conflict, what do? You put Frank in this corner, George in that corner, breathe, shake hands, hug it out, it's all good, right? And many of us have been raised in that model of conflict, so we become conflict avoidant. So as a leader, you can't be conflict avoidant. You have to see conflict as an opportunity as opposed to a breakdown. And then you have to get some skills. Don't be afraid to say, I don't know how to have those conversations. There's so many people, including myself, who can work and train you on how to have those conversations, put you in the space and in the moment so that when those difficult topics come up that you're uncomfortable with, you feel like you're already there because you're ready to have the conversation. So being able to be trained in how to have that. And so climate is important. I know I have had CEOs or companies that I work with saying, well, they won't come to me. Well, the environment and the climate is not up to where they're comfortable. So what is it that you need to do in your culture, in your climate, about yourself to create a space for them to want to come to you? So let's establish that first, right? So there's some pre-steps. And I would really caution someone from pulling something off the internet and say, I'm going to follow this and have a conversation. That's usually when it blows up and I get called in. Like, oh, you can't say that. That didn't work so well. So let's go back. So the skill building, get your skills together to learn how to have those conversations when you're there. And it's, it's easy for some and not so easy for others. I think we assume that as a leader, I can just do that. But that should be a requirement of a leader, but it hasn't been something that we have required of our leaders.
Can I just add one thing?
Please.
One of the things that we just did in our shop was we have spent the last year developing DEI competencies. And the game and the rule of thought or thought process was, well, we train these leaders and we train them on competencies for everything else we ask them to do in their day-to-day, business existence. What do we want them to do when it comes to diversity? What behaviors do we want them to model? How do we want them to be comfortable? How do we want them to be resilient? So we worked up and developed these DEI competencies, and now the game plan would be to roll those out through training and then hold accountability by measuring performance against those accountabilities when it comes into this space.
That's wonderful. And I heard a couple of things. So even the pivot in language, right? I'm calling it difficult conversations. I'm calling it awkward conversation. I've heard both of you talk about it being a courageous conversation. That's a different lens, right? That you look at it with, I'm brave enough, right, to put myself in the space, but it immediately changes how the person receives you. It's almost like having a little bit of cultural humility, right? To say, I don't know what I don't know, and I'm being courageous enough to bring this up. And also I heard you say something very important, Erin, which is this idea of anonymous surveying. I think that's tremendous because oftentimes, like Jackie mentioned, people are afraid of the ridicule and, being subjected to, hey, I see you're complaining that we don't have enough women or whatever it is. So how do you all implement that? And is that a strategy that you would suggest?
So we have done climate surveys at ASU. It's been a few years since the last one, but it really helps us identify our core issues. And then I was deployed at the time, but after George Floyd, I know our president met with several individuals from the African-American community and heard their concerns. And as a result, developed the 25 LIFT initiatives, which focus on basically creating a better community for African-American employees, students, individual faculty members, people who visit our campus, focusing on mentoring and retention and recruitment and training and things like that. So it can be done. I would advise an organization who may not have any background on climate surveys to really work with an organization that specializes in such, develop some really critical, thought-provoking questions, and allow your teams the opportunity to be heard.
Wonderful.
Yeah, please.
I want to tag on with that with survey, because some organizations, again, when I go in, they have all this survey data and they did this 4 years, but they've done nothing with it. And employees, community really get tired of that. So you have to make a commitment when you do a survey that you're going to do something with it. So it's important to decide up front. And so you need that honest person who's going to tell the truth, because sometimes you look at that data and go, oh my gosh, this is not what I expected, and you want to hide it. And many organizations do hide it, right? And then I go in maybe to consult or work, we pull that out and they're going, we don't want people to know this, then let's create a new narrative, right? Let's change it. So that's an important thing about a survey. You don't survey just to survey, survey because you really want to find those points, find those areas of opportunities, and then do something about it. So then they will trust you the next time. When you put that survey out.
Oh, that's tremendous. And I think that's why the president's initiative was so profound, because we had been surveyed before. You know, I'm also faculty at ASU, and it's like, we've already told you this. And this was the first time that he said, I hear that we don't have enough tenure professors that are professors of color. How do we change that? I hear that we don't have a way. So that was a new narrative for all of us that definitely work at the university. And I think that's why it's been so well received. So let's just kind of wrap this up. We could do this all afternoon. They're just so, right? They're so amazing and such, right? Thank you. Please give them some love. I appreciate that. But let's end on this. So Eric, I'll actually start with you. If you could just give one piece of advice, a little additional, because you've given quite a few already, additional nugget to organizations, individuals, companies that are on this DEI journey, what would you say?
Patience and thick skin. We're in the midst of a sea change culturally and socially in America, and it's not easy. The demographics of America are changing, and there's resistance to it. There's resistance that's showing up in, the requirements around voting. Okay, I mean, we know the demographics of America are headed to a place some folks don't want to see us go. So I think that any entity out there that is interested in pursuing DEI objectives need to be patient, and they need to have thick skin, but they should trust that what they're doing is right and is the chosen path, and don't get deterred.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yes, right? Please, thank you. Patience, thick skin, and trust the process.
Trust the process.
Wonderful. Erin, please.
I would say that it's important for leaders to really do some self-reflection so that they have tools available to them to be able to identify their own biases and microaggressions when they occur. And of course, that a large part of that comes along with training, but you also have to continue the conversation. But it really helps to approach DEI from a place of vulnerability when you're willing to share those experiences and those biases and those things that you have identified within yourself with your teams to enable them to really be in a place where they feel comfortable sharing their own. And then In addition to that, I think mentoring is also a critical component of DEI so that people can go to others, aside from their supervisors or managers, but someone in that space that they can go to and share concerns to, whether it's just to vent, whether it's to find out how to file a complaint or voice their concerns. That is very critical in any organization.
Wonderful. Excellent.
Right.
I would just say that I think organizations have to realize that it all comes together, that you have to have diversity, you have to have equity, you have to have inclusion. I think, what typically happens in corporate America, we have a diversity issue, so we run out, we hire a bunch of people, we just try to throw capital and create numbers around it. But what happens when those people get to your organization? What's their experience? It's an inclusive environment. Did we stretch in the name of diversity, and now we have someone in a position to fail because they didn't have the relevant work experience, they don't have the resources, et cetera, et cetera. So you have to really think of this whole diversity issue in terms of the equity and the inclusion piece as well, really, to get it right.
Wonderful. Jackie.
Yeah, so kind of tagging on that a little bit. So one nugget that I would offer is to define your diverse workforce. What is the vision? What does that look like? What does it feel like for you so that you have something that you're working toward? If you do that, then as leaders, you will stop making excuses and then you start implementing solutions, right? It's great to have the conversations, but have the conversations with the plan to get beyond the conversations so that you're getting to the do. So yes, it takes time, but it doesn't have to take forever. And sometimes you see where you're having so many conversations that you don't ever get to action. So I would say get to action. The easiest and the simplest strategy that you come up with, it might not be the best strategy. So really get comfortable being uncomfortable and own that and hurt a little bit. It's going to hurt a little bit. And it's okay to hurt to be able to get to where you want to go. So that's what I would offer.
Wow. Are you, I'm rich. I don't know about you guys, but please give me a round of applause. That was wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I know we're probably at time or might be a little over time, but I did not want to interrupt this very important conversation. And as you look at DEI in your organization, I said it earlier and I'll say it again, always approach it from a genuine and authentic perspective. Genuine and authentic perspective with a sense of humility that you may not know what you don't know, and that's okay. And remember that in order for those diverse individuals to be successful within your organization, they must feel like they actually belong there. So belonging is another journey. I akin it to, diversity is, you've got this really diverse party going on. Inclusion, right? You're going to bring them to the dance floor. Let's dance. You're going to bring them off the wall. Belonging is helping them, to select the music and the food. And so that's what belonging is. It's this true investment in this diverse population that you've now brought in to grow your team. And it is how we will innovate, and it is how we will win. And so for all of you, I want to thank you for your time. Again, another round of applause for our panel. Thank you. Any questions before we, any questions, comments, or observation? I would love to take some questions if you've got it while we've got this tremendous panel up here. Raise your hand if you've got any questions or comment. Yes, please. Speak loud.
I'm Jackie Stark.
I'm Mike Fisher.
Karen Ellison.
Eric Standifer.
Wonderful. Other questions, comments, observations? How many of you work within an organization that has a DEI program in place? Okay, very good. If you don't mind me asking, would you say the DEI program is effective? Okay, and is the DEI program a series of training? Yes, it's a series of training. What's your metric for measurement? How do you know your DEI program is successful? Okay, so that's, as you think about it, that's the one thing I really want to invite you, and you guys can speak to this a little bit, is measurement, metric to measure
Are we doing good? Are we there? What does that look like? So Jackie, you want to speak to that?
Because that's really, with many organizations at first, like, let's have a training. We're doing DEI. You're not doing DEI if it's not attached to a strategy with priorities. And so that's where a lot of organizations are really comfortable. But part of that is that if they say that we have a DEI initiative and we're trying to change our workforce, we're trying to adjust culture, and all you have is a training program that's online for an hour, that's not it. Right? That's false. But I see that quite often with organizations, and I have to put up the X and say, no, that's not a program. It's a conversation that you're having. It's an information session, right? So
very good. Thank you for sharing with us. Over there, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So we actually are addressing this issue.
Right, I was just going to say we are.
Right now,
yes.
With a few different academic units. And what we're doing is we're creating education plans. So it's not just a one and done, right? So we're looking at training, things like implicit bias, microaggressions. Those are all good trainings. Anti-discrimination, anti-harassment, sexual harassment, also good. But it also takes a level of commitment to really continue those conversations after we go in and do the presentation. So as a leader, we usually propose, talk to your teams, tell me one nugget you took away from this training and how you can implement that into your workspace, and then follow up. But the leader also needs to do the same, right? What they took away from the training and how they can implement that particular DEI nugget into their workspace. But with these education plans, we're also going to have a focus on student training. So a large part of what my office does, or we started doing a couple of years ago, is providing training on general HR practices. What's appropriate in the workplace? What's not appropriate in the workplace? How do I complain about something that my faculty member or my supervisor might be engaging in? And then having a space outside of that faculty member where you can go and voice concerns. But yes, as you mentioned, tenured faculty, we can't just get rid of them. It's hard. It's a whole process. So, but how can we turn the culture around so that they recognize that behavior is not okay? And so we're in the process of starting those education plans with a few academic units now.
Right. Can I speak to the colleges a little bit, Maricopa? One thing that they did to make sure that the student voices out there is that we have implemented on all of it, and I was with this group last night, student senators. So those student senators are powered so that the students have a direct connect to other students who also meet with the governing board and other student leaders to make sure that things are heard. We also last year had conversations with our students. So we had focus groups, affinity conversations, and those student leaders, like I said, they're now involved with leadership. So they're bringing it there, and they're in a space of not only learning to be leaders, but to hold accountable things that are happening with students. So that if that survey happened and you didn't get a response, you go to your student leader on that campus. And I'm going to tell you, they're relentless, they're amazing, and I love the work that they're doing. So that's one thing that Maricopa Community Colleges is trying to do to make sure that the student voice is heard and that to push for the necessary change. Not to say that it's not difficult, but it's a stepping stone. And that's one thing that they're doing to try to make a difference for the students.
So teachers within high school districts?
So let me, I'll kind of, and this is going to be like an overgeneralization, but let me, and this applies to not just teachers, but this applies to every single one of you, okay? I want you to remember this. Your job is to say something. All of you, your job is to say something as an ally. And that is the one thing when we see injustice happening, I get a lot of times people go, well, it's not happening to me, so I'm over here. You know what I mean? But best believe they came for me the night before. They very well could come for you in the morning. Okay, so I really want you guys to all be allies. So your job, you know, if you see it and say, hey, I've got an issue, and that's the advocacy piece I think that's missing. A lot of people feel like, well, I'm not part of that group, whether it be LGBTQ+, whether it be someone in the transgender community. So we stay silent. And your silence is complacency. Your silence says there's not a problem. So in something like a high school environment where, yes, there are some bad teachers, but I gotta tell you, there are some amazing teachers that are transforming our kids. And sometimes that's the only kind of guidance they'll get. So it's really important that there's a balance there, but that you say something, because oftentimes we think people see it, and there's just so much happening with the university even, you know, that we have to say something in order for it to rise, right? So it can be addressed. So that's what I'll say. I have a question right behind you. And then as you ask your question, I had a question for you. What happens in an environment where you don't have a diverse pool to recruit from that is reflective, like if you were at a branch or something like that? Mike, what do you guys do in those situations?
Well, you know, we have these conversations all the time. So someone who has a office maybe in downstate Illinois or Iowa, I don't expect their office to look like Chicago.
Right.
But gender is certain consideration, particularly now with, you know, so many women head of households and being involved in the financial, you know, security conversation. So we try to say, you know, you got to manage diversity based on where you are.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And yes, please, if you could say your question nice and loud. Yes. Mm-hmm. Sure. Mm. Okay.
Can I say something to
Please,
that?
I would love it if you could address that, Eric. Thank you.
You're clearly well-spoken, you're qualified. And one of the things which I think historically, you know, women may have suffered from are mentors. okay? Somebody that you can talk to about the road you're on. And clearly it's not your qualifications. Maybe it's the way you're going about it. And I would say to you, just in my brief period here, I've met some women that they got it going on. They're smart, and they have traipsed this whole corporate environment in a lot of different ways. And I would say just stick out your hand and meet them and take them out to coffee or something and just talk to them. Mm. It's not your qualifications, okay? It's not the way you present yourself. You're clearly very confident. Talk to them and maybe they can give you a little guidance there. Mm-hmm. You know, it's a marathon. It's not a 100-yard dash. Mm-hmm. You can figure this out, but step outside of yourself.
And I would just add, from a legal perspective, when you're voicing concerns about what's happening within your space with respect to DEI, so if you're complaining that there aren't enough women, minorities, individuals with disabilities, there aren't multiple generations within your organization. That fear of repercussion, a lot of people have it, but there are legal protections. It's called retaliation. So if you engage in what we call protected activity, you're subjected to an adverse action, that could give rise to a claim of retaliation under the law.
Absolutely. Dr. Trahan, please. Mm-hmm. That's true. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. You better preach, Dr. Trahan. You better preach. I love that. I will take, we do have to wrap up. I will take one other question or comment, sir, please. Yes. Sorry, I can't see. I'm like in the vicinity of, I saw your hand go up. Yes, please.
This question is back on the college topic, but something that financial, we're very passionate about. But I know when it comes to D&I conversations, I believe that it's very important to be intentional about what it is that you're doing. So, for example, I see a lot of folks that will talk about doing D&I, but when you look at the folks that are talking about it, they don't look like that. Yeah. Picking up on putting down. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I don't be having a conversation centered around how our organization can help your colleagues without knowing from your guys' perspective, what is it about our organization and outside organization that can truly be a partner or can help your guys' D&I efforts being outside? Because again, I'm not too far removed from being in that space, but I don't want to speak for the students because I'm not in that space. And that's the work that you guys do every day. So I think it's just you guys.
And I'll have you guys continue that conversation. So I invite you to come and see, both Aaron and Jackie and ask that. And I want to get the comment up top. I saw you. Sorry, I was trying to get to everyone. But yes, if you could just share your comment, I would love to hear what you have to say. Yep, we can hear you. Right. Right. Sure. Right. Right, right, right. Right, right. Right. So let me answer that first part of it. It's real simple. Guess what? You're doing it. I'm telling you right now, you're doing it. Part of it, and I'm really not being funny. Part of it is showing up. I cannot even express to you how important that is. You know, showing up and networking and saying, what do you know? What do you know? How can I know that? How can I connect, connecting with individuals, these individuals that you see sitting up here? I fully expect that if you have a desire to know more about DEI, how to implement it, how to measure it, that you're going to come up to them and say, Jackie, wonderful to meet you. I had a follow-up question because we have an hour break right now. You get a chance to go get something to eat. You get a chance to stretch your legs, meet some new people, say hello to some old friends. But you also get a chance to network with these individuals and ask your question to see how you can grow it in your space. But part of it is showing up, because I think sometimes, Dr. Tree, you said it earlier, we get very myopic, right? We get very, this is the one way I've been doing it. My child used to do that all the time. He used to run into a door, glass door, boom, knock himself out. And he was only 2, so God bless his heart, he grew out of it. But he would run into, and I said, how's that working out for you? And he says, you know what, Mama, I should probably open the door. Yeah, you probably should if you want to get outside. So it's something about saying, and sometimes we do the same thing. We hit our head on that door. We just keep, and we're like, this door's not opening. Okay. How many of you have done, right? You're like, this is my, right? You know what I'm talking about. This is my path. I see it. This is the only way. I'm going this way. Did you know there are 5, 6, 10, 15, 20 other ways to go around this thing, where you could probably reach the top a whole lot faster? So stop banging your head on that glass door. Listen, I cannot even, don't get me started. But anyway, another round of applause, please, for our diversity panel. They are amazing. And we are off to lunch now for an hour break, but I wanted to remind you, if you have not dropped your business card in the bowl, out front, definitely do that. You could win entrance to one of ThinkZilla's corporate training or business development. You do not want to miss that. This is gold right here. So, showing up and participating and engaging is part of what you're here for. So make sure you're getting your full benefit out of it. We will see you back in an hour. And thank you all so much for your time and energy. See you soon. Much. Welcome back, everybody. If you're sitting all the way up there or you're a little further back, you know what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to tell you to come on closer. Come on down, come on closer if you can, if you feel comfortable doing so. But we're going to go ahead and get started. We're a little behind schedule. We realized that everybody, needed a little sustenance, a little energy boost. Did you have a good lunch? Yes, you had a good lunch. Wonderful. Good. Thank you for that. Thank you for the response. Listen, this is like church. I'm going to need you all to respond, right? So I know I'm not up here alone. Wonderful. Come on in, come on down, take a seat as we get ready for the second part of the program. Did you meet some new people? Yes, you met some new people. Wonderful. Okay, so you connected and you're feeling like already in the first half of the day you have value. I see thumbs up. Wonderful. Good. Who did you meet? I'm curious. Sis in the beautiful head wrap. Who did you meet? No worries. Wonderful. Wonderful. We are grateful to have you. That's what it's all about. I mentioned earlier to you all, it's about showing up. That's half of it, right? Showing up and then being open to receive. My favorite saying is, it's not hard to give a gift, but boy, in the receiving sometimes, you know what I mean? People don't know how to receive gifts. They think you want something back. They think, and so this is a gift. And hopefully you all have had a chance to thank Dr. Velma Traham and the folks at ThinkZilla for providing, right, this gift to you all. It is tremendous. And, I told her I'm a friend for life. So we're going to roll. We're going to ride with this. I'm really excited about it. All right. So let's keep moving. We are going to talk now about supplier diversity. And this portion of our day is going to be all about supplier diversity 101. We are going to bring up Gia Grant Rutledge, who is going to share with you the slides that she has up here. But I would love to tell you just a little bit about Gia. Gia Grant Rutledge is actually with ThinkZilla. She is their DEI subject matter expert. And she has over 20 years of experience in public-private partnerships and also has experience working with federal, state, and local governments. Also works with communities and nonprofits. She recently received her master's degree in public health from the University of Arizona. Gee, I won't hold that against you, but just kidding. Sun Devils, ASU and U of A, we have this rivalry thing that we've had for many, many years. And she is right now currently a doctoral candidate in policy, planning, and what's the last part? And development. Thank you so much. Policy, planning, and development. Would you please give a warm welcome to Gia Grant Rutledge? Oh dear. Thank you.
I have to put my glasses on. I won't be like the mayor and have to borrow hers. So today I'm going to talk to you guys a little about supplier diversity. So what is supplier diversity? What does it mean and what does it look like? Supplier diversity refers to a supply chain that incorporates business owned by diverse individuals or groups. It's a business strategy that ensures a diverse supplier base in the procurement of goods and services for any business or organization. It also emphasizes the creation of a diverse supply chain that works to secure the inclusion of diverse groups in the procurement plans for government, nonprofits, and private industries. So why does supplier diversity matter for your business? Supplier diversity promotes innovation. I'm waiting for the next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So supplier diversity promotes innovation. It provides multiple channels for procurement. It drives competition between suppliers, displays an organization's commitment to doing business in diverse markets, and it showcases your company's commitment to the economic growth of all communities. It also matters for business because research shows that when companies increase their diverse spend, they see an increase in the market share. They see a 10 to 15% increase in sales of companies that allocate 20% or more of their spend to diverse suppliers, compared to only a 5% increase in companies that direct less than 20% of their spend to diverse suppliers. So I'm going to share some of the current trends of US-based companies with supplier diversity programs. A 2021 study by the Hackett Group found that 72 million was spent on diverse suppliers per US billion total spend. 92% of organizations allocated funds for supplier diversity, and 77% of organizations are planning to increase spending with Black-owned businesses. So again, listen to that. 77% of organizations are planning to increase spending with Black-owned businesses. Hence our need to ensure that today, as we discuss growing your business, that you ensure you're positioned to do this. So there are a number of Fortune 500 companies that are already investing in supplier diversity programs for their companies. And here are just a few examples of what success looks like for them. Coca-Cola spends over $800 million annually on diverse suppliers, has a supplier diversity program called the STEP Initiative, which stands for Supplier Training and Empowerment Program. They also have partnered with Georgia State University in Atlanta, where their headquarters is located, to form a Supplier Diversity Institute. In 2019, a study for Coca-Cola found that the individuals who were aware of Coca-Cola's supplier diversity initiatives were 45% more likely to perceive the brand as valuing diversity, 25% more likely to think favorably about the brand, 49% likely to use Coca-Cola products, and 86% more likely to use your service. And as a result, their procurement investment saw an increase of 133% return on investment. UPS, next slide, spent $2.6 billion annually doing business with small and diverse suppliers. Partners supports multiple councils and third parties to run mentoring and training programs for diverse suppliers. And they employ third-party firms to validate supplier certifications every quarter, and they conduct audits of diversity spend and the economic impact of their programs. Target spent $1.4 billion on goods and services from diverse suppliers and influenced its first-tier suppliers to buy over $800,000 worth of offerings from second-tier diverse suppliers. The Hilton brand partnered with over 3,400 diverse suppliers, spent over $590 million on diverse suppliers, and worked with over 10,000 properties through their Hilton Supplier Management Program. So how do you start? Increasing supplier diversity is just one aspect of DEI. We recommend you take a comprehensive approach to increasing supplier diversity. You can't effectively engage in supplier diversity without ensuring you have a workforce that is trained and equipped with the skills to work in a diverse environment. We recommend you consider a comprehensive DEI initiative that is centered around your organization's data, which can lead to data-driven decisions. So this starts with the DEI assessment. From demographic data, salary data, and survey data, and employee feedback, data can be a powerful tool to change behavior. When conducting data collection analysis through a diversity, equity, and inclusion lens, data holds the promise of being a powerful lever for change and equity. The DEI index was developed by ThinkZilla to serve as an assessment tool to establish diversity, equity, and inclusion targets companies should aim to reach. When we consider what Chris talked about today about micro versus macro data, this gets to the micro level data, and it tells the story of the economy using these metrics, which are key. ThinkZilla assessed over 500 Fortune 500 companies and scored them based on key DEI indicators. Here are just a few of the DEI indicators we use. 53% of Amazon's employees are women. Berkshire Hathaway's board of directors are 42% women and 21% of color. And Verizon Communications has no wage differences among people of different ethnicity. Our DEX indicators are used to see how your results compare to other companies with the diversity and inclusion benchmarks. Next slide. So the next step is to think about your diverse supplier recruitment and development and training. In order to build a diverse supplier recruitment, development, and training, you should follow these steps. Develop a business case for DEI, define the scope and certification policies for your procurement and contracts, set SMART goals, build a reporting framework, establish a baseline for comparison, and this is where our DEI index is key, and develop a communication plan to ensure you're reaching a diverse population and subpopulations like millennials that we discussed today. Examples of services we provide to meet these goals include local and state and government supplier diversity procurement programs, corporate supplier diversity programs, supplier diversity training, and minority business development. Next slide. So workplace diversity is the term used for the workplace, which is composed of employees of a variety of characteristics, such as differences in sex, gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, physical disabilities, and religion, socioeconomic backgrounds, and culture. We aim to provide workforce development and diversity and inclusion to increase workplace diversity through these programs, such as workplace recruitment and retention training, workforce recruitment campaigns, setting SMART HR goals and outcomes and targets based on your company's data. And these programs are necessary to ensure that your staff is diverse and they have the capacity to act based on employer, supplier, customer, and research-driven recommendations. Next slide. ThinkZilla will work with you to create and roll out branding that reflects organizations' commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Unlike marketing agencies, we can leverage and engage with ThinkZilla's national network of trusted media influencers and partners. Diversity-focused branding development includes creating a customer-centric diversity campaign based off your customer's voice that is culturally appropriate, that allow you to reach a diverse target market. We develop customer-centric products and services that aim to build brand preference among multicultural audiences. We develop government and educational campaigns that serve the diverse communities in which they operate, and build communication pathways for your company with diverse stakeholders that last longer than just a single touch point. Next slide. So about ThinkZilla. ThinkZilla's consulting helps organizations create positive economic impact through cultural diversity. We're the only firm that combines program management resources with deep DEI and expertise and a network of thousands of minority-led business suppliers and full-service marketing capabilities. We call our approach the DE&I culturally aware brand engagement. We work with private companies and public sectors that want to become more diverse and make real change. We use data, tailored program development, digital engagement, partnership marketing, and public relations to push projects forward strategically. We build meaningful connections between organizations and diverse consumers to make companies more relevant and impactful. Our team's combined expertise of over 25 years gives us the ability to help you in key areas of your business, such as data collection and analysis, public relations, DEI workforce development and training, diverse partnerships and endorsements, culturally appropriate web design and social media engagements, and community engagement initiatives that build trusting relationships. So why are we experts in this topic and why are we leading in this space? We're social equity specialists, community strategists, program and campaign managers, gifted innovators, brand positioning experts, crises communication professionals, that's just to name a few. We're committed to helping you reach diverse, minority-owned suppliers, integrating your business smoothly and effectively, helping you to grow within the supplier diversity community, and building meaningful connections with them. Next slide. Whatever organization, industry, or public sector you represent, our wealth of expertise will help you succeed through comprehensive, results-generating, end-to-end training development, marketing, and lead generation services. Through our supplier diversity training and development program, we streamline the process for you from start to finish. We develop a strategy with your collaboration that is unique to your specific company and your enterprise. By implementing a tailored DEI strategic plan, we will design tailored DEI programs and strategies for your company using a data-driven approach, provide workforce development and diversity, equity, and inclusion to increase workplace diversity, provide tailored approaches to diversify suppliers and increase the number of contracts awarded to minority-owned businesses, provide culturally tailored and appropriate marketing strategies to increase the reach of diverse audiences and consumers. With our professional consultation, you'll be able to reach your diverse target market, qualify for comprehensive supplier diversity opportunities and contracts, build your presence and capabilities, successfully create a supplier diversity program that will build and drive your revenue growth. Let us help you grow and make a difference within the supplier diversity community by getting in touch with us. We have some DEI index cards that tell a little bit more about what the DEI index is. Don't forget to pick one of these up.
Now, have you actually stay up here if you don't mind. Do we have any questions? Do we have any comments? Do we have any observations? Anyone have any questions for Gina? Comments, observations? Right. Tremendous. It really is. Thank you so much for your time. Excellent. Do we have a question? Do we have any questions? I want to make sure I don't miss anyone. This is your chance to ask your questions. And did we get, I don't know if I saw, did Jarvis make it up here? Oh, there he is. Okay, sorry. I don't have my glasses on, so you know that. It didn't even matter that I was looking back there. Thank you so much. All right, let's keep moving along. And again, if you have questions, definitely ask your questions. I said to some young people earlier that you are not going to find very many opportunities like this to be in a room with people this knowledgeable. From the Chris Camachos to the Andy Lombards, right? To Eric, to Mike, to Aaron. I mean, these are individuals that I could not have curated any better. So you really have an opportunity to ask your questions and ensure that you are getting to kind of the core. I think the young people that are asking questions, especially the ones asking about school systems and teachers and things like that, it's really important. And that's how you make a difference, is to ensure that you can actually ask kind of relevant and timely questions. So let's move on to the next segment of our program, which is all around diverse and inclusive decision-making. So Jarvis Huff is Senior Vice President, Chief Operations Officer, and also Public Finance at Blaylock Van. So Jarvis currently serves in dual capacity at Blaylock Van as the Chief Operating Officer, so COO, and is also a member of the Public Finance team. He is a graduate of Clemson University with a bachelor's degree in economics and a master's degree in agriculture and applied economics. Wonderful. Mr. Huff has over 17 years of experience in the securities industry, and today he is going to spotlight the importance of diverse and inclusive decision-making. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Jarvis Huff. I'll get out of your way, give you some room. Thank you.
Hope everybody's doing well after lunch, that the carbs haven't kicked in too much. There's still a little bit of energy left. First and foremost, thank you guys for coming. Thank everybody who's here in attendance. Dr. Traham, I really appreciate having the opportunity to come and give a few words. I've only got about 20 minutes. But what I wanted to do there's a lot of information that's been given. The next 18 and a half, 19 minutes or so, what I really want to do is have a conversation. I heard earlier in one of the panels that it's a hard conversation to have. Oftentimes, DEI conversations are hard. Well, one thing about me, I love hard conversations. I love difficult conversations, but also like thought-provoking conversations. The reason today's subject matter is important to me is because I stand before you. When we talk about representation, I grew up in rural South Carolina. There were no Black investment bankers or Black folks in that particular industry that I got a chance to see. I think the first time I even knew anything, I was in college, and I read a book by a certain gentleman from Baltimore. The name of that book was Watch the White Guys Have All the Fun. You can go look that book up, and come to find out he'd actually gone to school with a lot of my family members. As I sit here now, and I thought about it as I was coming to the stage, since 2006, I have worked for minority-owned firms or myself. So I say that to say it's very important, not just for representation, but it's very important that we all make conscious steps, no matter whether we're on the private sector, public sector, higher ed, no matter where we are, is making sure that we are inclusive. I like the word diversity, but I like inclusion and I like equity, because diversity oftentimes, and I'll get into this in a second, can often be a numbers game. And I just want to make sure that, as we're talking about it, we understand that sometimes you got to do a little bit more than just check the boxes. So why does it matter? So imagine in this society, we have a platform and ecosystem where we spend up to 1/3 of our lives. The average human here in America will spend 1/3 of their lives at work. That leaves, and by spending 1/3 of your life there, that's a place where you should be doing something during your time there that's going to leave, or it's going to impact the decision making and racial perceptions of employees and workers. So what I mean by that is that of all the places that you're going to spend most of the time that you're going to be alive, if you're not sleeping, you're going to be at work most of that time. What that basically means is that most of the people that you're going to come into contact with in a diverse setting, more than likely is going to happen at work. You have to understand that we are in a time where we must be, again, very conscious and intentional about changing the unexpected into the expected. As a firm, Blaylock Van, which we'll talk about a little bit more, Eric was here a little bit earlier. There have been often times where I've walked into rooms and it wasn't expected for someone like me, even though there are a few of the some 4,000 firms, there are about 4 or 5 maybe African-American owned investment banks. And when you really start looking at those firms who've actually made a difference, the number gets to be really, really small. It's really only about 3. So it's not the unexpected for us to come through the door. We have to think about how do we make the unexpected the expected. As we move forward, these have been trying times, and we can look at the last 21, 22 months and everything that's happened, whether it's been COVID, whether it's been the social unrest, which I believe, was basically that we were sitting on a powder keg because of political decisions that have been made around the country. I'm not here to talk politics with anyone, but you can definitely meet me outside if you'd like to. I don't shy away from those conversations. But when you look at what was going on, it was the perfect storm. There were a lot of things that happened after, with George Floyd and a lot of other things. And there were a lot of organizations we reaped from an investment banking firm, financial services, all of financial services reaped benefits from what was going on. I want you all to understand that. Whereas a lot of the smaller businesses were going through issues in our field, when interest rates went low and a lot of other things happened, there was a lot of things that happened. We were participating about 130 deals last year. This is during COVID. So understand, there were segments of the economy that weren't hurting, that were not hurting. So as we start to look at things, organizations that have a penchant to lean towards the more traditional and non-diverse corporate strategies, they're at a risk for earning less and falling behind their competitors. Old thought patterns will not survive in a changing, disruptive climate, and I hope that they don't, honestly speaking. Companies with a wide representation of people of different races, genders, ages, and religion have a leg up on the competition, and that data on that is irrefutable. Now, again, I work for Blaylock Van, so I lean towards the private sector. So it is my personal belief that private business is the only way that we're going to see some of these things start to be manifested in our society when it comes to actually having some societal or something being transformative. Here's why. Colleges can't do it. I know we sit on a college campus, and that's well and good. I'm glad to be here. The colleges, when you look at it, there are too few people that actually attend. From 2009 to 2019, the actual number of people taking post-secondary classes and finishing those degrees, it actually decreased by 5%. So there are approximately 4,000 post-secondary degree granting institutions in America, 16.6 million people approximately. It's not enough people to make change. You can start, it can be a seed. We look at the church. I'm not a member of the clergy, but upon its face, the unfortunate realism that we all have to look at when we look at religion is, unfortunately, it's not something that brings people together. It just doesn't. And throughout history, it hasn't. Again, if someone would like to have that conversation, we can do that away from here. But just think about it and be truthful with yourselves. In fact, only 35% of Americans even say that they go to church. Only 35%. If you don't believe it, there's a famous quote by Martin Luther King that even says, at 11 o'clock on Sundays is the most segregated hour amongst Christians. So it's separatism. It's definitely separatism. So why business? Why would somebody like me get up here in front of everybody and say, listen, if we're going to make this thing happen, it has to happen through our business practices? For one reason, there are 164 million people in the US that wake up and go to work. That seems like a high number considering everything that's been going on with COVID and all the money that's been handed out by the administration, but it's 164 million. Again, we spend 1/3 of our lives working. The one thing that those 164 million people have in common is that they know they have to get up and earn a wage, and they know they've got to provide a product or a service to get that done. So in that way, they are all brought together towards a common cause. Again, 1/3 of our lives, 164 million people, is where we're going to spend most of our time. And it's where we're going to come into interactions with different people that are different from us. So when we start talking diversity, I'm looking at my slide, and the first thing it says is, make diversity genuine. Make it genuine. Too often it's used for appeasement and window dressing. Are you simply checking a box? That is something we've actually got to look at. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. Understanding that diversity does not necessarily constitute inclusion. It'll get you in the group, but does it make you a part of the group? I grew up, and there are a lot of minorities who will have the same experience where, whether it be middle school, high school, sometimes college, I went to Clemson, wasn't the most racially diverse place, let's just call it for what it was, but it was just the nature of where it was, and it was the nature of the time. There were often times where I was the only person that looked like me in the class, especially in high school. And that happens. What role does that play in your psyche? There are a lot of people who make decisions for large companies who've never had to walk into a building or walk into a place of decision making, walk into a place of learning where they're the only person that looks like them. That is not something they can empathize with. It shouldn't be held against them. But both parties have to recognize that creates a deficit, it creates a deficiency. Is diversity really a problem? When you look at statistics, there is no reason for any company not to embrace diversity. They kind of touched on it on the panel a little bit earlier, and we'll look at some of the statistics. 33% better performance in ethnically diverse environments, and ethnically diverse companies usually experience about 24% growth. Again, with diversity, the invitation is worthless if it brings no opportunity for impact. So just because you give someone a seat at the table, if you should stifle their voice or muffle their voice, you've actually done a disservice, and what you thought you were accomplishing, you didn't do. It's just a gesture, a meaningless gesture. As we look at it, companies must develop a high trust workplace experience for all employees, no matter their title and function. Companies must deploy processes and performance matrices that show that the talent of all individuals are acknowledged and cared for by their colleagues and leaders. Equity speaks to valuing the difference of people and companies in a tangible manner so as to ensure their equitable inclusion. Again, everyone needs to be there. Inclusion is also about impact. Make sure it's an impactful decision that you're making, and inclusion will give whoever you put at that table, make sure you're giving them a voice. So again, social change is altering the current landscape of corporate America. And I threw this slide in there because I wanted to highlight a couple things again, because oftentimes we hear it, it's a conversation that folks don't want to have. Why should I look at diversity? First and foremost, your consumer base, the people that you're dealing with, your shareholders, your stakeholders are going to all come from diverse backgrounds. Whether it be your C-level, whether it be the people in middle management or whether it be the people that you're bringing in on an entry level. Understand, the people that you bring in on an entry level basis, it really should start there, because those are going to be the next leaders within your organization. One thing that organizations know that they do better with is retention and keeping up with the brand when you have somebody who you brought up from the bottom. But if you're not bringing a diverse group of people in, when it comes down to it, as those people start to go up the corporate ladder, you're not going to have a pool of diverse people from internally in order to actually choose from. So looking at some brief statistics, projected growth from Asian, Hispanic, and multicultural groups will turn traditionally underrepresented populations into majority groups by 2044. So the time is coming. I mean, it's already upon us. We already see the growth metrics, right? So we know that the current majority will not be the majority, which is some of the reason for some of the panic, if we must be absolutely honest with ourselves, right? 50% of employees think their company should be doing more to increase diversity. 41% of managers state they are too busy to implement any kind of diversity and inclusion. And everything I'm giving you right now came from one of two sources: the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Forbes, and actually McKinsey, the consulting firm. Number 6, African Americans are 50% less likely to receive callbacks compared to white candidates. That actual study had to do with name recognition, if they had a very ethnic sounding name. And number 9, real quick, just diverse teams are 87% better at making decisions. So what is the overarching issue? What is the overarching issue at hand? And it is, our company is creating an ecosystem where many different genders, races, nationalities, sexual orientations, and identities are presented, but only the perspective and economic interest of a certain group or of certain groups are valued or carry any authority of influence. So basically, listen, you've got everybody at the table. And this happens a lot as we start to look at, how companies have promoted from within or other things that have happened. You've got a diverse group of people when you look at it superficially. But what happens is that you don't really get a change in thought process, because at the end, it gets ran up the flagpole. The flagpole looks like it always did at the top. So it stopped. So with that being said, in 1997, the Rockefeller Foundation in the United States, I think I forget which department it was, but it was the Rockefeller Foundation. And they basically said that there was not enough empirical data to justify the elimination of the public policies towards affirmative action, right? They said there was not enough empirical data. They said, furthermore, affirmative action and other programs designed to assist minorities had not been effective in securing a meaningful statistical change in the number of government contracts secured by minorities. Now, understand that has not changed. It's 2021. I just threw that in there since 1997 to say that there has been some, I won't sit here and say that nothing has happened, but there've been baby steps, even going back that far. In the history of the Fortune 500 list, which was first published in 1955, there have only been 19 Black CEOs out of a little bit over 1,800 chiefs. Clifton Wharton was the first Black CEO ever of a U.S. major corporation at CREF. And as you can see there, and actually during that time, CREF was not considered a part of the Fortune 500 because it was a service. They had a different way of doing the metrics back then. So technically he didn't even count. But that picture gets even grimmer if you take out the interim CEOs or the people who spent less than a year in the corner office. That number, since the record's been kept, is 15. That's 15. Currently, there are only 4 Black CEOs. We represent 1/8 of the population. So our consumerism, and this happens with all marginalized groups, consumerism is always welcome. Your ability to purchase, your purchasing power is always welcome. We want our human capital appreciated and heard. So conscious supply diversity. So here's the deal. The second part of this, really quickly, I want to get into, and I'm gonna skip some of these slides real quick, because I want you to understand what it looks like when it actually does work, when things come together. And Blaylock Van, again, as a firm, 30 years in business. Eric Standard, Eric Standard has done a great job at the head of that firm, and making sure, when we go out and we represent, that particular brand to, whether it be corporate America, whether it be to municipalities across the country, it's not just about us. It's about also letting them know that we do exist, that there are capable, competent people that are standing in front of you with the ability, to basically carry out the same assignments that the other people on the front page of that IPO or the people that are on the page of that debt offering, you know, there's nothing better than to look up and you see whether it's Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley, and then you see Blaylock over to the right. It's not a lot of folks, it's not a lot of us that get that feeling. And the thing about that is that we have to continue building brands. We have to continue building, you know, whatever you're doing as you're walking up the corporate ladder with whatever your skill set may be. You have to find a way to make sure that, for one, you're preparing yourself appropriately and that you're being persistent in your approach. You've got to prepare and you've got to be persistent. Because again, one of the other things, and I heard somebody else talk about a little bit earlier, was that when it comes to supplier diversity, you know, you just have to make sure that when you are walking in as an 8A firm, that you know, every I is dotted, every T is crossed, and that you are walking in with the skill set and the capability to where that part of it can't be questioned. We have to make sure that we're walking in able to perform the task. And that's been one of the big things with Blaylock Van. What we do, again, you know, Eric said it earlier, it's not that we're the only people in that space. We aren't. There are other marginalized groups who've established firms, whether they're good women firms, they're good Latino-owned firms. They're out there. All of those firms have to be able to provide the same service to the same level that some of the larger groups. We're just smaller in scale. So just make sure whatever your particular focus may be, or wherever, whatever industry that you're working in, that you're able to do that. Make sure you're just a smaller version of the people that you're competing against, so who you might end up signing up with as a sub under or whatnot. Just make sure you're keeping that skill set and you're keeping your skills up and you're keeping your company's brand where it needs to be. So again, you know, supply diversity, some of the first ones, General Motors up in Detroit after 68 riots. So the National Minority Supply Diversity Council, again, just throw some numbers at you. Certified MBEs generate $400 billion in economic output to the creation or preservation of 2.2 million jobs and $49 billion in annual revenue. Now, those numbers look impressive, but in the grand scheme of things, they're not. They're really not. And if you'd like them to be juxtaposed against some other numbers, again, I'll be right outside when it's over with. We could talk about it. Just real quick, you know, again, what does it look like when it works? So, you know, as the case study, we look at Blaylock Van, and these are some slides that even when we do our presentations but again, whether it be municipalities or whether it be corporations, Fortune 500 corporations, Fortune 100, you know, the story, without going through all of it, the reason I thought this was so important to add is because you actually, again, this is where representation matters. This is when you actually have to see who are the people that have actually done this. I hear people talk about it. I hear about DEI, I hear about this, but who are the people who've actually benefited, who've walked into the procurement departments, to the treasurers, to the CFOs, to the presidents, to the CEOs of the companies and said, hey, listen, we deserve a shot. What does it look like? So again, I stand before you as a person who's had to do that. It's a great feeling. It's a great sense of accomplishment. It's a capstone to all the education and all the other things that we've done to be able to walk in and do these things. But it's also good to know that I can walk in under a brand that has done the appropriate things, and all things have always been in order. So, you know, my grandfather was a minister, and when he'd always say, keep your house in order. No matter what you do, you keep your house in order. Your house is your business is your house. It will feed you if you feed it. So as we look at Blaylock Van, you know, again, started in 1991. This is actually my second time working with this firm. And I say that because, again, whereas I told everyone that, you know, since literally 2006, I've only worked for minorities or myself. You know, in that, it's, you know, it's like a Dickens novel, right? It's been the best of times, it's been the worst of times, right? When I look at those things, but nothing beats that experience. Nothing beats being able to walk in and represent not only for the company, but for the culture. The culture of the company, the culture of the people that you work for, and the culture that has been underrepresented, underutilized, knowing that you've gone and you put your best foot forward, whether it's been high school, college, whatever, to then be able to go and actually take that and turn that into dollars and cents, right? So just real quick, what does it look like when it works? These are some of the companies that we've done business with over the years. These are some of the largest brands, I won't even say in the world, I mean, it's in America, but in the world. As you look from the energy side on the left, you look and you see you see Disney and Coca-Cola in the middle, and you see financial companies on the right. This is what it looks like when it works. These are companies. These are, again, just going through, these are transactions. Just, again, the numbers are larger numbers, but that's just, I want you to see the numbers that these larger majority corporations are dealing in. It's good to be able to at least come in and deal with that. When you start to look at on our municipal side, slide 22. When you start looking on the municipal side, and this is something that we're very proud of at the firm. Our ranking has risen from 69 and number 69 in 2013 to number 18 as of last year. And right now, we're currently ranked, as the time that I put this together, number 19 in 2021 for municipal underwriting. That's of all firms in the country that perform that task. And now, if you look at the bottom where you'll see here, 18, we stand at 18. That's still 1.89% of the market share. That's still 1.89. So though this business is extremely successful, let's look at things in terms of, this is why there's still more work that needs to be done. Because when you look at it, when you aggregate across the larger firms, again, when you aggregate across and you see what we're getting, firms like ours are still doing well, but in the grand scheme of things, there's still work that can be done. Again, if you look to the right, you'll see some of the other women-owned, minority-owned, women-owned, veteran-owned firms, where we come in right at 5 there. And again, looking at those firms, again, you got a woman-owned firm, a firm that was originally started by a woman. You got a Latino-owned firm. You got a veteran-owned firm, and you've got another African-American-owned firm in there. So again, strides are being made. So the last thing I want you to take away from is that the strides are being made. But again, the whole purpose of showing this is for folks to see this is what it looks like, again, when it is working. And there is a firm and there is representation, again, because representation matters. Again, just real quick, these are the tombstones for some of the municipalities across the country that we work for, or that we work with, I should say. And one thing in looking at these municipalities, again, even from the private sector, you have to look at when you're dealing with municipalities, a lot of municipalities do have some type of DEI. They go under different names at different places, but also understand some of you live in parts of the country where municipalities don't have it. I'm from the deep South. I can remember my first time at Blaylock Van. We used to have the union bug on the cards, and I remember going into South Carolina and calling back to the New York office saying, "Could you please take the union bug off it? Because these folks in South Carolina are not going to give me business. They see I support unions." You got to know the politics also of where you're going. But again, when the product is appropriate and it's a proper fit, you stand a better chance of getting in just based on your merit. And so we've still got to get to that point. But again, understanding that there are places that we operate in, that where you'll be operating in, where there will be set aside business where you can go in and vie for it. So make sure when you're dealing with procurement departments for the different places that you're taking a look at that. Again, just real quick, these are some of the folks that we deal with that, when we put together our deals, people always ask me, well, who buys this stuff from you, right? So when you're looking at debt, bonds, when you're looking at the people that we do business with on the buy side, and buy side means they actually buy from us, you're looking at other municipalities, you're looking at insurance companies, you're looking at asset managers. So again, the penchant for people to give you a fair shot if your product is right, and if you're doing the right thing, and if you're knowledgeable in that space, more oftentimes than not, fortunately, you'll get a shot. Won't say it'll always be the fairest of shots, but you'll get a shot. And from that, you use that as a foundation to keep going. So to those folks, if there's anybody in the audience who actually is in charge of vendor procurement, the biggest thing I can say from here is if that is what you do, support those companies. Don't just spotlight them. Give them a fair chance. Put them in. The vendors benefit. Neither the company nor vendor, or whether neither company or municipality, a vendor win without conscious engagement. You have to have conscious engagement. And just real quick on that, I can give you for instance, where this is maybe 10 years ago, a municipality in Georgia, I won't say the name of the city, about a 53% Black population, so majority Black, won't necessarily say that the tax base or that the amount contributed in taxes was, if you put that based on race, it was probably definitely less, just due to historical pieces, right, in the African-American community. But when you looked at it, that particular place had never given an African-American contractor a GC or any type of general contract. Everything that had ever been done, I don't care what the industry was, I don't care whether it was lights or whether it was bonds, which they had never given a contract. This was in like 2013, 2014, to an African-American owned company, ever. Now, when people, I hang out a lot of different places in Atlanta, and a lot of it's extremely conservative. When people tell me that racism doesn't exist or that it's not structural, that's always the first instance I give them. Again, I think it was Patrick Henry that stood up and said, no taxation without representation. Well, we've been getting taxed a long time without getting a fair shot back from the municipalities that we live in. I say that to say, again, just make sure your house is in order and things are appropriate, and you'll be given a shot. Won't always be fair, but you'll definitely go for the shot. So, in conclusion, for most major companies, DIE programs represent a real opportunity to actively join the fight against racial discrimination and create economic opportunity and enhance their businesses. Understanding these concepts should help explain why creating a diverse, inclusive workforce should be a priority in 2021 and beyond. In order to be effective, companies must recognize the problem, establish real numbers and metrics and real consequences that are bound by time. Policies and programs without resource allocations, they reinforce a willful acceptance of the status quo, stop maintaining order, and start making connections. So on that, I'll leave that, again, as we look at the importance of whether it be any type of minority, any type of marginalized group, it is up to those groups to make sure that the businesses that we are taking out to the marketplace are appropriately equipped for the fight, because it is a fight. It is a fight. And to go into battle, you have to go into battle with the right equipment, with the right mindset. Understand it's the proper preparation, it's persistence, it's being properly educated, it's making sure you have everything in order so that you don't get a no because you weren't ready. So with that, I'll close out. If there are any questions, comments, or concerns, we can do those. If not, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the knowledge. That was amazing. Do we have any questions before Mr. Huff leaves us here? Any questions, any comments, any observations? Anything you walked away not knowing? Aha moments for you or moments of clarity? And I know the light is shining in my eye. Yes, please, up there.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Wonderful. Thank you for those comments. Very important. Excellent.
Thank
Excellent.
You.
Again,
Appreciate
a round of applause, please, for Mr.
Thank you.
Travis Huff. So I've said this before. If you're back in the back of the room, I'm just going to pause like I do when I'm in class. Come and join us, please. The classes room up here in front. Make yourself at home. You can go distance. You can from here. So please, yes, thank you. Come down and join us. Before we continue with today's program, I do want to bring up Lexi. Did I see Lexi? Hi there, Lexi. Applequist, is that correct? Oh, wow, I got it right. Yes. Who is the program coordinator with the Millionaire Mindset Academy?
Millionaire Mastermind Academy.
I was so close. I was practicing it all back there. I was so close. Thank you so much. I would love for you to just share a little bit if you wouldn't. Yeah, give her a round of applause, please. Thank you, Lexi.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. As she mentioned, I am our program coordinator for Millionaire Mastermind Academy. As you probably already heard today, we are a nonprofit 501c3 organization. We are on a mission, the team here at Millionaire Mastermind Academy, to combat poverty by giving minority women the tools, the knowledge, the skills to overcome poverty through entrepreneurship. We help them to launch and scale their businesses in lots of different outlets. So we have all sorts of programs like the ones that you are attending here today. They would not be possible without your support. We benefit so much from you just being here today. And I hope you guys have learned a thing or two as well so far. Our upcoming programs include monthly economic empowerment chats. These are virtual events, at least for the rest of this year. They're virtual once a month and they're all free. We talk about topics from having a positive mindset to where do I get funding to even start my business. So we welcome you to attend those each month online with us. If you go to the Eventbrite where you signed up for this, if you look at our page, they're all listed right there to register and grab the link for as well. And we also do only 2 times a year, we do an entrepreneurship accelerator course. This is a 12-week program that lets you either launch or scale your business. You come out of it with a business plan, lots of insights into your business. And what really sets it apart from all of these other programs that you can find online is it's not just a cookie cutter. We don't have a one size fits all for everyone. We really work with you through those 12 weeks. You get one-on-one personal mentoring to get the feedback and insights that you really need to start your business, not just that one size fits all. So I hope you guys can join us for our future events. Again, you can find those on our website or on the Eventbrite where you signed up for this event, but we're really looking forward to seeing you in the future. Thanks.
I'm actually going to have Lexi stay up here because I think that you all have to understand the access that you're getting right now. You did hear her say free, right? Oh, okay. I was just making sure you heard her say free. So any questions? What's an ideal candidate for the Academy? Like what's an ideal candidate, would you say?
Sure. So anyone can attend our monthly events. They are geared toward women, but anyone can attend those events. And then for our 12-week programs, we look for someone interested in starting their own business. This upcoming fall one is based around real estate, but usually they can be, whatever industry, whatever your interest is, we pair you with someone in your industry. We would like you to be a minority female. And as long as you're over 18 years old and based here in the US, we would love to have you. That's all virtual too. We have 2 weekend in-person intensives, but other than that, all other 10 weeks are virtual. Mentoring is virtual. So wherever you are, come be a part of our organization and our program.
So let's see, do we have any startup businesses? Anybody looking to start their business? Any startups? Okay, so we've got some, okay, so startup business there. So part of what you need to do as you are building kind of your resource bank, right? I always say, what's in your toolbox? This should be something that's in your toolbox because this is something that is virtual. So you can be, like I said earlier, I had pajama bottoms and usually a nice top, but you can be in your comfy clothes. I know if my Zoom ever goes down, I'm in trouble. So, because the bottom is all workout, the top is all business. It just is. But you can be in the comfort of your own home, which I think is really, a lot of people aren't really quite ready to come out. We had a few people say, I'm not quite ready to integrate just yet, but it's virtual. So you get the opportunity to have access to the information from the comfort of your own home. So I really hope you guys are able to take advantage of that. And if you see Lexi and want to ask her any questions, definitely make sure you see her in the atrium or walking around the event. So again, Lexi, thank you very much for your time.
Questions or suggestions, if you have things you would like to see, please talk to me as well.
Wonderful. Thank you. Excellent. Yes, that is wonderful. Well, we are going to continue on this amazing journey we have been on together since this morning. And we are going to bring up someone who I absolutely adore and happen to think he is quite brilliant. He is one of my favorite people. Robin, I've been following you for quite a bit, and we've had the pleasure of actually serving on a few panels together. And I want to just tell you a little bit about Robin Reed, who is the president and CEO of the Black Chamber of Commerce. Is that the full name, Robin? Black Chamber of Arizona. See, when I was board chairman, it was the Black Chamber of Commerce, but we have evolved, and that's what we should be doing, right? And so he is president and CEO of the Black Chamber of Arizona, and he's also president of OCOM Sustainable Partners, which is an international sustainability solutions consulting firm, and they provide energy saving strategies. Robin is going to really talk about how to successfully start and grow your minority-owned business. He has been recognized as a professional speaker and has spoken internationally on topics of business development, strategy execution, talent optimization, mergers and acquisition. Robin is going to share with you how to distinguish between the real and the rhetoric. So please give a nice warm welcome to Mr. Robin Reed.
Thank you, Joanna, and the feeling's mutual. We've had an opportunity to serve on a number of panels and discussions together, and it's been a joy. I learned something from her every single time. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about me and why I'm the one here speaking to you. My name is Robin Reed. I am a serial entrepreneur. I started my first business when I was 14 years old, figuring out how to take that overflow. Some of you might be too young for this, but take that overflow business from the paper delivery people in the neighborhood. I went around my neighborhood and found everybody that had a paper out and said, hey, on the days you don't want to deliver papers, let me know. And found a way to do it where I always had business, but my deal was, I'm not going to be the one who folds and puts a rubber band around the paper because I hated that part. I will just deliver them. So anybody who ever remembers the paper out, that was not the fun part. And then what I did was, as I delivered the papers, I would go to the houses and ask the individuals where they wanted their paper delivered, on your porch, in your driveway, in your mailbox, and then made a point of delivering that quality of service. And guess who was right there up front when it was time to go around at Christmas and collect those bonuses? That was me, because I wanted to make sure that they remembered me. So as Joanna said, I'm the president and CEO of the Black Chamber of Arizona. My wife and I own a number of businesses. One is Occam Sustainability Partners. Another is Influent, which is a strategy alignment and talent optimization company. We work with mid-size and large companies to help them execute strategy and then align the employees and the various talent within an organization with that strategy to generate better results. I want to talk to you a little bit about why we're here. So I'm not going to load you up with a bunch of data points that you're going to have to remember. I'm going to give them all to you up front, and then I'm going to walk you through what I believe are the stages of running a successful business. Before I start, can I just see a quick show of hands? Who in the audience owns a business or is planning on starting a business? Oh, wow, awesome. That's nearly everybody. Good, so there's going to be something here for everybody. So here's what I promise you. At some point during this, you will laugh. It will probably be at me and something I experienced. You will feel sorry for probably me, again, for something I did in business, but it's so that you understand we all go through all of these things as entrepreneurs. It's not easy work, but gosh, it is so rewarding. There isn't a day that I wake up and I don't love the fact that I own and operate a business. I was very fortunate that I took my wife away from a 20-year career in the corporate field and brought those amazing skills into our business, and we're doing even better because of it. But I'm going to touch a little bit on just some data points so you understand why I'm talking about what I'm talking about. So earlier this year, the state of Black Arizona, in collaboration with my chamber and the Greater Phoenix Economic Council, delivered the State of Black Business Report. And one of the outstanding statistics, but not in a good way, is that the average age of a Black-owned business in Arizona is 6 years. So for as old as this state is, and for as many people have lived here for as long as they've been here, the average age is 6 years. As a business consultant, and I have consulted to and mentored hundreds of businesses in my career, I will tell you, if you're going out of business at year 6, you were in trouble at year 3. At year 4, you start trying to tighten up controls and save your money. In years 4 and 5, you were doing a lot of praying, and in year 6, you couldn't hang on. And as much as I thought that was a problem, I did a further research into the Brookings Institute. They did a survey that showed nationwide, 48% of Black-owned businesses are less than 5 years old. So we got to figure out what's happening with our businesses. Let's see, we have, and the value of that is in right-sizing the Black economy. And I'm not trying to exclude any group. This is where I did my research. I can tell you there's phenomenal research for so many different organizations representing so many amazing groups here in Arizona and nationwide. But for example, if we simply right-sized Black small business in the United States, so we are 12% of the population. If we just, but we only represent 4.3% of the small businesses in the country. If we just right-size that to 12%, that would create 19 million jobs. So we'd be solving a big problem. Another thing that we understood is that if we just overall right-sized the Black economy, we would add $1.6 trillion to the US economy every year. So there's value in what we're doing, and there's value in why we're doing it. So I'm gonna tell you a little bit, we're gonna talk about 4 of the 5 things that allow you to achieve success in business. Obviously, you have to start a business. Then you have to do business. Then hopefully you can either access capital or grow your business in one order or the other, and then exit your business. I'm going to talk to you about how to start one. I'm going to talk to you about how to grow one. I'm going to talk to you about how to access capital, and I'm going to talk to you about how to exit a business. I'm not going to tell you how to do business because I don't know how to do what every one of you does within your business. But here's what is the most important thing when starting a business. First, let me come back to tell you what I think an entrepreneur is. There are 3 types of entrepreneurs. You own a job, you own a business, or you own a company. Within the Black small business economy, too many of us own a job. That means we can't walk away from our business for 30 days and have it operate the same or better without us there. It means we have to be there doing the work every single day. Let me give you a simple example of what I mean. When you own a job, that's like real estate. The real estate agent owns a job. If they are not listing properties, if they are not touring properties, if they are not writing offers, they're unemployed. In that time, there's no way they can generate income. The real estate broker owns a business. That person can do any number of things, and as long as the real estate agents are doing the work they're supposed to do, that real estate broker can make a really nice living. And then there's owning a company. Everybody heard of Keller Williams? So Gary Keller, I don't even think he has a real estate license anymore. He owns a company. It's one of his business holdings. So when I talk to small business owners, first thing I try to do is say, how can we get you from owning a job to owning a business? And if you have the stomach for it, how do we get you from owning a business to owning a company? And that's what we're going to talk about today. So step 1 in starting a business, and this is the most important step. I promise you, you can learn the lesson the hard way. That's me. Or you can learn the lesson the easy way. But here's the lesson. When starting your business, building your team is absolutely vital. Build your team from the very beginning. That means don't just go down to the Arizona Corporations Commission, pay $135 for an expedited LLC application, and then start doing business. There's a lot of other work to do. There's a lot of people on your team that you should be putting together. When I started businesses, we didn't have this. This is a great organization to add to your team. But who else should be on your team? You should have a financial professional on your team, at least a bookkeeper, preferably a CPA and a bookkeeper, but at the very least, you should have a bookkeeper. You should also have an attorney, because there are just things you need to know and you need to do right. And I'm going to tell you stories about what happens when you don't. And you should have a banker. I can honestly tell you that in the last year, I've probably asked 80, 100 small business owners who their banker is. And they tell me who their bank is. And I always correct them. No, who's your banker? Who's the person? What's the phone number you call to talk to an individual to ask them a question relative to your business? And none of them have it. I understand that we've kind of come into this technological age where everything is a debit card and a phone, but you're going to need that banker when it comes time to look for capital. And you don't want to call an 800 number and hope for the best. So let's talk about that. I'm going to give you a couple of stories about when it doesn't go right. I was consulting to a gentleman who reached out to me because he'd gotten himself into a bit of a bind legally. He had a company, we'll just call it ABC Company, and he had secured the domain name abccompany.net. How many of us know why he picked .net? Because .com wasn't available, right? Isn't that your big giant clue that somebody has a business that's connected to that name? But he figured he was just smarter than the system. And so he went about promoting his business, getting signage, getting a storefront, doing a number of things until he got that certified letter. Cease and desist. You cannot use abc.net because we are abc.com. We own the trademark, we own the service mark, and we own the copyright, and you can't do it. So he called me, wanted the name of a Black attorney he could talk to. And I said, have you considered, rather than spending thousands of dollars on an attorney, have you just considered changing the name of your business? You're brand new. You don't have a brand recognition yet. You could do that. It would cost you another $135 and you would be good. No, I'm .net, they're .com, we're different. Okay, well, I gave him a $135 solution to his problem. Let's call it a $2,000 solution if he changed all of his signage. He ended up spending nearly $50,000 in court fighting a company that had the funds to do exactly what they did, which was protect their trademark, protect their copyright, protect their service mark, and ultimately ended up going back to work as an employee because it had drained all of his capital. If he had had the right team, that never would have happened. Here's a bookkeeper one for you. This is my story. So when I was in my late 20s, through a series of acquisitions, I created a chain of automotive detail shops in Northern California, and we did well. One day, a young woman drives up to my shop. She's got a young child in the car, her daughter, clothes, everything. It's clear she's living out of her car. She says, "Can I have a job?" Absolutely. I'm never going to turn away somebody that I think I can help. Obviously, first thing I did as a business person said, "Here, go clean that car." Her specialty was automobile interiors. "Go clean that car." And I said, based on that, that's your job interview. I don't need a resume. I don't need anything else. That's your job interview. Go clean that car. She cleaned it. It was literally the best job I'd ever seen on an interior, and it was fast. "Great, you are hired. Here's what you're going to make." And then she said, "Yeah, but I'm living out of my car. I need every penny I can get. I can't really have you taking taxes out of my check. Can you just pay me cash?" I had several locations. I had several employees. And I said, okay, because I thought I was doing the right thing. Fast forward 4.5 years later, I've now sold the business, did well, made money on it. And I get a letter in the mail from the Employment Development Department. And it says, "You owe a large amount of money in taxes and penalties." And I'm thinking, no, I sold that business. I couldn't know anything. Here's what I found out. That young lady, at some point, whether it was while she worked for me or not, acknowledged that she had a problem with the abuse of alcohol. And thank God, but she went through a 12-step program. And I don't know every step of the 12-step program, but you bet I know this one. It is the one where you kind of atone for the things you've done. And this person felt that what she needed to atone for was cheating the IRS out of their money. And so she went to them and explained what she'd done. And they went to me and said, "We think that's great that you helped her out. Here's how much that's going to cost you." Now, I was doing my own bookkeeping. Do you think if I had had a bookkeeper or a CPA and they saw me make a big move out of my account in cash, they would have stopped me and said, "What's that for?" And I could have explained, "Well, I'm doing this with this employee," and they would have brought it to a screeching halt. Thankfully, the businesses we run now, including the chamber, I'm responsible for every single receipt, for every single penny that is spent. And I have somebody that follows up and says, "What was that for?" But that's just to give you a clue of what happened to me when I didn't build my team. I had the three ingredients that tend to cost you a lot of money. I was young, I was smart, I was successful. So you couldn't tell me anything. But the Employment Development Department found a way to tell me something. They told me I owed them a lot of money, and I had to give them that money. So now let me tell you one about putting a CPA on your team. And I hope you don't mind, but I think sometimes stories, you hang on to them a little bit longer. I could give you a lot of data, but you'll remember these things because you will never want it to be you. So I had a gentleman call me and he said, hey, I'm looking for a $50,000 loan. Where can I get one? And I knew him. I knew his business. He was very successful. I mean, very successful. And I said, you know what? Let me call somebody. Called a friend of mine who was very high up at a very well-known bank. And I said, hey, this guy, in fact, I think he banks with you. He needs $50,000. Can I just send him through? Can you just kind of give him the personal treatment? You know, he's a good friend. And I really think this is going to be that, you know, so easy. Robin's the hero, made one phone call. I talked to the bank senior vice president. I'm good. 3 days later, I get a call from my friend, the business owner, and he says, see, I told you, Black-owned businesses can't get money. I know I make enough money. I have more money in my account right now than the amount of money I'm asking for. He was asking for a $50,000 line of credit. And I said, I don't get it. I know you're making money. I know you're doing well. Call the banker. Banker says, and I knew the banker as well, he was a friend, and he said, Robin, if you can get written permission for me to discuss the details of his account with you, there's a lot I would love to share with you. Okay. I said, okay. Call him, get it in writing, go back to the banker. He says, Robin, here's the thing. Our guidelines are straightforward. I asked for 2 years tax returns, a current income statement, a current balance sheet, and a list of his inventory. He said, what I got was a green ledger book. He brought a green ledger book in, opened it up, and showed me all of his handwritten entries into this ledger book. He said that the thing is, I think the ledger book was accurate. He goes, I think it was spot on. He goes, I think every penny that he said was in there, I could have probably matched against his bank account. He said, the problem is, I'm a banker, I'm not a bookkeeper. That is not my job to go through and reconcile your books and put together your financial statement. He said, and I told him that. In fact, I told him, if you just go get this turned into clean, CPA prepared financial documents, he says, I guarantee you I can loan you money and probably more than you think. And I said, well, how much more? He said, Robin, I told him if he spent $5,000 to get a CPA to put his books together the way I need them, he goes, I would approve him tomorrow for a $500,000 line of credit. This man wanted $50,000. I went back, I told him. I connected him with a CPA. He trusted me, and we were all crossing fingers, but he trusted me. Got his books put together, got approved for a $500,000 line of credit. Ended up taking, I think, $200,000 or $250,000. So that was great. That proved that if he had started his business with a CPA on his team, he wouldn't have gone through any of that. It would have been easy for him. Here are the two problems with how that all happened, or what we challenge ourselves with as Black business owners. When he came back out from the bank the first time, he rested on Black-owned businesses don't get funding. But he didn't share that he didn't get funding because he hadn't met the qualifying criteria, which was deliver these documents. That's the information we need to bring back into the community when that's the accurate information. Additionally, when he got approved for 10 times what he asked for, he also didn't come back out into the Black community and say, you know what? Boy, when I got my act together, I got approved for 10 times more than I asked for. And those are the things we have to do as responsible business owners. When we know there's information out there that we can correct, we have that responsibility to correct it. And I will tell you, I don't care what stage of your business you're in, it is never too late for you to start building your team. So if you don't know if you don't have your banker's name, they're still open. You can go figure out who your banker is. Because if you have a business account, very important, and that's what your bookkeeper and your accountant will tell you. But if you have a business account, you have a business banker. I don't care where you bank. They will tell you who your banker is. Know that person. Communicate with that person. So now we're going to talk about growing a business. First thing is you got to ask yourself, what kind of business do you have? There are two kinds of businesses from the investment world, from the venture capital, private equity world. There are two kinds of businesses. You either have a lifestyle business or you have a business that promotes shareholder equity. There's a difference. A lifestyle business is one that supports the lifestyle of the owner and their family. You make enough money to do the things you like to do. You want to buy a new car every 2 years, your business makes you enough money. You want to go on vacation, your business makes you enough money. You want to pay down your house or pay off your house, your business makes you enough money. And you're happy with that, and you don't have any plans to do anything bigger than that. You're comfortable, you don't want to hire more employees, you don't want to have a larger location, you don't want to have additional locations. You've built a lifestyle business. Keeping in mind that any kind of economic downturn, and often your lifestyle business is affected. We saw that very much with the pandemic. Or you can have a shareholder equity business. That's where you are continuing to increase the value of your organization, that it is going to be valuable to you because you're just going to own a more valuable asset, or that business is going to be valuable to somebody else. And I'll touch more on that when we get into exit strategies and the ways you get out of a business. But I'm going to tell you a little bit about the ways there are to grow a business. There is uncontrolled growth, which I like to call clueless growth. You have no idea why you're doing more business. You're just doing more business. And you're happy and you're crossing your fingers and you're praying that it'll never end, but you don't really know why you're doing more business. There's controlled growth. That's, you have a strategy. I'm going to grow my business by 10% next year. And here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to buy my supplies at a lower rate. That's going to allow me to maintain my markup, but generate greater revenue and greater profitability. I'm going to expand. I'm going to add employees. That's controlled growth. There's explosive growth. That's kind of dangerous. Explosive growth, sometimes your business can grow so fast that you can't handle it. I've seen people grow themselves out of business. And I know that sounds counterintuitive, but remember, as you do more business, you have more responsibility to your customers, to your suppliers, et cetera. And many times companies can't handle that. They grow so fast, they can't handle it. I've seen businesses get, $1 million worth of orders in. It sounds great. But if you can't handle $1 million worth of business, if you can't turn it and get it back out the door, then really you created customer dissatisfaction. So that's one of the things that comes with explosive growth. And then there's strategic growth. That's a broader plan. That strategic growth is that 5-year, 10-year plan. Strategic growth tends to tie into your exit strategy. Why are you doing this? When will you go out of business? How will you go out of business? Why will you go out of business? And we'll talk about that. But as we talk about growing a business, the real key to growth in business is understanding to allow for those things that are going to cost more money due to inflation year over year. Pay attention. You might grow your business, but if your business isn't growing fast enough to accommodate the contractual obligation you have to pay more rent in future years, then has your business actually grown, or have you simply been able to maintain the expenses that you had already contractually obligated yourself to? So it makes sense to be aware of that. It also makes sense if you have staff. Are they going to work for the same rate of pay for 5 years or 10 years? It's unlikely. So as you look to grow your business, are you really growing if all you've done is made enough money to cover the increase in pay, but your profitability remains the same? Then maybe you have not grown your business. That's where it becomes very important to grow strategically. It's also one of the common things I see when we're growing businesses with strategy is when you fill a position, you fill it because it's the best thing for the business. I've seen a lot of small business owners hire someone to do something they don't want to do. That doesn't mean that's the best person to hire. It's really best to hire someone that allows you as the business owner or someone else as an employee to maximize their contribution to your organization. Again, whether it's you or whether it's someone else, the point of it should be hire somebody that can maximize their contribution. So for example, if your customer service person and your receptionist are the same person and you're getting more clients, the strategic thing to do is hire a receptionist so that your customer service person can serve more clients. so that you have more repeat business, more referral business, and get someone to answer phones or be that, as I call it, the director of first impressions. That's where you should do it. Often that's not how it happens. It happens that they go hire somebody to make the owner of the business just have less work to do. But as you're building your business, less work isn't one of the options that you're going to have. So I would always say focus on strategic growth. That's where things like the Millionaire Mindset Academy are going to be vital. Really, and I mean that. There's so much education out there. You have to avail yourself of it. If you don't avail yourself of the education that's out there, so often, as Joanna reminded everyone, it's free. It's free, but it's priceless. Because if you walk away with one thing that helps your business get to the next level, the value of that was exponential to you. So it's really critical for that. I will tell you, I've given so many boot camps and training sessions and provided content, and the number of people of every shape, size, and color that will register for a free event and then not show up or show up late, they're telling me what kind of business they're going to run. See, now you got me preaching. But they're telling me what kind of business they're going to run. Because if you don't care enough about your business to leverage information for your benefit, you're probably not going to know how to leverage anything else for your benefit. And that's what the key to business is. As a business owner, if you sell a product, you should always look for a way to get whatever supply you're selling. You should always be looking for a way to get it for less money. Sometimes that means buying more at a time. Sometimes that means finding a different supplier, as long as quality doesn't diminish. But you should always be looking for that. You don't know where your next great bit of information is going to come from. It might be because you came to the Millionaire Mindset Academy and met somebody who was in it but had the information you needed. That's really, really vital. So I really encourage people, as it relates to growing your business, the best tool you have for growth is right there. Keep learning, keep growing, keep trying to make your business better. So my wife and I, one of the companies we own, we run our business like a business. We have a weekly business meeting. We talk about the clients we have. We talk about the work we're doing. We understand where our individual strengths are. And so she shares with me the things that she thinks we should do. I do the same. And we come together in terms of the strategy on how we're going to serve a client so that we can deliver the best service so that we can A, get paid, and B, get referral business from those customers. But we run a business like a business. We are constantly figuring out where we can learn something and how we can grow as business owners so that we can grow our business. So here's the one that's in the news all the time: access to capital. So the statement is Black-owned businesses don't have access to capital. And I'm going to tell you that statement on its face is not true. Black-owned businesses do have access to capital. And I'm not saying this is universal, but I am saying that the majority of time, any business is denied funding, any business, is because they didn't qualify for the funding. Now, in preparation for this specific day and this specific talk, I called 4 banks, 2 regional banks, 2 national banks. I talked to either bank presidents or vice presidents. And I'll ask, and they referred me down to commercial loan officers. So loan officers who loan specifically for businesses. And I asked every one of them the exact same thing. Will you please email me the qualifications for a $25,000 line of credit, a $100,000 line of credit, and $1 million loan or line of credit? That's all I said, every one of them. Every one of them sent me what I asked for, every single one. Now, who here has applied for funding and received it? Anybody? Okay, 2 right here. Oh, another one up here, thank you. Here's what I will tell you. The most common reason that a business is turned down is because the business owner didn't know what they were applying for or how to get the loan. I have a simple approach. Know before you go. Call the bank. This is where having your banker, not your 800 number, but your banker on speed dial is to your advantage. Call your banker. I am planning on applying for a $25,000 line of credit. What do I need? They will tell you exactly. It's not a secret. There's no advantage to them to not loan you money. That's how banks actually make their money. They will tell you. And now here's the big part. When you learn that criteria, don't apply until you've met the criteria. That's the big part. You know, we go into this a lot of times looking for funding like this, right? Like this, you know, praying and hoping. Hope is not a business strategy, neither is prayer. We go in looking for that thing. We want to be lucky. Well, maybe they'll get, I see people nodding because you know, because we want it so bad and we just think, oh, they're going to miss that. they're going to miss the fact that I've been in business 1 year and 10 months, even though I know the program requires that I be in business 2 years, but I've been in business 1 year and 10 months. That's all right. They won't notice it. Yes, they will. All this is done by computer. The computer sees your start date, calculates the current date and says, you're not qualified. And you keep going. You have to know before you go. Here's the other thing. Ask questions. Even if you're declined, ask questions. Be very, very direct. Your banker's job is to tell you. So ask them specifically, why was I declined? Do you know that sometimes you are declined because you just asked for too much? If you ask for a $40,000 line of credit, what you will get is no. But maybe you qualified for the $25,000 line of credit. Do you know the criteria changes as the dollar amount goes up? So how many of you are aware, and this, I really mean this, how many of you are aware that there are widely known banks that if you've been in business for 2 years, you have a personal credit score of 620. You don't have to have business credit, but you do have to have a business. I want to be clear, right? So you have to have a business. You can't be running your business out of your personal checking account. That's a whole other boot camp I do. You don't want to be in that one. But how many of you are aware that with a 620 FICO score, 2 years in business, there are widely recognized banks that will let you state your income, meaning you don't have to show them that you make the money. You just state that you make enough money, and they will approve you for a $25,000 line of credit. How many of you are aware of that? So I got one person here out of this whole room. I got a room full of business owners and one business owner that knows that. This is what I'm talking about. This is knowledge that's available to us with a phone call. With a phone call. There are other organizations that will do that for larger amounts. But we've got to know this, because if you're going out looking for large sums of money and you don't know what the rules are, you're going to walk away feeling like it's something other than your lack of preparedness. So I'm going to tell you another story. This one is funny. It's sad, but it's funny. So I get a call on a Friday afternoon, 3 o'clock. Guy says, hey, started a business. I just started a business. I'm trying to get as close to the words he told me. I just started a business, and I need $50,000 in capital. Are there grants or loans or anything I can get? So, okay. I invest time and money in businesses. So I thought, well, let me just listen. Who knows? You know, I don't know if I can help him directly, but I might be able to send him to the right person. I said, okay, tell me a little bit about your business. What kind of business is it? And this is for every business I've ever mentored, I start exactly the same way. Tell me about your business, because I guarantee if you can't explain your business to me, how will you explain it to your customers? You've got to be able to tell people what you do. But he says it's a catering business. Great. So what do you need $50,000 for? Well, I'm trying to get to 100 plates a day. So let me give you guys a little bit of background on what that means. 100 plate a day means events like this, where we had hundreds of people here today. If you were to cater this event, that's 100 plates. That's 100 people eating a meal with service and silverware and coffee and dessert and the whole bit. That's 100 plates a day. And I said, so $50,000, that's going to buy you what? He said, well, 100 plates. I said, well, from a strategic standpoint, you probably need 300 plates, right? No, 100. I said, no, you need 300 because if you did a 100 plate event today, Wednesday, all those plates have to come back to your location to be washed and organized and boxed. This is simple business logic, right? Everyone can figure this out. They've all got to be cleaned and prepared. That's number one. Number two, we know not every knife and fork makes it back. Not because somebody did something wrong, but hey, got kicked under a table, whatever, right? We know glasses and cups get broken. Things happen. I said, so you need another set ready to go out, right? So we know that's at least 200. I said, but if that first set didn't come back complete, you need a third set that keeps filling in all the blanks. I said, so you need 300. He goes, yeah, I could probably still make that work. Great, what's the rest of the money for? Well, I need to hire some people. I said, okay, well, I understand how catering works. Wouldn't you hire by the job? So you got someone's commitment, you took a deposit. I know we've paid for enough events. You get their deposit, that should cover your expenses. When you get your final payment, that should be your profit, but your expenses should be covered through the deposits that you request. And I said, well, how many plates are you doing now? He goes, well, so right now, when people come to my job, there's my big giant red light that went off. When people come to my job, and Joanne, I hear you laughing. But when people come to my job, they ask me for something, I put it in a brown paper bag, I bring it to them, and they give me a little bit of money. So, okay, well, first off, that's not a catering business. I said, where do you work? I said, well, I'm a baggage handler at the airport. I said, okay. And where are you preparing the food? At your house? He goes, well, at my apartment. I said, okay. I said, do you have a license to sell food? Well, no, I just do it, when people ask me for something, but they really like it. Okay. Do you have a permit to prepare food? No, I just do a little bit here and there. I said, okay. I said, let me tell you what I heard. I heard that you violated your employment agreement because here in Phoenix, the city of Phoenix owns Sky Harbor Airport. So if you work for the airport, you work for the city of Phoenix. I know, because I work very closely with the city, you don't get to run a side hustle on their property. That's just not how it works, right? So I said, okay, so that's strike one. I said, now you're selling food in a public place with no safeguards, and you're collecting money. I said, are you even reporting that money? Nope. Okay. So that's strike 2 and 3. I said, and I'm going to assume the health department has not come by your house to approve your apartment kitchen as a place to prepare food. No, they have not. I said, and you want $50,000? Yeah. I said, I know I can't get you anywhere near that kind of money, but whoever gets it, please don't tell them that story. I said, you just told somebody that you don't believe in any of the rules, laws, or regulations surrounding what you do. Why do you think they're going to have confidence that you're going to pay them back? So then I just threw this out there, and I really was how long have you been in business? He said, I told you, I just started my business. I said, I don't know what that means. Give me a time frame. He said, I am sitting in the parking lot of the Arizona Corporation Commission. I just wrote them a check for my LLC application. So I want to tell you what that means. That means someone believed that you could go downtown, you could pay $135 for an expedited LLC application. For anyone who's done that, you don't get it right there while you're standing at the counter. It gets reviewed, it gets approved, and the information gets mailed back to you. He walked out of there, sat in his car, picked up the phone and said, now I'm about to go get $50,000. And he thought that was how it worked. I said, it's funny, but it's a little bit sad because it means that the vast amount of information and training had escaped him, and he wasn't aware that this isn't something that you could do. And what I explained to him, and I'm a tough love kind of person. If there's anybody in this room who's ever been mentored by me, you can raise your hand because I'm tough love. I tell you the truth because I figure I'd rather do that than watch you waste your money, because you can learn all these lessons on your checkbook, or you can learn them from my old checkbook. And I'd rather teach you from my own checkbook. But I told him, I said, so what you're telling me is you think you can go somewhere, write a $135 check, walk out to your car, make one phone call and get $50,000. I said, if that were the case, that would be my business. I would write $135 checks every day and go get $50,000. And then I would invest $50,000. And as long as I got a return greater than what the money was costing me, I'd do great. That's a great business model. Here's another one that was really, really interesting. And this one was a little more current, but again, tells you where the mindset is of our entrepreneurs today. This was 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. I see a lot of people in here with masks. So we agree that the pandemic is a serious thing. We agree that for those of us that choose to wear masks, and mine's in my pocket, there's value in that. But we all remember at the beginning of the pandemic where you could not get an our medical professionals could not get an N95 mask. Does everybody remember that? Okay, we couldn't get them, okay? But that was a year ago. So I get a call from somebody saying, I want to start a manufacturing business. Again, take them through my thing. What kind of business you're in now? Are you in manufacturing now? No. Do you have experience in manufacturing? No. Do you have a location? No. Do you have employees? No. Do you have equipment? No. Okay, so what I have now is an ill-prepared, ill-equipped, inexperienced individual saying he wants to start a manufacturing company. And I said, what do you want to make? I want to make N95 mask. And again, I said, I think you missed that window of opportunity. Johnson & Johnson, Honeywell locally, they can meet the current demand. You were just catching the craze for N95 mask, but that's really been met with the vaccine, with protocols in place. The need for them isn't as strong. They can be manufactured. And remember, let's talk economies of scale. Honeywell pays pennies for the materials to make a mask, so they can sell them profitably for a very low amount. He would not have that buying power. And I explained that to him. And I said, so he says, well, it sounds like you're trying to kill my dream. And I said, but that is a dream. That's just a dream, because you can't start a business like that. I said, you have no location, no equipment, no team. When do you think you're going to be in business? Oh, I don't know, 60 days. Anybody ever leased commercial space before? Okay. So you've leased commercial, is that you, Velma? You've leased space. How long did it take from the day you leased the space, built it out for your needs, before you were able to actually open your doors and do business? 8 months. That's about right. That might even be fast, but that's about right. Because what you get is a shell. That's exactly what they call it. You get a door, a key, and a box. And you got to figure out how to make that box work for your business. So it is not a 2-month thing at all. It is 8 months. It's a year. And when you start adding equipment and electrical and all the other things that you need, you could be well over a year. And I explained that to him. And I said, you're not going to do that in 2 months. How much money were you looking for? $2 million. Yeah. And again, like I said, sometimes this is going to make you feel a little bit sad, but it means someone actually thought you could make a phone call, make a Shark Tank-like pitch of what you wanted, and that someone would give you $2 million. That tells me somebody who doesn't understand money as a tool, or its value or its significance, or how hard it is to make $2 million, have this $2 million discretionary. Let's talk about that. They don't understand how hard that is. The idea that they think $2 million is just a phone call away because you heard on the news that somebody wanted a N95 mask, and so you came up with an idea. This is what we're dealing with. And again, I didn't see this man's face, so I don't know what he looked like. I'm telling you, this is business. This isn't Black business. This isn't Hispanic business. This isn't woman business. This is business. We've got to avail ourselves of the knowledge that is being offered. That is why I'm so thrilled to be here for this event, because they're telling you, we'll give you the knowledge. We'll give it to you. They're going to bring people. I mean, I can tell you, I was torn. I wanted to speak because I love speaking, but I can tell you there's 5 other people talking today that I wish I could see, because there's so much knowledge here. There's so much information being shared. And I never know what that one more thing is going to be that's going to take our businesses to the next level. So now let's talk about the last thing. This is exit, okay? I will tell you, people want you to believe this, but it is not true. If you think that every business doesn't have an exit, you are wrong. Every business has an exit. Somebody tell me, what's the most common exit from business? Okay, acquisition. Give me another one. That's not the answer. Okay, that's a cause for exit. Anybody? I'm sorry, sir. I think you might have said something. Bankruptcy. That's really on the topic. Failure. The business goes out of business. That's an exit. It may not be the best strategy, but it's actually an exit. That is one way to exit a business, is you have to shut your doors. It's honestly the most common one. When they tell you this high percentage of businesses fail, that's just their exit. The next most common is legacy. Someone hands their business to a relative, a key employee. They turn the business over to someone they know. They step away from it, maybe for an ongoing equity stake where they make money from it, but they don't have to go to work every day. Maybe they do an employee-led buyout of some sort, and you can do a legacy exit. You can sell it, acquisition, right? Or you can go public. These are all ways you can exit a business. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about selling your business or the potential of going public. I'm not going to go into a great detail, but I want you to understand what you need to do to prepare your business for that. So when you're looking to sell your business, the absolute key, and we're going to come back to what I was talking about before, shareholder value. You've got to increase the value of your business. The majority, I will again not say every business, but the majority of businesses sell on a multiple, either on a multiple of revenue or on a multiple of before tax profit. So your job is to get whichever of those numbers represents your industry, to get those numbers as high as you can. Because if your business makes $1 million a year in profit, and in your industry, a well-run business sells for a 5x multiple, you have a $5 million business. Doesn't matter what you say you want for it, that's what it's worth. That's what the market will pay for your business. So you've got to get that built up. So the key to that is, now we're going to come back to your team, because all of this is a nice little circle. Now we're going to come back to your team. At the point you decide you want to sell your business, you should be talking to your banker, your lawyer, your bookkeeper, and your CPA. And not only should you be talking to them, but you should get them all together and they should talk to each other. Everybody should be on the same page about what it's going to take for your business to gain the highest value. So when you sit down with your CPA or your attorney and you say, I want $5 million for your business, and your attorney says, cool, let me get started on the contracts, $500 an hour. And your CPA says, yeah, that's not happening. I'm looking at your tax returns. We can't support that right now. Your CPA might be the one who tells you, we got to stay in business for a couple of more years. Because typically when you're buying a business, they're looking at 2 to 3 years of tax returns. The more expensive you want, or the more expensive your business is to buy, the more they want audited tax returns. They want to know that a CPA firm has come in and done a really thorough audit of your organization to make sure those numbers are solid. So that means that that CPA is standing behind those numbers. It's not just CPA prepared, it's audited. It makes a difference. But you don't decide that and then your business sells. You decide it 2 years prior, exactly the same way you access capital. Everybody understands that when you own a business, one of the great things about it is that you can write off a lot of stuff, right? That's fun for your business to generate $1 million in a year. You lived well, you're driving a nice car, you had a great vacation, but technically at the end of the year, you lost money on paper, right? God, that's a great feeling until you go looking for a loan. Because then you're trying to be a magician pulling profit out of a hat, right? And your bank says, no, just give me the tax returns. And you're starting with that, age-old excuse. Well, what had happened was when I was doing my numbers and it doesn't work like that. They don't want the story. They want the document. So when you think your business is growing, again, strategic growth, when you think your business is going to grow, your CPA should tell you, we've got to start looking at our accounting a little bit differently. We're going to have to report profit for a couple of years. What does that mean to you? It means you're going to write checks to the IRS for your taxes. That's just how it is. That's the system we have. Until we can create some sort of IRS reform that covers that, you're going to have to do that. But the end result is maybe that qualifies you for a $500,000 loan that allows you to generate $10 million more in business. Was it worth it then to pay $10,000 in taxes to do 10,000 more in business, or 10 million more in business that might have generated $1 million in profit? Yes, the business mind understands that. And that's what we've got to get you focused on, is how to get your business to that point. So when you're thinking about selling, selling is a plan. It's not a reaction, it's a plan. And that's where you involve your team in your plan and you accept their advice on how to best prepare your business to get the highest number. Because again, if you want 5 million and you're in a 5X profit industry and you're only making $500,000, that means it's worth $2.5 million. You and your CPA have got to be able to have that hard conversation. How much longer do you want to run this business so that you can make 5 million in profit? I don't. Okay, so then we need to get more realistic about your asking price. That's what happens when you build the right team and there's trust on that team. Let's talk about IPOs or private equities. So understanding the difference. Venture capital is higher risk. Private equity is very strategic. In either case, the venture capitalist or the private equity firm, how they get their money is when you sell the business. So venture capital firms don't loan you money. They invest in your business in exchange for equity. What they tend to want is they tend to want you to go get private equity money that pays them their money back. And then private equity stays in the game a little bit longer for a higher amount of equity. And then they have a very clear plan and often a management team that comes to run your company because it's their money that's going to help you grow. So my wife and I are working with a couple of companies. One is a technology company. They do about $250 million a year in revenue. They have a private equity firm that has funded them tens of millions of dollars for one purpose alone. Go out and buy up your competition. Go up and buy up all the little companies that you can find to grow, because that's the fastest way for us to get you to the size we want you so that we can either go public or we can sell to one of the conglomerates. That's the strategy. Now, it's funny, I gave this talk from the reverse, which was, where are you in the ecosystem of acquiring or being acquired? And I told the story, true story, but I told the story of when I was in California. I had a really good friend that was a falconer. Falconer is somebody who hunts with a falcon. The falcon, he spends a year training a falcon, and that's his weapon. And so how you hunt ducks with a falcon, after he trains the falcon, we get up early in the morning, there's ducks on a pond, you go rush the pond. And in the meantime, this falcon has gone up 500 feet in the air. It's literally a dot circling, you can barely see it. By the time you rush the pond and the ducks just start to come off the water, this falcon has dropped 500 feet, traveling 130, 160 miles an hour. And out of this flock of ducks, finds their target. Who do they want? They want the target that got the slow start, bad startup. I'm tying this back to what we've been talking about today. They want the duck that had a bad start. They want this duck that's on a poor trajectory, the one that's still flying in its line versus the one that's going up. Because obviously the easiest way to get away from the falcon, if you're going up while it's going down, you guys are going to pass at such a pace that he can't get you. So it's the one on the poor trajectory and the one that's just weakest overall. That's just how it works in business. So when you are in business and you're thinking, I either want to be the falcon or I want to be the duck. If you want to be the falcon, you've got to figure out how to quickly identify. Number one, you've got to articulate your strength in the acquisition process, whether that's getting private equity money, whether that's building your business to a level of profitability. You've got to get that strength position. Otherwise, you've got to decide for yourself if you're going to be acquired. You got to figure out how to make yourself the best duck. As we look at growing our businesses today, I hope that through this discussion, everybody found at least one thing that they can do to make their business better. If there's 5, if there's 10, great. My only ask of anyone is, as you succeed in business, please find the next person and help them succeed. Give them that one nugget, help them grow their business. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time.
Right? Do you see why this is like one of my favorite people of all times? Knowledgeable, humble, And very much so always giving of his time, giving of his expertise. I know quite a few people that he mentors, and I just have to tell you that we are so grateful to have you. We are grateful to have you leading the chamber the way you are in this kind of new and innovative way. And I am pleased to know you, sir. I really am grateful. That was wonderful. So questions, what do you have for us? Questions, comments, observation. What do you have for us that Robin can answer while he is here? This is quite a gem. So questions, and I'll see if I can step up. Yes, please.
Yeah, and thank you. I can tell you, if I can help one person not make mistakes that I made, because I assure you every mistake I made is because I didn't listen when someone was trying to help me. So yes, thank you for that.
Right. I was chuckling back there because I'm like, oh, I know those people. I was just like, and the thing about it is, you're sitting there. I don't know how many of you had this. I had a couple of epiphany moments back there. When you were talking, I was going, oh, really? So note to self, right? You're in the wrong kind of business, which is okay. And knowing it before you actually make the capital investment and make the mistake is a different position to be in. And so if you can learn something by stories, and I love stories. I think when people share their personal narrative, and thank you for being so transparent and so open and honest, I think that helps us all. And I was kind of peeking around the corner. I saw a lot of you going, like that horrified look on your face, right? Which is great because, as new business owners, you want to have that realization now, right? Versus when you have to find a job because you have invested all of your savings, which I had a lot of business mentors. They've invested every single dollar they've saved, right? Monica, you know this. And what happens is then they're flustered. Then they're like, this thing doesn't work, right? They always want to blame the thing. This thing doesn't work. The system is not designed to promote, businesses of color. It's not, and the ecosystem works just fine. The ecosystem is absolutely brilliant. It's designed, right, for those that are willing to follow the process. It is just that. I was chuckling at, I had someone similar to the food catering thing. And I really had to say, please don't call me again, because I do not want to be, caught up in this mess right. of you selling bags, right, of food out of the back of your car. And he says, I just park and people text me and I run out and, and I thought, oh my goodness, that cannot, the hygiene alone had me just freaked out. I did not, I promise you, I did not send him to you. This was another gentleman. And, we were talking about, he loves his mom's recipes. He just he made African food, which is, I'm from West Africa. So I was like, oh, that's amazing. I know so many businesses that you could really, and then he started to explain to me how he made it. And the running out of the car and the paper bag. And I was like, oh, please don't call me again. I do not want to be stuck in this, but it's, do you want to run and I love that idea of going from a job to a business to an actual company. Yes. Boy, that's a huge leap, right? If you think about it, that's a huge leap. But I think with the right tools and the time and the focus and a system around you, yes. That's how we end up being companies.
Absolutely. So one last thing I'll say is, so as you build your team, I assure you, if you put the Millionaire Mindset Academy as the first member of your team,
yes,
you can thank me later, you can write me letters, but I promise you it's going to make a big difference. This type of information and knowledge isn't as easy to come by as you think. So when you see what Velma and her incredible team are doing yes. to offer this to you yes. and look for ways to do it for free, you understand nothing's really free.
Right.
What they're saying is they're investing in you.
Correct.
Because somebody got paid to do something to deliver that to you.
Right.
They're investing in you. When someone invests in you, it is incumbent upon you to create a return on that investment. through the quality of work you do. So,
So
I'm
true.
going to shut up because I'm excited for the next panel.
Good. Yes,
So
as
I'm
are
gonna,
we. As
I'm
are
go sit
we.
down and
Please,
watch.
Robin Reed,
I
round of
got dear friends
applause.
down there.
Thank you. He is truly dynamic. And I think he hits on something that for me, I've understood is, you know, and I mentioned earlier that it's free, but there's a cost, right? Just because something is free doesn't mean it doesn't cost anything. Okay. Did you hear me? Just because something is free doesn't mean it doesn't cost anything. So part of what, you know, I think is incumbent upon us is when you say you're going to show up, right? You register, put your name down, say, I'm going to be there, right? The follow through to show up. We talked about this earlier, that whole showing up notion for a lot of small businesses, that's a problem for them. You know, I say, email me tomorrow. I had a young lady, I've been beautiful designer. I also own a fashion business, right? I own a clothing label called Black Russian. And I said, you know, call me tomorrow, gave her a specific time. And, you know, as business owners, time is the one commodity we do not have enough of. And I'm always of the mindset, please don't waste mine. We talked about this. And so a day goes by, 2 days go by, 3 days go by. On the fourth day, she calls me. And then she's a little irked because I can't take her call. Well, I called you. Yes, you did. Very good. However, right? Very good. I think, listen, I'm going to give you credit where credit is due. I asked you to call me on Monday. It is now Friday. To which she replies, I was on vacation. It didn't go very well after that. I'm just going to say that. And Monica knows me and, you know, knows that it did not go very well for her after that. I said, okay. So somewhere along the line, you made a determination that your time is more valuable than mine. That's exactly what you just said to me. My time is not, you know, as valuable as your time. So then we had a little discussion about time and what my time is actually worth. And simply because I chose to give it to you for free does not mean it doesn't cost anything. See, do you see what I'm saying? And I had to explain that to her, to which she said, but I told you I was on vacation. And I said, you probably should continue that vacation because at this time I'm not available now because I you know, now I have other people, other things. I run a business. I'm a college professor. I have children. I have what looks easy is actually organized chaos. You know, and parents know this, right? It's all managed from soccer games to basketball games to it's all managed, you know, and when I'm there, I'm fully present. When I'm at my son's basketball game, I'm fully present. You know, when I go visit my son in college, I'm fully present. So to ask me to take that, you know, away from them, now you're not respectful of what I bring, you know, and how I can really be. So for those of you seeking mentors, this is really, you know, I'm being a bit facetious, but, you know, this is really an important lesson to value people's time. I cannot express that to you and say, well, it's free. It's a free fill in the blank mentoring program. It's a free class. It's a free event. Nothing is truly free. So I want you to be mindful of that. You know, I will look to our panel. If you're ready, we can get you set up. We were going to take a little break, but how many of you need a break or can we plug through? Can we plug through? Yes. Thank you. Okay. We can plug through. Okay, let's do it. If you all are ready, I will have my amazing panelists come on up here and and as they're coming up, we're going to mic them. And we're going to kind of just go through. And so do we have the other two breakout rooms with us? Anybody come from the other breakout rooms? Did anybody? Okay, good. So you guys, great. So your sessions are done in that breakout room? We'll get these wonderful ladies all mic'd up and ready to go. And you are in for quite a treat. And we'll have them here on the stage with us. And so what I would like to do is I would like to tell you a little bit about the three individuals you're going to hear. This is going to be our fireside chat on the Millionaire Mastermind. And so I want to just pull up, make sure I am reading the bios correctly. Before I do that, though, you know, I want to just take some additional time to thank, again, our sponsors. Again, we talked about the fact that none of this can be done without their support. None of this can be done without their help. And so I just want to give a special thank you and recognition to sponsors Millionaire Mastermind Academy, Blaylock Van LLC, Country Financial, our friends over at Salt River Project, and Arizona State University. Round of applause, please, for our sponsors. Yes, ASU. And I wanted to make sure that I did not forget our community partners as well that contributed to today's event and programming. So a heartfelt thank you to our community partners, GPEC, the Black Chamber of Arizona, the Arizona Commerce Authority. We've got Experience Scottsdale. You heard Mayor Ortega from the city of Scottsdale speak earlier. And then we've got Hero Zona Foundation, and they were instrumental in helping to get a lot of today's program speakers that you saw throughout the day. Our wonderful friends over at the Arizona Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Maricopa Community Colleges, Maricopa Corporate College, ABC 15 Arizona, Dr. Karen Stewart, the pastor of First Institutional Baptist Church, Arizona Small Business Association, and the venue that you're sitting in, Scottsdale Center for the Performing Arts. Round of applause for all of our partners. Woo, I got it all out. Thank you so much. So what I would love to do is today's panel is actually going to be moderated. And is it Kaylee O'Kelly? Am I saying that right? Yes. Very good. Thank you so much, Kaylee. I'm a big name person. So, so Kaylee is going to be moderating this panel, and we'll be kind of guiding the conversation with Dr. Traham and also Monica Villalobos, who is the president and CEO of the Arizona Hispanic Chamber. Quite lovely. They both are. I've had a chance to moderate a panel that they sat on for me earlier this year. What I would like to do is I would like to just read very quickly a little introduction to Kaylee and just kind of give you a little context for who she is. She is a 6-time Emmy Award-winning journalist and a self-professed weather fanatic with ABC 15. Kaylee O'Kelly is passionate about storytelling and is at ABC 15 as a journalist. She is fascinated with the challenge of television news relevance, connecting with people, and the ever-evolving world of new media. She is a graduate of Pepperdine University and has worked at news stations in Santa Barbara, San Diego, and Phoenix. She was voted Best News Personality in 2013 and 2014, and in 2018 returned to ABC 15 to co-anchor the morning news. O'Kelly admits that finding her way back home to Phoenix, Arizona is truly a dream come true. So if you are ready to come on out, and we got you guys on mic, I want you to meet a warm and gracious Arizona welcome to Kaylee O'Kelly.
Hi.
Hi there. Aren't you beautiful?
You
know what? Go ahead and I'll have you grab a seat. We've got you on
all right, fantastic. Hi.
Very good. Excellent.
How you guys doing up there? You feel miles away. Good to see you.
Wonderful. Okay. So let me grab the rest of my notes here. Okay, so now I want to introduce you to the 2 individuals that we have that will be sitting on our millionaire panel. So let me grab my notes. I was trying to be all organized, and I may have left it back over there. Okay, so the first one I want to introduce you to is Monica Villalobos, who is president and CEO of the Arizona Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. She has been in this role after being vice president and foundation executive director for 7 years. Her background and experience as a corporate marketing executive and also as an entrepreneur has resulted in her having the unique combination of skills and talent. And she has worked as editor of 18 that's a lot, right? Research publications over the last 7 years. Are you all familiar with Datos? Yes? Familiar with Datos? Yes, that's Monica. So she's definitely kind of the brain behind that, which is the state of Arizona's Hispanic market. Monica has a great quote, which I'm just reading here off of an interview she did, where she says, "You are not just defined by what you do, but by rather how many people you lift up. building coalitions, collaborating, and creating circles of influence. Please help me welcome Monica Villalobos.
I love you. I love you. Thank you.
Good to see you. Okay. And I would say this dynamic woman needs no introduction. Have you all got a chance to meet Dr. Traham? You didn't hear me. I don't think you heard me. I don't think you heard me. Have you got a chance to meet Dr. Traham? I got a chance to meet Dr. Traham, and I got to tell you, we have a joke, right? So when we sat down for lunch, I said, I can usually tell within the first 5 minutes what somebody is worth, right? And what I mean by that is your spirit. It's very hard to hide your spirit, right? It's either kind and giving and open and accepting, or it is malicious and deceitful and wants something before it even, and you know these people. You know them, you've met them, right? And when I tell you her spirit came out and touched me, I mean, we had church over lunch. We had church over lunch. She is, Dr. Velma Traham is the CEO of ThinkZilla Consulting Group and also serves as the founder of the Millionaire Mindset Academy that we've been talking about. She's got 10 plus years of leading national and global marketing programs and is a master trainer with demonstrated achievements for economic empowerment and inclusivity. She provides advocacy and leadership expertise to help build, manage, and deploy inclusion strategies and awareness programs that support underrepresented communities around the US. Having led a life of focus, drive, resilience, and purpose, this is definitely a purpose-driven woman. She inspires women to find their passion and strength and translate them into success and growth. To date, she has mentored more than 5,000 minority women business owners. Ladies and gentlemen, the mastermind behind today's event and our third panelist, Dr. Velma Traham. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, that was quite an introduction, right? Thank you. That was wonderful. My name is Kaylee O'Kelly, and I know she filled you in on some things, but I just want to say, just as we get going here, and I want to include you guys as well, thank you to both of you. I'm a business owner, and I started my business 7 years ago, and I'm trying to remember when we met, because we met through AP Powell, and it was it about 6 months ago? Yeah. Maybe 8 months ago. Might have been 8 or 9. It's okay. All right. So he says, listen, Kaylee, how many of you know AP, by the way? Arizona Foundation. I mean, you're a bigger mover and shaker than he is, and that's saying something. But that was before you moved here from Atlanta. Yeah. And when we sat down and I thought, okay, this woman, you're going to revolutionize this state of Arizona if you move here. And I remember that so well. And Monica, I mean, you have, being the president and CEO of the Arizona Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I mean, I see you walking through here just today. You know everybody, right? So I just think the universe has a way of bringing people together and making things work, especially, on this level when you talk about entrepreneurship. But my question for you, and I'll start with you, is there had to have been a level of fear at some point. I know your story. I was able to tell it on ABC 15, but that fear, and I think all business owners have that, right? I think all people have it. But when you get to a level of where you are, right, that fear is still there. How do you process that?
That's a really, really good question. So when you think about what you have to lose, when you have nothing to lose, you have everything to gain. Yes. And so the opposite of fear is faith, right? So you're either going to walk in fear or you're going to walk in faith. And faith is the substance of the things that we hope for, and it's the evidence of the things that we don't see. So for me, I choose to walk in faith.
Well, it's working for you. And Arizona is certainly grateful for it, right? Yes. I mean, when I saw that you're putting this together, I'm like, wait, you just got to town. What are you talking about? I mean, it's incredible. But one of the greatest things I think we can do as business owners and as people is lean again into each other. And that's where you come to be, right? I mean, you are you're a person of inclusion. Both of you are, right? And I think to get to where you both are, where so many of you are, is you have to lean into the people you know and lean into other people who know way more than you, right? And I would imagine this is a meeting of the minds that happens, correct?
Absolutely. And you know, when I first met Velma, it was funny because like Joanna, it takes me about 5 minutes to sort of assess, right? And I was like, okay, you're staying here. Yes. And then I started shooting out next steps. I'm like, we got to do this. We got to do this. I was assuming she was going to stay. She didn't know it yet, but she was going to stay if I had anything to do with it. And so when you meet people like that, you know, there's this natural gravitation, but I think the other part of that is lifting each other up.
Yes.
How do we lift each other up? I don't know how much you all know about Joanna, who's emceeing for us today. She left probably the most coveted job in Arizona. Right?
Did you hear her laughing?
You hear her laughing? She's like, yes, I did. And she left that because she wanted to follow a dream. She had a mission, right? That wasn't being realized. She could have stayed in that job and been perfectly happy and parachuted out unscathed, and no one would have said anything about that. But she took that chance and that courage. And I think that's what today is about, right? How do we realize and actualize our courage and help each other do that? Because it's not just you. That's right. It's everybody around you.
And I think so often there's, again, going back to the fear, we can be afraid, oh my goodness, if I give this person my inside secrets, are they going to be better than me? Are they going to take that business? But there's a level of risk tolerance that I think we all can I think, be okay with, and then jump from that space.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I call that like a crab in a bucket mentality.
Say it again.
Crab in a bucket mentality. So the less you give, the less you can expect. So it's like the law of reaping what you sow, whatever it is that you sow, shall you reap.
Yes.
And so if you never have anything to sow, you can't expect anything. And so it's always interesting to hear people take. Can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do that? How can you help me? What about finding a way that you can add value to someone else before you ask for anything? And that's one of the things that I actually teach and I mentor. Before you ask for anything, figure out a way to add value. You know, can you empower someone? Can you offer some nuggets on something? Can you offer a prayer? Figure out a way to add value to someone else before you ask for something.
How did you learn that? Can we go back? Because I mean, you have an incredible journey. And we learn things along the way. Some things are intrinsic, right? Some things are just in us, but some things happen to us along the way that we never forget. And I think that's important to share.
Absolutely. So I'm a Houston native, raised in extreme poverty. My first 3 companies failed when I started my entrepreneur journey, as a failure. And I had to understand, so I had to learn through the process. It's this thing called fail forward fast. You have to fail forward fast before you can reach the destiny. And being raised in poverty, it was very unfortunate, but I developed a purpose and a sense of purpose of, if I have to think about my children's children, what will I leave them? And how will I be able to change the trajectory of how things are for the next generation of leaders? So I was going to have to figure out how this thing called life goes. And oftentimes it's the journey, because we're taught some things as children that I had to unlearn. I had to unlearn a lot of things. My mother was a drug addict. She's been clean and sober now for 20 years. But going through adversity is how I realized that I was placed here to solve a problem, and I would not stop because it's in me and of who I am, the mere existence of who I am today. And that's how it all started.
I mean, it's incredible, right?
Yes.
And one of the things I know we gravitate toward you is you understand diversity. and you understand the importance of this. And at ABC 15, we understand that too as an organization and as a corporation, and we're proud of that. And when we did our story, I said, this is amazing, because I didn't really understand what ThinkZilla was doing. And when I really, it just, whoa, and going into these corporations and trying to break down these barriers that a lot of people are born with, right? Yeah. These lines that have been drawn long before we were born.
Systemic.
Yes, exactly. And this is what you do. And I mean, what, again, a beautiful blending of cultures, of mind thought, of all these things to help lead this community.
Right, absolutely. And I think that, you know, when Velma was describing what can you give to others when you meet people, I often tease and say, we shouldn't call it networking, we should call it net worthing. And then I say, it's not, net worthing is not sort of sizing up someone's bank account and then deciding if you're going to date them or not. You know, that's dating, right? But net worthing is, what am I worth to this person? What can I bring of value and deposit into their account of success? And when you think of that, that never fails. Yep. That comes back tenfold if you're focused on them and what you can bring to them in the spirit of service. I think that you get a lot more. There was a book that came out. I don't know if anyone read it, but Givers and Takers. Has anybody read this? Givers and Takers, and it's the quantitative analysis of who wins between givers and takers. But their measurements, I would argue, were flawed. Right? It's who gets the promotion, who gets the raise. And it was always the takers because the givers were too busy helping. So I would argue with that kind of a hypothesis. In my experience, giving has always helped, whether it's in my professional life, my personal life. That giving is that spirit of service. And I can sleep at night.
Yes, yes.
Right?
I was just going to say, you put your head on your pillow at night, you can feel good about the way your day was. And that's huge. Just to me, and I just by a show of hands, I mean, don't you think there's more to that? I mean, it'd be great to get the promotion and great to get the raise, but it's even better to be the boss when you can do that, right? And feel really good about, you know, going after passion, because the money will come. Right, it'll go, but it will come as well, and you can feel good about that.
It'll go.
It'll go. That's where we bring you in and go, okay, what do? I screwed it up. It's true.
But I think that should never be the driver, right?
Right.
And my grandmother used to say, never think of money and you'll always have it.
Yeah, that's great.
And there was wisdom in that, right? It was, don't let that ever be your purpose or your driver. And if it, you know, if it is, you find out immediately
yes
what you're made of.
Yeah. When you're solving a problem, you'll never need money. So when I mentor people, you know, don't start a company based on the amount of money that you think you can make, but you start a company based on the problem. What problem are you solving? And most people don't understand that they have the solution to a problem on the inside of you. Each and every one of you have a solution to a problem on the inside of you. It's important that you recognize that. If you woke up this morning, there is still purpose for your life. And you've got to really understand that.
And that's so much. And you had asked me a couple of questions, you know, I mean, well, what problem are you solving with your business? And that, I think, is something we can all ask ourselves. It really helps you hone in on what your focus is if you're feeling a little stuck in the weeds, right? You know, what's your elevator pitch? What can you do for the people you serve?
That's right.
I want to ask you both about balance, because you're both moms. I'm a mom too. How do you find the time? We talk about time. Thank you for that. By the way, that was wonderful. But how do you do it and feel good about where you are? Because, I mean, you're both wonderful moms.
Yeah, I think, you know, like Nike, you just do it.
Yeah.
You know,
you don't even think about it. You just
you
keep
don't
moving.
even think about
Right.
it. You know, it's because when you start to think about it, you start to get anxiety. I know for me, I start to get anxiety. So it's like you have to systemize everything.
Make lists.
Yeah. You have to, you know, like my son, school's out 12:40. He's right there. He was sleeping, but now I think he's.
Oh, I saw.
So you have to just figure it out. Like, you know, we're problem solvers.
Yes.
And so that characteristic trait, it wherever we need it, it's applicable. You know, so I'm a mother here. I'm a mother in Houston. I'm a mother in Atlanta. I'm a mother when I'm on the airplane and he needs to go with me. I'm a mother. Yes. I can't, we can't change that. And everything else, we don't, that's right. We don't want to. And so if there's a meeting, if it's a business meeting and you need to come and take notes, then guess what? You'll be my little note taker. So we just got to figure out a way to,
entrepreneur, right?
That's right. That's right. So we just got to do it. And,
Yes.
you know, and keep in mind that they need us.
Oh yeah.
Just as much as the people we serve. And a lot of times we really have to keep that at the forefront of our minds.
I think so often too, like on my way over here, I told my daughter, I was dropping them off at their dad's house. Mm-hmm. And my daughter said, "You seem nervous, Mom." I'm like, "Hey, I am a little bit nervous." She's like, "Well, don't go." And I'm like, "Oh, no. It was like an opportunity." I'm like, right. We don't just not show up. Like when you tell someone you're going to be there, you show up and you show up ready. It's like, oh, okay. But these are opportunities, I think, where we can parent and lead by example and freak them out a little bit, you know, parent by fear.
It's a good example for them. They should have a little healthy fear.
I think so.
Right? And, you know, I think balance is a myth.
Oh, yes.
And we talk about balance in a way that everything receives equal amount of attention. Life just doesn't work that way. It's, you know, when my kid's on the soccer field and he's a goalie, I am there for him, and that's the priority. I think the word is prioritize, not balance. Know where you need to be, optimize where you can, and really we hone our skill of efficiency.
Yes.
When we do that. But I will tell you that I think I had children very, very late in life, and being a parent, a mother, has made me so much better at business. I mean, for some of the obvious reasons, right? I have learned the art of negotiation.
Oh, yes.
I have 2 boys. It's like WWE in my house every day. So I'm constantly negotiating, right? Patience, you know, learning that they've got to learn on their own, even if I think my way is better. That's what you do at work, you know? And so I think that idea of balance is really, it's just a myth. It doesn't exist. And that's okay. You prioritize, and sometimes you have to learn what your limits are. And, you know, I've had girlfriends that have sat down with me and said, "Okay, you're doing way too much. You're going to hit a wall. Yep. We're telling you right now, we're warning you." And then you hit that wall. And either your body will shut down, something will happen that will make you stop. So it's constantly being cognizant of your bandwidth and being extremely efficient when you prioritize.
But don't you think having fun too, because you talk about girlfriend, you talk about a tribe, and having those people who check you because you know you're not going to at times.
Right.
And then setting those boundaries.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always tell groups, particularly entrepreneurs, you should always have 2 sets of people in your life, right? You've got your, what I call shovel, tarp, bleach crew.
I love this.
Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? You pick up that phone and you know they're going to show up with no questions asked. You need those people in your life. But also from a professional standpoint, you need to have your own board of directors. And these are people that aren't necessarily your best friends. These are people that are where you want to go. And they're helping you on that path. Completely different set of people. And, you know, there could be a little crossover, I suppose, but you'll always want to surround yourself with those people that are going to lift you up, because just as much as you have that, you are part of other people's circle and lifting them up.
Yes.
That's the beautiful synergy of all of this, right? And this isn't, I know sometimes, especially when I was younger, I was like, no, that's all very vague and it's very, you know, sort of nebulous. This is it. This is these are the answers. It's not, you know, how much you make or what goal you set or what system you use. Are those things important? Sure, absolutely. But at the end of the day, you have to be good with you.
Yes.
That's the secret. And failing, you know, when people ask, what's the secret to success? I'm like, fail often.
Learn how to do it.
Right?
Yeah. and letting it build the character and then just leaning into the pain of it and trying to springboard from that.
That's right.
We've talked about the power of no. And I mean, I remember early on, you say no, and it's like, oh, you feel so bad. But when you say no to something, right, you're able to say yes to the things you really do want and you really do care about. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so I think that you have to say no sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you understand what your vision is in life, what your passion and purpose is, some things just does not align. It doesn't mean it's a bad thing or a bad idea or a bad person. It just means that it's not a good fit.
Don't force it.
For the direction in which I'm heading. And so it's okay to say no. And it's okay to be told no without taking it, a lot of people hear no and think that it's the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. It may mean that right now, no, it's not right now, but maybe next month, maybe next year, or maybe there are some things that you need to do to prepare for the yes.
Mm-hmm.
The plan, the preparation, the experience, the growth, the development of your mindset, understanding the phase in life that you're in. Because life is a series of phases, and every new level will require a different version of yourself.
That's so true. And being tough enough, right?
Yeah.
You have to keep leveling up.
That's right.
All of the time. And that ability to say no. I mean, Catalina's in the front row here, who is technically the boss of me and tells me where I need to be and when I need to be there. And she's like, you have to stop saying yes to everything. Like, say no, it doesn't fit on your calendar. And I'm like, but I want to do that. I want to do everything. So I'm still learning that process of, how do you say no, not right now? And I think part of what's driven my process is just, where can I make the biggest impact? If there's a place that I'm asked to be where they've got a lot of help and a lot of great minds there, I don't know that they need me that much. Yeah. Where can I make the biggest impact? It's not always the fanciest events. It's not always the, most popular programs, but wow, it makes me feel good. Learning how to say yes to that stuff and no to the stuff where my impact would be minimal. That's right.
That's beautifully said. This will be my second to last question. And I remember I interviewed Charlotte Jones Anderson, who runs the Dallas Cowboys. This is when I spent some time in Dallas, who became a mentor to me. And I asked her what it was like to be the only woman in the room when it, came to NFL team owners. And she said, "That's funny. It never dawned on me that I was the only woman in the room."
Mm.
Is that powerful or what?
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, of course, she's a Jones, right? I mean, but her father didn't raise her to think of herself that way. And that goes back to that notion of you saying, we've got to get over those things that hold us back. Whether we're born as women, whether we're born to a certain family or certain religion, certain race, ethnicity. And so I think that's really important. And as we trailblaze through this, I see that we have some young women in here. And I hope that both of you will be able to give them some advice there when it comes to just getting beyond those boundaries that we set for ourselves. How do we do that? I think I can.
Well, you have to empower yourself.
Yes.
The first thing, you have to empower yourself. You have to learn how to empower yourself. How do you empower yourself? You have to be confident and know what your value is. A lot of women have a mindset of depreciation, like you don't bring value to anything. You are valuable.
Yes.
You have to do you have to do an assessment of yourself to understand where that value proposition, what is your value proposition, and understanding that. And empowerment, self-empowerment is important, especially in today's climate, because there are so many people that are pessimistic, they're derogatory, they don't have anything good to say, life is happening to them. And so you have to figure out, how do you empower yourself? How do you keep your head held high? How do you have a mindset of auto positive? A lot of people have a mindset of auto negative. Every time something happens, they automatically take it in their mindset, oh, just take it as a negative thing. No, everything isn't negative. And everything is not happening to you. It's you happening to you. So you are everywhere that you go. It doesn't matter, where you go, who you're around. It starts with you. Self-empowerment. And love yourself. Own it. You have to own it and love yourself. We're all different. We all have, different skill sets. We have different, we think different, we talk different. Okay, my hair might be like this, your hair might be like that, the color of your skin is that. Okay, it doesn't matter. We're all as one. We're created here to solve problems. You have to know that it starts with you. How you see yourself is how others will see you.
And faking it till you make it when you're seeing yourself in a bad way sometimes, because that's just the real deal, right?
Yeah.
One of my best friends, we have an accountability thing. And if I'm having a good day, I'll, snap a picture and say, would you put that in my bank? And he'll do the same thing, put it in my bank so that when I'm having a bad day, send me that picture, send me this moment, send me that note. And it's just always been, we've been best friends for years. And it's again, finding your tribe.
That's right.
Right. Finding your tribe. And I think, there's a lot out there about the imposter syndrome. And I suffer terribly from it, even now. I keep waiting for someone to figure out that I'm just some snot-nosed kid from East LA who has no idea about anything, not to belittle, and not because I'm not proud of my accomplishments, but someone's going to figure it out. Yeah. They're going to be like, oh, you're that simple kid from East LA, right? And so I think it's learning that we come from greatness. And when you say own it, I often feel like a hypocrite because I talk to entrepreneurs every day and I give them the pep talk, right? You got to embrace your power. You got to own it. You got to take it and help yourself level up and, all these things. And then I'll get a call, about, some accolade or word. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. You must have the wrong number. And I want to hang up because I'm like, you're not talking to me, right? That must be some other Monica Susana Villalobos. Clearly, it's not me. And so learning and remembering that you come from greatness. I remember that my great-grandmother raised 14 children. I remember that my grandmother thought she was a widow when my grandfather was reported MIA or it's not missing in action. Yeah, I guess it's MIA, with a daughter and with a newborn baby that he had never met. I think about my mother who picked cotton and fruit in the fields and picked herself up. Yeah, I've got it pretty easy compared to all of that. I come from greatness and I have to remind myself of that. And that's the past, but also looking at the future. We all have children, right? And I always say, I want my boys to see and to be able to love a strong woman because they were raised by one. And so that's the critical things. You look at the past, you look at the future, and that keeps it going.
Yes. And standing in excellence. Yes. And both of you ladies taught me that. So thank you. I feel blessed to know both of you. Do any of you have any questions? I feel like it would be an easy space to ask. I mean, you can just yell it really loud if anybody has one.
And no question is a dumb question.
Oh, way too quiet.
Oh, I see one. Yes.
There we go.
And tell us your name if you don't mind.
I did too.
Yes, it's actually being streamed live by the city of Scottsdale. So you should be able to go to their website to find it. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I'm really privileged to
They know who I am. Don't worry.
They just don't know who her team is, and they won't.
Other questions in the back, in the middle? Yes, please. Hi.
I love that question.
That is a really great question.
Yes.
Oftentimes, you need to create your own table. Okay, you have to create your own table.
Say that.
You know,
Say that.
you have to own it. Okay, I'll give you an example. My first 3 companies failed, and I had a luxury hair extension boutique in Houston, Texas, and it was very successful. And then I was approached by this national TV network that came in and said, "Hey, we would love to film a segment here in this salon." This particular network was often out in the wildlife, so they wanted to experience something different, a luxury environment. And my attorney advised me not to do it. And I'm thinking, why are you hating on me? These people telling me I'm going to get millions of views. You know, why is he telling me no? And so Velma goes and I went and did it. And you can Google this stuff too, because it's finna get real hot, right? So I allowed them to do it. They planted bats in the salon. So if you Google Jazzy Girls Bat Day, Velma Traham Houston, it'll come up. And so what ended up happening was, for 3 weeks, every news station in Houston had tripods outside of my salon looking to interview poor little Velma that just, you know, they told me I was going to get millions of views on TV. And this was 11 years ago. And I ended up having to close the business down, very successful. I sold the business model to a Canadian company, and I started ThinkZilla. So ThinkZilla was birthed out of failing forward fast. But then through ThinkZilla, I started with ThinkZilla working, you know, with small businesses, solopreneurs, and I realized that we don't know what we don't know. And it's not what we don't know that hurt us. It's what we don't know that we don't know. And so a lot of the information that Robin Reed shared, that was information that a lot of us did not even have the capacity to think at that level. And so when you come to conferences like this, and when you surround yourself with people that are not where you're from, and when you actually step out, understand what your value proposition is, create your own table, then put the people at the table that you want to be there. Right. And when you do that, can't nobody take that away from you. Right. Can't nobody take away from me what I've built. Can't nobody take that away from me. Figure out, what problem are you solving? How many people are you impacting? We're here to solve a problem. Our purpose, a lot of times we think that our purpose starts with us. Well, your purpose starts with impacting someone else. And that's what you got to remember. And so a lot of times, especially since I've been here in Arizona, I've been hearing a lot of what Arizona used to be like. I don't want to hear that. Right. All I want to talk about is innovation, how we're going to change it. I want change agents around me. I don't want people talking about what used to happen. I'm not here when it used to. I don't care. How can we change the trajectory of that? And that's going to start with you. So I want you to begin to see yourself in a different light and understanding, do an assessment to understand what can you do different. And then make sure that you attend the Millionaire Mastermind Academy programs that will help you with that economic empowerment component and changing the way that we think so that we can also take a different approach to things.
If I could just, yes, please give her a round of applause. I heard a saying once that was so profound to me, and it was watching the Malcolm X movie. And if you know this movie, you know, he said, just because you were born in an oven does not make you a biscuit. Listen to what I said, okay? Just because you were born in an oven does not make you a biscuit. Do you know what he's saying there? Being from backwoods, you talked about wherever it is you are from is just that. It is a small part of your story, right? And if you make that the only story that you tell people, then there's nothing more to it. I am so many intersections, and I love when I go places. You know this. You all, come on now. And I love when I do this. Like, I'll go somewhere, and I did this at Fashion Week in New York, and it was so funny, and I had such a good time. I came in, and I said, "Привет, как дела? Меня зовут Joanna. И tu?" And they were like, "What the?" I mean, people were floored. Why? Because Russian is my first language. So I didn't allow you to put me in whatever space, whatever silo, whatever place that made you comfortable. And it's not about your comfort, it's about their comfort, right? So you really have to, and the other thing is the women you see up here have served. Service, I don't think you can negate that in this journey. You know, instead of saying, I want to be, right? My first question is, who have you served? So that's, and so they said, yeah, like, Monica, she is the most humble person you will ever meet, but the amount of things this woman has done, listen, is, and same with Dr. Traham, you know, and I read earlier, how many cities? We talked about Santa Barbara. We talked about San Diego before you ended up here back home in Phoenix. I even read Yuma at some point. Did I? Oh, yeah. Okay, Yuma, listen. Have you ever been to Yuma? Okay. I'm sorry if anyone's from Yuma. I apologize. But I'm just saying that it's a journey, okay? It's a journey. I happen to love Yuma. But it's one of those where, so what you see here, this final product, right? This beautiful, polished, right? Elegant, well-spoken. And I'm using that, Monica, bleach, tarp, and shovel crew. I've got a few of those. Won't ask any questions.
On your
Oh, listen, I'm down. I am down. It just is one of those. And those are the women that hold up my part of the sky so that I can do all the things I want to do. So sometimes I agree with you so wholeheartedly, Dr. Traham, it's about building your own table. Stop asking permission also to be at the table. And if they won't give you a seat, bring a folding chair, bring a box, bring whatever you need to, and sit on down. You know, and so people know, they're like, oh, we can't tell her no. Oh, you absolutely can. You absolutely can, but that doesn't mean I have to accept it. Just saying. I'm being a bit facetious. But no. Okay, other questions? Other questions? Yes, please. Tina.
Absolutely. That's a really, really good question. Not to get too religious here, but there are some principles that regardless of what religion you are, it works. And so for me, I moved to Atlanta in 2016 after a divorce. And I realized that I needed to unlearn a lot of the things that I learned. And so I expanded my company in Atlanta. And one of the things that I had to do was I had to fast, okay? Because it's like the creator. If you think about a Mercedes car that breaks down, you're gonna take it to a shade tree mechanic, or are you gonna go to the Mercedes-Benz dealership? So I needed to go back to the creator. I needed to spend time with the creator so that I can really understand what on earth was I placed here for. And in that 40-day fast, there was a transformation. There was something that started to happen on the inside. A lot of people want to be wealthy, they want to be rich, and they talk about all of this stuff. But first, it happens on the inside. It happens in the mind. And I didn't watch TV for 40 days. I didn't listen to radio. I didn't do any of that because I didn't want anything to be imparted into me. I needed to just really understand things from a raw perspective. After that 40 days, I exercised faith. And when you understand the power of faith, then you'll walk into you'll walk into the supernatural. There's the natural, and then there's the supernatural. And oftentimes people try to keep this information out of conversations like this. But it's the information that leads to transformation. It's impartation that leads to the transformation. And it starts right here. And so for me, it's been an ongoing process of unlearning and learning, understanding who I am and what my value is to the world, helping as many people as I can. For a long time, I didn't get support. But my strategy was, I'm going to help as many people as I can. I'm going to build as many people as I can. And along that journey is when all of the help started to come. Oh, wow, we see how you have did X, Y, Z. In Atlanta, there were leaders here in Arizona that flew to Atlanta to meet with me, to recruit me to move here. And I'm thinking, what the heck am I going to do in Arizona? You know, it's hot. You know, it's hot. It is, you know, they don't have the best reputation, but what am I going to do there? And I started to pray about it. I said, well, here I go again. It's time to go. So here I am in Arizona. What am I saying? Step out and do what you've been called to do. And if you don't know what that is, you got to take some time. You got to spend time with the creator so that you can understand what that is.
So I got to tell you something, Dr. Strahan. You are speaking to Tina's soul right now. I'm not even lying. The young woman that asked the question is actually someone I've worked with and been mentoring for a while. And she is a beautiful musician. She is an artist. And she went back to give her gift to the church. Am I lying? Right? And that is what and gives music lessons and things like that. So she went back to the creator to share her gift. And because, you know, it was hard to kind of move it forward and in a space. And you just spoke to her. So I know for a fact that you spoke to her soul, because that's the journey she's been on. And she has gone back to the creator to share her gift. So if you all are looking, listen, Tina Estes Music, if you're looking for a musician, it's what it's all about, right? Lifting each other up. Never forget that. None of us got to where we are because we're on a solo mission. We're all lifted by other people and we lift other people. If you are not a conduit for someone, get out of the way. Get out. Get out of the way. Okay. Can we give them a wonderful round of applause? We've got Kaylee O'Kelly, Monica Villalobos, and Dr. Velma Strahan. And what I'm going to do at this time is, what a remarkable and edifying day this summit has been. It has been tremendous, and it has been my absolute pleasure to serve as your MC for this summit. Dr. Traham, I told you I'm vested, so where you need me, I will be. So I said it publicly, right? So I am here. We met such dynamic individuals today. You got a chance to really get some great resources. And I'm really hoping that you feel as renewed as I feel right now, and just hopeful for what it is that we can do with this Arizona business ecosystem, because we are truly all in this together. A special thank you to all of our sponsors and partners, our presenters, panelists, keynote speakers. Thank you, Robin Reed. You just always bring the great information. I'm just grateful for you. And I want to just pause and in the stillness of this moment, just really, and I've been kind of joking about it, but really thank Dr. Traham. What you did was, you showed us what we could be. And you know what's really interesting about showing you what you can be? It sometimes takes somebody that's on the outside. You know, it's like talking to your kids. You tell them, I'm telling you, don't do that. That's not going to go well. I tell my son that's in college, don't do that, son, because that's not going to go well for you. And then he'll call me and say, my advisor said to not do that because it's not going to go well. What have I been saying for the past? I mean, seriously? And it almost takes someone with new eyes, fresh eyes, right? That's not worried about what was here, right? What we didn't build, what we attempted before, to make us all feel like we can. And I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for you. So I would love to invite you up to just give us some closing remarks as we end today's program. Dr. Velma Trahan.
This has been dynamic. I have so many notes. I mean, you know, thank you, Robin Reed. You know what? Shauna, his wife, Miss Reed, she has been amazing. Like, they don't even realize, but they've been mentoring me from afar. And I'd be like, okay, let me put some time on Shauna's calendar. You know, the state of Arizona is amazing. You know, I met Kaylee before I moved here. Oh my God. And you know, she's a friend now. Monica, you know, Cameron Robb, I don't know if she's here right now, but, you know, she has been amazing. And how the city of Scottsdale, Mayor Ortega has really, you know, stepped up and said, you know what? We are going to take action in making this city more inclusive. That is transformation in itself. So everyone that has been doubting and still conjuring up the story about how Phoenix used to be, we're innovating. We're growing. Yes, it's less than 5% of African Americans here, but guess what? More of everyone is coming here because of the ecosystem, because of the culture, the unity that we're creating. Joanna has been amazing. And I'm going to be harassing you after this because you're my new best friend. I lost my best friend in 2016 when I moved to Atlanta. She died of a virus called transverse myelitis. And I miss my friend, so that's a whole nother story. But Arizona has really welcomed and embraced me being here. I am super excited and I'm honored to have my new office at Arizona State University Sky Song Innovation Center, and we'll be opening the doors the first week of October, helping companies here, helping corporations, helping companies in the public and private space to diversify their supply chains, to develop more minority-owned businesses, to help more entrepreneurs learn, build, and scale. And for those of you that have been waiting for an opportunity your opportunity is today. It started today. So I want to thank everyone that has, been here all day. There was so many people earlier today. It looks like the next summit, we probably need to have lunch on site. So that was a lesson that I learned. I want to thank my entire team for traveling here today from Atlanta, from Arkansas, from just everywhere. And I'm thrilled and honored to be here. My fiance, my son is sitting right there. He was sleeping and he's starting his business on his birthday, and it's called Cool Kids Apparel by King Monty, inspiring kids to be cool the biblical way. Okay. So we are raising entrepreneurs. So again, I thank you all for being here. Why don't you put this date on your calendar, save the date, September the 14th, 2022, for the next Diversity Business Summit. And we will be sending out post surveys to find out what you like, what you didn't like. And we're going to be having a lot of programming at our new training facility at Arizona State University. So thank you all for being here. I love you all. And thank you, City of Scottsdale. Thank you, Scottsdale Art Center, for allowing us to host this summit here. Thank you all.
Wonderful. Thank you, love. Oh, you are so wonderful. All right. So we are going to, remember we talked about drawing a winner, right? So I'm actually going to have Kaylee do this so that, yes. Stick on in there. Okay. Thank you so much. All right. So we talked about the business consultants. I'm going to put my glasses on. So we've got Emily Garcia. Emily, is Emily still with us? Okay, well, Emily is our winner. So round of applause for Emily. We'll make sure we reach out to Emily. And so we've got a great opportunity for you. For our business owners that are here, we have got set up in front of our step and repeat wall out there, an opportunity for you to do a 30-second business pitch. Let's see what you're made of. So you get a chance to get up and in 30 seconds, tell us what it is that you do. You know that elevator speech we talked about by the time the elevator reaches the top? So we want to see what you're made of. We would love for you all to join us in the atrium. We have a networking reception afterwards. We've got some free waters and drinks. And if you want anything that is harder than a soda, that's on you. Okay, so hopefully you've got your cash. But again, thank you to the wonderful folks that you don't see, but they're in the booth and here backstage. Thank you so much for your graciousness and all of your help. Again, it takes a lot of people to get this to look so seamless and so effortless. And thank you all. Be good to someone else, but most importantly, be good to yourself. Okay, thank you all so much. Cheers.